The quickest, the fastest, the best in the world.
Magnus Carlsen.
Dominant, absolutely dominant.
Chess at blazing speeds.
Get popcorn ready.
Moves without thinking.
Rook A8, Rook A8!
Tactics without blinking.
Oh, Knight F64. What in the world just happened?
Oh my god, he lost no time!
The Speed Chess Championship is the elite chess event of the year. For 9 years, the world's strongest blitz players have matched wits over the 64 squares.
How does he do this?
This year, the world's best face-off.
Like E7, he's blundering everything.
Fork, fork, fork!
You're watching the SEC on Chess.com, and it starts now.
Welcome everyone to the Speed Chess Championship 2025. Grandmaster Amon Hambleton joined and thrilled to be joined by Grandmaster David Howell. David, welcome to this year's event. It is always an exciting one.
That's right, the Speed Chess Championship. It's always been one of my favorite events to watch, Aman, and we're kicking it off. I couldn't be more thrilled, and pleasure to be joined by you here.
Yeah, the Speed Chess Championship is, it's something that I've commentated before. I know you have as well. And despite us knowing so much about it, Chess.com still said, you know what, let's make a video to explain everything. So thankfully they did that. Take a look.
The Speed Chess Championships feature the most exciting format in online chess. 3 different time controls test competitors' skills across Blitz and Bullet. First is the 5-minute Blitz. Players battle for 75 minutes in the strategic and accurate time control. Next are 50 minutes of 3-minute Blitz, the sweet spot. It's slow enough that there is some time to think, but fast enough that intuition and speed are crucial.
Oh! And he's going to eliminate the B-pawn and win.
Finally, 25 minutes of Bullet decide it all. Players are not just battling against their opponent and the board, but also the clock.
This is crazy. Hans was winning, and if you spotted it, a double attack, that would have clinched it.
It's a race against time to score points before time runs out. In all time controls, games have 1 second of increment. Once time trouble sets in, the players may be able to avoid flagging, but they will be locked into a scramble for the rest of the game. Fast, furious, tilting, and thrilling, since 2016, the Speed Chess Championship format has been the standard. Who is the king of online speed chess?
And David, it stands out to me just in that video, hearing that this has been the standard, the format since 2016. It's relatively unchanged. What stands out here is obviously that 16-player knockout. David, it's not the double elimination that we have seen in some tournaments as of late. 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and of course, tie breaks and Armageddon, should that be necessary. But in these first matchups, David, you don't always see that, given the discrepancy.
Exactly. Usually there are big favorites in each match, but they have to do it over a real marathon. It's 75 minutes of 5-minute plus the 1 second increment, 50 minutes of the 3+1, and 25 minutes of the 1+1. I've got to say, Aman, these days I'm a bit older. As a player, I prefer the 5+1 format, but as a commentator, as a viewer, all of them are equally thrilling. The faster it gets, the more insane, more intense it gets.
Yeah, I think we've been treated, of course, this does act as a qualifier to the next Esports World Cup. We've been treated to that +0, no increment that we saw there. But obviously, when it comes to playing the best chess, that +1 does make a difference. And I think it's actually the most impactful when it comes to the Bullet, because that's something that people are not used to. You play Bullet and you just have this idea that you are trying to flag. So I think with all that in mind, this year is about to be very exciting, but let's not forget, David, what happened last year. Take a look at this exciting recap.
The Speed Chess Championship 2024 is underway. Oh, wow. It's tied, folks. Oh my gosh! and he's bunnered his queen.
Oh, but he's
still
lucky. He
winning.
found takes on bishop f2. He's so lucky.
Oh,
Rook e7.
Rook e7, and it's the match.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at that boy.
Complete pandemonium here. Time
1 second.
scrambled. Oh, and he's
What a
going to
move.
eliminate the b pawn and win.
Get out of here. See you in the quarterfinals.
Oh, he blundered rook a5. No, this didn't just happen.
What a game.
The smile on the face of Hans Niemann. He is going to Paris.
Oh, you're mating that. The match is Magnus Carlsen's.
Oh, no, 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 no. The queen's not hanging.
Fabi! He's an absolute beast.
Oh, Johan sees that. He shakes his head. Ultimately, Mr. Nakamura will head to Paris.
Look, I don't take no loss, it's simple.
It's time. It's time. Matchup that the whole world has been waiting for.
Oh, nasty. He doesn't even want to advance.
This is what Magnus wants. Oh, knight f64.
What a frustrating game. Magnus dominated, and he will play in another final.
Here comes the king. It's going to d7.
It goes. Rook f6 is their checkmate. Oh, it's a rook. Oh my gosh.
And he's...
Oh no, he pre-moved
Oh.
bishop f1, and that's the match in a nutshell.
That's got to be it.
Alireza wins. Hikaru will have a chance to redeem himself in the consolation match.
It's going to be a nice find.
King G2, he missed it. Oh
my
G2
gosh.
draw the Robert.
Look at Hikaru.
Ooh.
He sees it.
Incredible stuff. Hikaru says the old guard is not going down that quickly.
I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the unplanned.
It's the final.
Oh, we got 4 queens on the board. What is going on?
Queen takes G5,
And it's
and,
mate.
you skewer the other queen.
He's really just putting on a show here.
Or it's a mate.
It's a mate.
Oh no, he didn't.
Checkmate on the board.
Magnus Carlsen claims the SCC title for the second year in a row.
And welcome back, everyone. So exciting to see back those moments of 2024. And all the players that were actually in the live finals, David, they're returning again in this year's event. So excited to see whether it'll be a repeat or if some new faces are going to make an appearance. And speaking of some new faces, let's take a look at today's matchups. David, we have a little bit of a doubleheader going on here. Alireza against Minh, and of course Magnus against Jospem, Jose Martinez coming later. What do you think of these?
Yeah, what a way to start. We will see both of the finalists from last year, Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen, in action. They both have to be the favorites today. Minh is such a beast, such a speed demon, but Alireza is another level at his best. Magnus against Jospem also is going to be fun, but yeah, Magnus, he's Magnus, and it'll be nice to see him playing for the first time as a father. And this is the bracket, Aman, and as you mentioned, so many big names here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a 16-player knockout. Of course, top left of your screen is Magnus against Jospem, but we're focusing on Alireza versus Minh, top right of your screen. And this is going to be our first matchup for today. We talk about, early matchups being mismatches. Definitely there's a clear favorite in Alireza Firouzja, but just how big of a favorite is he? Well, take a look at this graphic here, David, that kind of documents his success.
This is crazy. This is all of the games that these two have played against each other on Chess.com. I mean, I don't think I've won 866 games on Chess.com in total, let alone against one opponent. And yeah, they've played each other over 1,300 times here, mainly bullets. This is incredible, Aman. Firouzja, basically, he's doubled up against Minh on the scoreboard here.
Yeah, he has. It should be noted, a lot of these are bullet games, and very likely when these two are playing bullet, they're playing without that increment. And interesting to note that it's their first time facing off in the SCC. Minh is a player that really excels in, pretty much every place that I see him, whether it's Title Tuesday, whether it's facing off against these big name players. But now is his opportunity in the SEC to face off against Alireza. I wonder if things are going to be a little different than just those no increment bullet games, which they've probably played.
Yeah, that's a big difference, as you mentioned there. And I guess we'll see the difference later when the flagging begins, when the blunders do start. But for now, we are left with a Chess.com pre-match prediction, Aman. Looks like Alireza more of a favorite than maybe I would say. 94% win probability. Expected to win all of the time formats. What do you make of this? Do you agree?
Yeah, I have to say 94 is maybe on the generous side, but it's really true that if you think about Alireza against Minh, where does Minh have the advantage? It's really tough to say. Of course, in any given segment, he could pull ahead, but in the overall match, it's just hard to imagine him getting the upper hand in every segment. Alireza, kind of the more all-around player, but that's what makes this match in some ways so exciting. And certainly, David, the start of this match, because usually the high-rated player, if they get off to a really good start, they just might never look back.
Exactly. It's going to be hard for Minh if he struggles at the beginning, the first few games. If he allows Alireza to take the lead, momentum will turn. I've watched a lot of Minh, his streams, his chess, and occasionally he does tilt. So I do feel a good start is more important for him. If Alireza falls behind, I don't think he will be too concerned, and he'll believe in his chances a bit later. Aman, do you think we'll see a close one though, or will it be a bit more one-sided as the predictions were showing there?
I love to say that we're going to see a close one, but historically in the SCC, in the first round, the round of 16, we don't get that many close matchups except by those, the seeds that are kind of 7-8, right in the middle. And I honestly think we have to expect a little bit more of the same. But, Minh is such an easy guy to root for. He has a lot of fans out there, and they'll be looking for him to, at the very least, get off to a great start, because you mentioned the tilt. If you can avoid that, then, you can give yourself a real chance.
And here we go. It's France versus Vietnam. And wow, look at this. F5 already, the Schliemann against the Ro16. This shows that Minh, he's come armed with some weapons. This is fiery stuff, man. Yeah,
it certainly is. This is an opening that, I would almost think, maybe you bring that out in the 3-minute or maybe the 1 minute, but no, straight out of the gate in the 5+1 portion, that's showing a lot of confidence in this opening.
Yeah, and there's many lines in this opening where Black sacrifices a pawn. This isn't one of them. Looks like Black's got a very healthy structure in the center. Black gets a couple more moves and gets castled queenside probably. And Black is doing very well. But hey, in the meantime, Alireza putting a queen on f5. Does look a bit scary for Black. Not obvious how to get organized here.
Yeah, you have the knight on h4 and the queen working to control this f5 square. And, if that pawn were to jump forward to f5 for Black, that would really connect everything in the center. But for now, not possible. And I like the grip that he has on the position. As Black, I really want to play the move queen d7 in order to maybe exchange or, really get rid of that queen. But I can't because the f-pawn would hang.
Yeah, bit of a one-move threat there. Black was threatening to give a check and win the white bishop, so that's been stopped by Alireza. Maybe still your idea. I quite like the idea of queen e6 now, but at least now the f6 pawn is defended. So that could be a slightly better version. I don't really see other moves. Maybe move the bishop first, but white is threatening to come out. Wow, bishop to e6. That's a pawn that he's giving up.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like it. And if the plan is just to truly give up that pawn and play rook g8 and then maybe bishop e7 and castles next, I can see the appeal, right? This is an aggressive opening. There are a lot of situations where you do just want to give up that material and play for the compensation.
Wow, he played bishop e6 very quickly. I'm very impressed. I would have probably blundered my rook on h8 there, played bishop e7 first, but if he gets one more move, as you say, it's looking fantastic for Black here.
Yeah,
very brave.
I do like what we're seeing here now in terms of the there's bishop to f4, which stands out as a tempo move. So that's the first thing I'm looking at. Queen drops back to d7, and again, you probably have to slide this queen over to h6 in reaction to bishop e7. So it's not that clear.
Yeah, not clear at all. Sooner or later, the white king will also have to decide which way to go. I'm assuming he wants to go queenside now that there's open lines on the g file. But whether his pieces are a bit too loose for now, Alireza, he's spending a lot of time on the clock trying to find a way out for his queen, and he drops the bishop back and the bar slides him on. Apparently, this is a big mistake.
I mean, if you're telling me it's a mistake, I'm on the hunt here. Bishop e7, maybe to g5 with bishop g4. I mean, is that queen maybe getting trapped? So that's potentially why he castled.
Wow. Bishop g5. That's queen trap threatened, as you say. Bishop g5, queen back, bishop g4. The black bishops are coming. White's a bit tied up. If you have to start running away with your queen, you start to fear for this knight on the edge of the board. Rook to g4 might come and trap it. Wow, Minh could take an early lead here with black.
Yeah, that's a great point with the knight, realizing that it just doesn't have any squares. So yeah, you can save the queen here by dropping it back, but bishop g5, followed by either queen e7 or rook g4, the knight just has absolutely nowhere to go. So I think this is just a huge edge. And honestly, this opening has worked wonders because he played that pawn sack so intuitively. He knew that it was part of the ideas in this opening, and it's worked out tremendously for him in game number 1 so far.
Yeah, so impressive. Like barely even thinking about giving up a pawn, and 3 moves later, he's been rewarded. That's very, very nice play by Minh. And Alireza, I can't blame any of his moves. He's played very natural stuff, but to be lost with white after, what is it now, just 16 moves, that is not going to be a fun thought to deal with. To turn away from the Roy Lopez just to dodge this opening, maybe that's what he's going to do next.
I don't know about f4, but I'm looking at moves that do not excite me right now because I'm just so concerned about bishop g5 with this idea of rook g4. If I drop the queen back, I'm just not seeing how I don't lose a piece there. So yeah, I don't know, f4 or maybe queen back to d2, and then when the rook comes to g4, perhaps f3 there, trying to at least not lose a full piece.
He drops his bishop back instead. I totally understand what you were trying to achieve there, but I guess he's at least stopping bishop to g4. The white queen's going to try and live life literally on the edge here. Oh, it looks so shaky.
Yeah, shaky is the best word. I'm almost at this point kind of wondering about is slow moves like king b8 even. Like, what is white going to do? Even if you give white some time, I'm not sure that it really helps.
That's a very good point. Like, white can't even castle queenside anymore. White doesn't really want to castle kingside. How's this queen getting out? How's this knight getting out? I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe king b8. Maybe just rook f8. Just start building.
Right.
Where is the killer blow? Is there one? That's the big question.
Yeah,
He's looking for it.
I find myself missing the killer blow, as you're saying. Like, I'm hunting for it, and look at that, facial expression right on the camera. He is hunting for it as well. But sometimes when you just don't find one, you're finding a lot of variations that fail because of maybe one check or one resource, and then maybe in the end you play a move like king b8 because you're like, well, I don't exactly see it, so let me play this move. It must be useful.
Exactly. King b8's useful in a lot of lines just to stop the white bishop from coming onto this diagonal, or maybe the white queen coming back to g4 later. Yeah, this feels like a key moment though, Aman. If he can keep the momentum somehow, Minh, if he can find a good plan to win some material, then he's very close to victory. But if not, then this could turn still.
Yeah, and it's so tough when you're playing someone as strong as Alireza. When you're in a moment like this, David, you almost feel like you have to capitalize, right? That is your moment, and if you miss it, it might not be there again.
Yeah, and you mentioned the word miss. King b8 is given a red cross there, and that means he missed something stronger. I wonder whether it was something like this, a 3-move plan, 3-step plan to try and win some material, to try and trap the queen on the edge of the board.
Yeah, and I'm really like, king b8 is honestly a tough move to face. It's a miss, but now even if you haven't seen that 3-move plan, Alireza is sitting there calculating potential 2-3-move plans that trap his queen. Even though this is definitely a miss, the engine found something stronger there, David. This is not an easy position for Alireza to react to because nothing has changed, right? It's just as tough as it was before.
Yeah, and there we go. The white bishop drops back, very logical, creating an escape square. But as we mentioned, the white queen can get out, but the white knight probably doesn't. And he might be going for this plan. Rook f6, rook h6 looks super strong. White has castled. Aman, I think.
Wonder, what do you think of f4? Because I agree, rook f6 to h6 is pretty tough. I almost want to play f4 and try to find a way to sack my queen.
Well, that's clever. Maybe we just quickly put it on the board while Minh has a think. Rook f6. The move we're looking at is pawn to f4, because now rook to h6 does trap the queen, but allows white to gain a lot of material in return. And suddenly white's the one who's winning with some rook f8 check ideas in the air. Rook and piece for the queen. So that's definitely what he's relying on, this f4 move. That's what Minh is calculating and shaking his head about right now.
Yeah, and I'm actually wondering if the queen, does it escape? For example, f4, you could take en passant and then try to maybe play bishop e3 check and still play rook h6 at the end of the line. It's really messy, and that's why both players, hands on the head, David, they cannot make sense of this position.
Yeah, it's especially scary for Alireza, but at least on the clock, he's not so far behind now. I saw it pointed out in the featured chat that Alireza, he said no to the World Cup because he's focusing on other things like this tournament. So he really wants the Speed Chess Championship this year. f4, it's got to be played, man. I think he's got to try this if he wants to survive.
Yeah, rook h6, it's not about trapping the queen anymore as it is just winning the knight. So it's kind of a dual threat and very, very tough to handle. f4 did happen, and of course taken en passant. Bishop e3 and then rook h6, I think, is what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, knight e5?
Yeah. I was going to say it looks very strong, but knight e5 at the very end. White will counterattack and get the queen out potentially.
Amazing.
Wow. I think he will be tempted to play this anyway. There's bishop g4 in the air as well.
Yeah, it really feels like... the other thing maybe you could try is like bishop e3 and rook takes on g3. Trying to get like rook h6 with a pin. There's just so many moves. Under 20 seconds, he's feeling the pressure of calculation.
And his hands aren't even on his mouse. His hands are on his head. He's got to move. Bishop to g4 played. The white queen has to give itself up. This feels winning for black, Aman, but you still have to be quick before white can get the rook into the play and build some kind of fortress.
Yeah, agree. And he actually was shaking his head despite playing the best engine move. So he just wanted more, but ultimately this should be a win if he can convert, maybe bring that knight to c4. I love the idea of pushing the a-pawn.
Mm-hmm. The a-pawn's super strong. Another potential queen. The black queen's going to come in behind very shortly. Should be winning this position for black. Queen into b1 maybe, and then he pushes the pawn first. The pawn disappears. Okay, still some work to do though. If white can somehow get the knights off, maybe there might be a chance to save it.
Yeah, rook e7 is really aggressive, and yes, you're going to win that c-pawn, but just about everything else is going to drop in the position. Let's see.
Wow. Eval Bar says level. This is crazy. It looks so good for black. Extra queen, past b-pawn now, but the white g-pawn. Oof. Counterplay.
+1, it's so easy to flag. Oh no!
No! Bishop takes queen! Was that a mouse slip?
I can't tell. That was in between a mouse slip or a brain slip. Hands on his head. What an opportunity to let slip in game number 1. And Alireza, despite losing the queen, just showcases that he can play those time scrambles for a win, even down material.
Wow, that was crazy. Just the fact that it was already turning, but just the manner it ended. That's what we were talking about earlier. Minh cannot tilt. He cannot let these opportunities slip too often, but he has to stay focused. He played really well that game. Just feels so harsh, chess, that sometimes you end up without any reward, without any points after playing so well.
It's so unfortunate. It's already making me think the next time that they rematch with those colors, is Alireza going to try to steer away from that opening, maybe noticing that Minh kind of has it pretty well prepared. Obviously, we've got this game in front of us, which is an important one before then, because huge difference between 2-0 and 1-1 for your confidence.
Yeah, huge full point swing in either direction there. And this opening in the meantime, it was a Rogozin defense. And this is very well known to be solid for black, but not much more than that. Often black wants to play bishop to d7 and bring the knight to c6. He goes the other way for Ruja, but apparently that's a mistake. My spidey senses are tingling, Aman. There's some sacrifices here.
Yeah, I definitely like where you're going with that. E6 pawn, I agree. Bishop d7 and knight c6 I'm a little more familiar with. So knight d7, especially because knight c5 is not really possible due to the loose bishop, it's making me feel like black is too slow getting all these pieces developed. But again, David, do we have one of those moments where Minh can kind of sense, you mentioned spidey sense, he's probably feeling it too, but it's one of those moments where if you calculate something and you just can't see the end of it, maybe you make a passing move and miss your opportunity like last game.
Exactly. He could easily spend kind of 2-3 minutes calculating and then end up playing a move like a3 and the moment passes. But it does look like knight takes e6 is super strong here for Minh. He's stopped. My spidey senses only tingled because I saw the eval bar rise. He doesn't have that, of course. And knight takes e6 just to show it on the board. This is not him yet. This is me making the moves. But knight takes. This is super strong because after a check, the king moves. You keep trading pieces. And at the very end, white has this fork. So he is capable of seeing this far ahead. It's a 5-6 move variation. But let's go back and see if he does play it. Knight takes e6.
Yep.
He finds it, Minh.
And a brilliancy, double exclamation mark, duly awarded there. And look at this. I mean, it's really tough. I mean, bishop takes c3 is the only other sort of in-between move to throw in because knight d5 looks so strong. At this point, though, it would just lead to bishop takes c8, even further liquidations. David, if you're in this bad position, would you rather play bishop d7? I feel like I'd want the minor piece in balance on the board, so I'm a little surprised by this.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he wants to do. Is he going to take on b2? Okay, he finds a way to maybe escape just down one pawn, but in any rook endgames, it's 4 versus 2 on one side. 2-pawn advantage, especially when they're connected, tends to be decisive. So big decision there. +2, the computer says. So maybe there's something even stronger here for white. Minh not even taking back the bishop yet.
Yeah, I was going to say either piece capturing on b7 seems interesting. Maybe queen or bishop, honestly. And maybe even if the black bishop takes on c1, continues to give itself up on e3, I feel like there's a potential to maybe go into just a pure one rook endgame that is possibly just so good for Minh that, Alireza is doomed to, passivity forever.
Yeah, he doesn't look too enthused, Alireza, on the camera.
Have you ever, calculated a position that was really good for you like that?
Yeah, normally not. Normally, if they're happy, then even if they're relaxed and happy, they kind of lean forward, they smile, they look chilled. But sitting back normally means you're resigned to defending a horrible position.
Yeah, that's my de facto. I'm dead lost, and it's embarrassing if you don't beat me at this point.
Exactly. And what you predicted has come to pass. Everything traded off here. White will be a pawn up. Now rook f7. I do wonder. I mean, rook endgames have a drawish tendency. I do wonder whether he could have kind of kept the 4 versus 2 advantage. Apparently king to g8 is a mistake. Maybe black should be pushing this pawn as quickly as possible. But,
it's really tough to understand because if you push it, it just feels like white's rook is going to keep dropping back. So it's making me think that maybe a6 was an idea to not allow rook f6, but we're totally different here.
Mm-hmm. Now white has to pretty much go for the black a pawn before black is able to. And look at Minh on the camera reacting. He's not happy at all. He's blown this advantage. He's got to just go for this pawn, but the black rook is going to take here, cut the white king off, go behind. And the a pawn alone is so far away.
I really believe that he has the right to be upset. That a4 move was played super quick. He had the time. Once you establish your plan in a rook endgame, you can usually do it pretty quickly. But there, I think he had to maybe take that time, figure out exactly what he wanted to do. I thought maybe he could have kept attacking that pawn laterally, rook c5, rook c4, and just kind of chase it down. But he's upset because he knows he's kind of given up a draw that Alireza is very likely to make now.
Yeah, you don't get many chances against these top guys very often, and he's had 2 winning positions pretty much straight out of the opening. But he's going to win neither of them, and now the black pawn's just going to clamp down, keep the white king passive, and the white king's just got way too long a journey to make over to help its pawn. Never going to happen. This should be a draw now.
Yeah, this is kind of the rook endgames that are the first that you study, that outside pass pawn, Black's got the rook behind the pass pawn, exactly what you want. And white can never really bring the king over for fear of black's king. Maybe play king g5, king h4, king g3, not to mention the g2 pawn needing protection unless white plays pawn to a7. So there's unfortunately just nothing. And it's, of course, now Alireza's posture, I mean, it's looking like he had it all along, it's no problem.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're looking at each other on the camera and Minlei's like, I let you off the hook there. You're lucky that you're able to relax. Rook a8 is going to happen. a7, you mentioned it, but that just makes the white rook passive. The white rook can never really move unless it's giving check, and black will dodge that. So, yeah, this is pretty much a draw now. Maybe you have to be a bit careful with white. You don't overpress.
That's right. Yeah, that's the actual worst thing that could happen here. Most likely, though, I think we'll find a position where black just can't really make any further advances with the king. White stations the king on h2, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, the clock kind of tells the story as well. Minlei's down to 10 seconds, so he won't try to press this on much longer.
Maybe g5,
one move not to play.
Big blunder.
Yeah, then the white rook moves. Rook takes pawn, and there will be a checkmate. You read my mind, man.
Yeah, I knew we have time over here to think about nonsense like this, and Alireza has 3 minutes to not do it.
Yeah, that's unlikely to happen. Okay, the black king gets driven back, but the white rook now totally passive. Black can just wait with his king back on g6. And no matter how active the white king wants to get, it will never be able to hide anywhere near the a pawn. It will get checked from the side, checked from behind. Black king protects its pawns. This is a draw.
Yeah, this is truly textbook. The king has absolutely nowhere to hide. The rook can slot itself on a1. Yeah, I would expect him to go there now, maybe to play king h7. Sometimes you get nervous about the king coming up and underneath on g8, but even then it's possible it was still just a draw.
Yeah. And white doesn't have any threats, so you can still wait with the black rook. He gives a check. He gives another check, and he's going to check the white king from the side now to protect his pawns. Yeah, no progress made. I think Alireza would draw this with 2 seconds, let alone 2 minutes.
Yeah, and it's actually Minh who has that low time. I don't think either player is considering that this could be anything except a draw.
Here we go. The checks continue. And sooner or later, Minh will realize or accept the fact that he's not winning this. Position repeats itself. It's going to be a threefold repetition, and he escapes again, Alireza. Man, how much is he going to regret these chances he's had, Minlei?
Yeah, I think right now you might not even truly appreciate just how much he may regret them. But honestly, going back to this, David, I think you can only be happy as Minlei, because now Alireza, he's got to adjust, right? You can't just go into the exact same thing as before. So where are we going to see that adjustment? I thought we might see it in the opening to not even go here, but he's confident that he can just adjust later on.
Yeah, but he has to adjust soon. Okay, that's the first new move, and Minlei clearly prepared. Last time white played c3, but he reacts in the same way, same pawn sacrifice. You called it. Great spot there earlier, Amanda. This is preparation, and he's clearly willing to give up this pawn to try and do the same thing, to basically trap the white queen, the white knight on the edge of the board. This is fascinating.
I'm telling you, these players are so stubborn, because I'm not going to lie, if I saw somebody play the game that Minh did, I probably wouldn't go back into that opening. But Alireza is like, sure, let's do it again. I won that game, so it has to be 100% sound.
Yeah. I mean, I do it all the time when I'm tilting in bullet. I play the same opening, even if it's not working. I'm like, I'm going to win. I'm going to prove that my opening's better than yours. But yeah, it's a high risk strategy here. And I do wonder, Aman, if white's queen goes back to f5, we could see a repetition. Do you think Alireza will repeat a couple of times, and then just before the third move, he waits for 3 minutes, goes for the draw?
I definitely think Alireza is the type to want to just play more games, but I definitely think a draw is possible. Yeah, I don't think he'll wait the 3 minutes, but there you go, a draw by repetition. And I mean, you gotta say that's a pretty good outing for that opening. You're getting Alireza repeating with the white pieces there. I think you got to be happy with that, David.
Yeah, he's pretty much. Well, I'm not going to call it yet, but he's saying, don't play the Spanish against me. He's shutting down one of Alireza's main openings. Maybe Alireza will start playing the Italian, where it's harder to kind of find these forcing lines. In the meantime, this is a Nimzo Indian, and a very aggressive line with Bishop G5 played by Minh. This leads to all sorts of complications. Shakura Mamajarov plays this all the time with white. This is going to be interesting. Minh, I think he wants to play ambitiously with white and black, Aman. He wants to go on the front foot and attack.
Yeah, there's also variations that I was wondering if Alireza was going to go truly all in with the G5, Knight E4 stuff, but it seems that he's tempered himself just a little bit with, C takes D4, Knight C6, and that bishop on B4 can often drop back to E7 and, play a more standard game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dropping back would be super solid. This pin is otherwise a bit annoying. And bishop to E7, pawn to D6. You start to build a relatively healthy pawn structure. He plays B6 instead. Okay, very interesting. I don't know whether white should be taking those knights off. He says no, just keeping the status quo.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I quite like how Minh handles the openings. He's pretty much only a D4 player, especially in big games, and he seems to know his stuff, man.
Yeah, taking the approach of not having the widest repertoire, but because of how narrow it is, he knows everything inside and out. And that really gives him the upper hand when you're sort of in his territory. But that being said, Alireza has always managed to sort of shift things later on in the game, make it complicated. And Minh has to be able to take those openings, which have gone pretty well, and turn it into more of a meaningful middle game advantage, or maybe just the conversion phase, because he's had some very good positions.
Yeah, and again, he's got a very nice position here, minimal risk for white. He's going to put his rook on D1. Black probably is totally fine here, but I guess maybe a bit more pressure to do something. Whether you break out with D5, you've got to answer some questions. Do you stop knight B5 coming into D6, hitting your A pawn? And Minh, I think you're 100% right. It's just about taking chances, and that's the big difference between the real elite players and other very, very strong grandmasters like Minh. It's just that finishing technique.
And let's see, rook C8. A lazy, easy move is just rook F to D1. I think that stands out to everyone here. But you also have to think, what is Alireza going to be playing? Sometimes you can go for just a full hedgehog setup with A6 and D6, just stay ultra solid there. But also the move D5, that's a way to just simplify everything, try to go for mass exchanges, and just basically claim equality.
Yeah, I do wonder. Okay, the fact that he was thinking, I was going to say he's probably considering two things: knight B5, going pawn hunting, trying to drop into D6, or maybe something more forcing like E4. Again, adding some kind of positional threats. E5 would kick the black knight back to a bad square. And he's very much kind of pushing the pressure back to Firouzja. I'm expecting maybe either bishop to C5 or pawn to D6. He attacks the queen, which will fall back.
Yeah, have to watch over the E pawn there. Very interesting to me to see D6 after putting the bishop on C5. Surely we're going to see A3 make some sort of appearance in this game, but E5, so full commit to this idea of clamping against the bishop on G3 and saying, look, the bishop on C5 has the D4 square, but it's also really, really solid where it stands. And even if you end up taking that piece in the future, black is happy to take back with either pawn, really.
Yeah, it's suddenly a bit awkward for white. This E4 pawn is a bit loose, so you can't really go around and take this bishop yet. Maybe at some point, bishop to D4 will threaten to win this pawn in the center. This pin is very awkward. The white bishop, as you said, that's a very bad piece. So this last couple of moves, at least in practical terms, feel like they've gone in Firouzja's direction. White must be fine. White's done nothing wrong, but this could definitely become a bit unpleasant, especially with the clock 1.5 minutes down already.
Yeah, and you mentioned the e4 pawn maybe needing a little extra support. If you kind of go down that path and think king h1, pawn to f3, suddenly black gets ideas like knight h5 and queen g5, and the dark squares, especially with the king tucked away there, are quite dangerous.
Yeah, bishop on c5, it's always got potential, right, to kind of conjure up some mating attacks. Pawn to h4 wasn't one I was expecting, and apparently a bit of a mistake from Minh there. I'm not sure what that contributes. He's just creating some luft for his king, I guess, but not really protecting some key squares. I wouldn't be shocked if black now plays like a6, bishop d4, and just hints that he tries to capture on the e4 pawn now.
Yeah, I'm definitely stunned by h4 because it seems as though maybe h3 would accomplish the same thing, but h4 does seem a bit overextended. Maybe g4 as a square can be used by black in the future. Your idea a6, which makes a lot of sense. I did not even think that h4 was going to h5. I think he has had his eyes on bishop h4 for a while and just didn't like g5.
Very, very bold. Bishop h4, I do wonder whether black could play g5 anyway, just to try and open up the f-file. But either way, this is very creative. And he plays g5 actually instantly, not even allowing the bishop out. And en passant, is it forced? It might backfire if it's played.
Wow. Yeah, as soon as you mentioned bishop h4, g5, to see Alireza just played immediately shows how dangerous that idea was. He's still got the bishop d4 plan in order to win the e-pawn. That alone looks difficult to react to. I think the game has been trending very much in Alireza's favor. Probably going to see b5 here.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's the trend mainly, but it's also the pieces. Like black's got the best minor piece on the board, this dark squared bishop. White's got the worst minor piece on the board, his dark squared bishop. And that alone is enough right now. This isn't a pawn sacrifice. If the white queen ever goes and takes on b5, the e4 pawn would hang. But yeah, it's just, again, turning it into something more tangible now.
Yeah, and as soon as there's an open file on the queen side, black's rooks are going to be able to jump in the position. Imagine a black rook on the second rank. F2 pawn will need some coverage. H5 always needs defense. And let's not forget pawn to G4 in the right moment can disconnect white's pieces, and then the H pawn would be loose.
Yeah, that's actually quite a big threat, and maybe even right now, but in a lot of positions for sure. Oof, I don't even see a move for white. Wow. Struggling to come up with anything logical. Like you can't even move your rook. You might drop some material immediately on the open file.
That's a good point. I'm almost like looking at king f1, like I just want to get off the diagonal so that maybe I can play the long, f3, bishop f2, or bishop h2. It's the ideas are not very compelling here for white, David.
Yeah, this is an ugly position, and there are no good moves in bad positions. That's what they say, and that's not a good move apparently. Queen to d3. I would probably have played it myself, just process of elimination. There was nothing else obvious, at least. So queen d3, not hinting to take this pawn yet, just getting out the way of maybe g4, but maybe g4 anyway.
Yeah, I'm almost at the point where g4 with knight h5 becomes quite tempting. One thing is, if you go the wrong direction with Alireza, you look at like rook b8, things can turn around with either rook takes bishop on c5 or bishop takes on e5. So important, I think, to keep these ideas in mind. Alireza is not going to let them happen, but easy to kind of look in the wrong direction and suddenly white has a shot to get back in the game.
Yeah, that's very nice actually. In a lot of these positions, rook takes c5 or bishop takes c5 could be ideas. Where's the breakthrough? He doesn't need one, he's arguing. He's just going to get all the rooks off. That's a bad sign for white's position if even all these exchanges are not going to lessen the pressure here.
Yeah, it feels like the result is black plays the position almost up a piece because the bishop on g3 is just not participating.
Yeah, it's Capablanca-esque, trapping the opponent's bishop on g3. And queen a7 comes to mind now. Okay, he saves his pawn first. Yeah, this is a lot of suffering ahead for white. probably the worst bishop pair I've ever seen, Aman. Normally I'm a big bishop pair advocate, but here it's... Well, look at these bishops both just blocked and trapped.
It's true, yeah. The bishops are not compelling. F2 is being targeted. I mean, we're looking at moves like king h3. That's already a bad sign. Queen a1. Oof. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Sooner or later, g4 is going to fall. It's going to come very strongly. Queen e1 sets up g4. That bishop will be struggling to stay alive.
Oh, f2. Now it's really over because that bishop on f3 is the worst one. He's actually just going to resign there, and I think that's a fair resignation. Black has so many threats incoming, and Alireza jumping out to a 3-1 lead. And honestly, he's basically saying, I don't need to do anything with this opening because honestly, I could draw every game with white and I'm winning with black.
Exactly. If it works, why not keep going to it? That's the first time he's really outplayed Minlay, like from start to finish. So good signs for Alireza Firouzja fans. In the meantime, he did go to the Italian. This is what he was playing pretty much from the age of 12 up to the age of 18 when he became world number 2 Firouzja. So going back to one of his old favorite openings.
Yeah, and very easy to make that switch for Alireza, and I do think that it would probably be incorrect to keep sort of bashing your head against the wall of an opening that Minlay clearly prepared and is playing very well. Those are his best openings, best positions. So he's wise to just at least test out another opening and see what happens here.
Okay, and in this Italian, white has again got the bishop pair, and black has decent kind of compensation for the bishop pair. These pawns kind of clamp down on the queen side. The knight and queen, the knights and queen, they're coming in. Some potential threats of bishop takes h3 in the air. I
always look at knight g1, like pure fear knight g1 move here.
You read it. Great,
we go,
great call there, man.
Yeah, I think facing a knight on f4 is always, I think for a lower rated player, always a very difficult prospect. Like it's a very menacing piece. And as you mentioned, bishop h3, knight takes h3, all these ideas are there. So usually the way to deal with it is that king h2 move. And, as a backup, knight g1, surprising.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you cover some squares, then you put a pawn on g3 and you argue that the black knights are misplaced. Although maybe even after g3 a knight could still come in. But yeah, very interesting. g3 has been encouraged here. Okay.
I think he was just concerned, I guess, about the knight on h5. He's like, well, the knight's just going to be trapped there because white's going to play g3 anyway. So maybe I want to get ahead of this and bring it back into the action.
Yeah, a3 given a question mark there. I think that's simply because there was something stronger. White could even have played the move d5 or could maybe have been building for the move f4. So maybe with rook f1, for example. Maybe that'll come in the near future. But black's knights could just find themselves unemployed if the white pawns start rolling.
Yeah, agree. This f4 move, if you can achieve f4, that looks devastating because f4, f5 is a big threat, and neither one of these knights wants to have to move again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder whether f4 even on the last move was possible. Maybe that's why the eval bar was swinging so wildly, just with some potential pins to back up any captures on that square. But, definitely.
Yeah, that's a good point.
In the c5. Does he want to play d5 like knight to d4 or something? Or knight into f4?
That is interesting. I think so.
One of these squares. If you go back, it just feels wrong. Like white will at leisure play the move f4 if you retreat that knight. Or that feels.
So maybe it was a move that was throwing him off. Perhaps knight d4, bishop d1. That he was worried. Okay, then my knight is too committed forward, and yes, it can't be taken right now. But all white has to do is 1-2 pieces shuffling, and then it's just hanging.
Yeah, that's a great call. It was just a move for the gallery. It was a move for the fans, not an easy move to play with a clear conscience.
I liked it, David. I appreciated it.
I'm glad you did. F4 was played, and now a rook trade. B4 is like a deflection attempt. But what do you make of this, Aman? It looks like white has a beautiful pawn center.
It truly does. Like, even the move Queen D4 at some point. Also, surprisingly, looking at King to G3 to strengthen the F pawn and maybe allow Bishop to D4 as well. And yeah, if you want to go a different direction, swing that rook all the way back over to G1, and there you go. I mean, look at the coordination: rook G1, Bishop D4.
Oof. Yeah, I smell danger on the G7 square. That's a great spot, rook G1. I think that was his intention, so the black knight gets out of the way preemptively. And maybe you can bring the other black knight in now with some tactical ideas, but I guess white will just try to pin that knight. Okay, we'll see some exchanges. Maybe he'll flick in the move rook G1 first. Go for checkmate.
That looks tempting just because knight G6 F5 is concerning. So, I mean, God forbid you have to play G6 here. I think he's maybe going to be looking at Queen F6.
Yeah. Queen F6 to take this pawn in some...
Yeah, how bold are you, David?
Oh, I don't know. As I was saying it, I was like, maybe not. But I do wonder whether he's got ideas of some kind of, I don't know, Bishop F5 to try and do something with this pin while it lasts, but I just don't see it happening in the near future. Eval Bar says he's fine for black, so he might need to be very accurate right now. Okay. Wow, Alireza.
Do you think it could be? I think it might have been that knight G6 F5. There was Bishop takes F5. Just like putting our thoughts together in hindsight. Maybe that's why it was fine, because this eval bar is a little bit more reflective of how it felt to me.
Yeah, and here we go. A little transition there. White regains the material with the advantage of the bishop pair and potential mating attacks against the black king. Bishop on F6 and a rook sliding over and across. That would be the end for black. Very difficult to get this black bishop into the game as well. This looks horrible now to defend.
It does, and your idea comes to fruition with knight E2, bishop F6, and then rook H7, rook H8. But if you don't play knight E2, it's not quite a threat due to knight H5. So kind of a position frozen in time here. Neither wants to commit.
Yeah, that's a great way of describing it. I was wondering about knight takes pawn for a second, but then after a capture, the problem is that the black rook can give a check, but it gets blocked by the white rook. So some tactical ideas. Taking on H3 is super risky due to the checkmating ideas we mentioned. Taking with a knight. So wow, F5, he lashes out, but apparently this should backfire. Given a double question mark, not because of that move, Aman. There was something stronger there for white.
Interesting. I wonder what the threat is for Alireza. He played rook H7 very quick. It's almost like he expected rook H8 to be stronger than it is, but after king F7, you're not doing that much. Maybe he'll take on H6 and try to play rook F6, but I think it kind of slipped a little bit. He had 3 minutes there on that move. Could have taken more time.
Yeah, could and should have taken more time. He does play your move, threatening this check. I wonder whether you could even allow it and play E3, but more likely black tries to react. Taking here comes into consideration, although again a bit risky, a bit loose. How accurate does he need to be here? Knight takes H3. He's trying to simplify. He's hoping for a capture, 2 pieces for a rook because the e-pawn is so strong. But bishop A4, Aman, and
wow,
oh no, ooh,
that's a brutal move.
Oof. Minlay, no time.
That's unpleasant.
Shakes his head.
Very strong move there. I would almost try E3 here. E3, E2.
Oh, he doesn't even try. He resigns. And Alireza takes a 3-point lead. Wow, that was a wild game for so long, but decided very quickly there. And the Clockerman is playing a huge role right now.
It really is. Every game we've noticed, even in positions where Minh could have a good position and bad position, it doesn't matter. He's used considerably more time, and that's a big contributor to why the score is what it is. I think it is actually 4-1 after that last one there, and so a commanding lead for Alireza Firouzja as we head into our first break in the midpoint of this 5+1 section. So we'll take a break, David. I think maybe well needed for Minh, but he'll have to come back and really just look to use, I think, a little bit less time. I mean, 3 minutes is a significant edge to give to someone like Alireza.
Yeah, he needs to play quicker. He's been doing good things in the opening, but he needs to play quicker and ideally save a bit of time for those crucial moments where Alireza's just been a bit trickier than him. So fingers crossed he can fight back and we'll see a real fight, a real match in our hands.
Well, there you go. Advice, play faster. We'll be right back with the Speed Chess Championship.
The Esports World Cup 2025 was electric. The best games played by the best teams. Our esports arenas sold out. We filmed them with hundreds of thousands of roaring fans, including 2,000 of the most dedicated supporters coming from our Super Fans program who came to Riyadh to cheer on their favorite teams. We had more than 4,000 media outlets covering all the action on site and broadcasting the EWC around the globe. Esports World Cup 2025 was bigger, louder, and even more unforgettable, and celebrating those who proved they are the best in the world.
Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess. Players can never memorize everything. My name is Alireza Firouzja. We're gonna check some questions. What is Alireza Firouzja's favorite fashion designer? I think Louis Vuitton is my favorite. Where is Alireza Firouzja from? I was born in Iran, but now living long time in France. Alireza Firouzja's peak rating 2800 something 3 probably 4. Who is Alireza Firouzja's girlfriend? She's a volleyball player. What is Alireza Firouzja's favorite chess opening? I would say King's Indian or Sicilian. When did Alireza reach 2800? When I was 18.
We have a few more questions from ChatGPT.
How did moving from Iran to France was? I was already like 16, so it was a good decision for my chess to be in Europe and the freedom of going around and playing chess. It's very good. Your style is often described as aggressive and dynamic. How would you describe your approach to the game and how do you develop this type of style? Yeah, I think my approach is very tactical, sharp attacking, and you have to solve a lot of puzzles in the beginning when you're a child and the pattern stays in your head. What are your thoughts on balance between preparation with engines and maintaining creativity in your games? Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die because players can never memorize everything. What do you consider the biggest difference between playing online chess versus over the board? For me, there's no difference. I think for a lot of players it's different from online and over the board, but for me I feel like it's the same game. Chess has seen rapid evolution in recent years. How do you see the role of young players like yourself shaping the future of it? Yeah, I think it's very important to have good new generation coming. So I'm proud that a lot of players are very competitive, Gukesh, Arjun, and I think we have a good generation that is coming to slowly take over. What advice do you give to young players who want to reach the highest level in chess? What do you think is the most important quality? Yeah, I think the most important is to play a lot of tournaments and not be afraid of losing, especially for young people, to know that they should just think about improving and losing is not end of the world. That's it.
back, everyone. We are continuing the 5+1 portion of this year's Speed Chess Championship. David, what looked like it could have been maybe a Minh Le start that he would have wanted turned out to be just the opposite. Some big opportunities missed, or points left on the table, we felt, for Minh Le.
Yeah, a tale of missed opportunities for sure. We talked before the break about his need for speed. Sounds simple, right? Speed Chess Championship, but he just has to play quicker. He has to trust himself. He's definitely capable. He's shown his openings look in good shape. He can hang in some of those middle games, but yeah, the ending of the games, they've been a bit, well, they just haven't been what he wants. So here we go. He's got the white pieces again. We're back into the Queen's Gambit. Declined. And let's see how things unfold here. Alireza, he's a streaky player as well. If he takes one loss, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that he does get pegged back even further.
That's right. Yeah, we can see the score there, 4-1, which is a scoreline you'd expect if you saw maybe the names of this matchup, but not if you saw the positions. If you've been tuned in and watching along with us so far, 4-1, Alireza has got to be very happy considering the spots that he's been in.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Alireza plays a very trendy variation, and he's aiming essentially to simplify, to just get rid of the whole center. He takes back with a pawn. Taking back with a bishop would have been maybe the safer, or at least kind of the option that tries to equalize on the spot. He takes back here, so he has isolated pawns, but a lot of space, a lot of potential on the b file, maybe later on. What do you make of this opening, Aman?
Yeah, it's immediately also showcasing his desire to play, right? Bishop takes c5, maybe more symmetrical, but instead he's happy to take this imbalance. The c-pawn is a bit of a target, but the pawn on b2 for Minh Le is a clear target. Queen b6, we're likely to see. Can't play rook b8 just yet, but sometimes you'll see black just, advance the pawns on the queen side, a5, a4, just really treat that pawn on b2 like target.
Yeah, and we'll see that unfold. Alireza, in the meantime, just plays the move h6, not allowing any Greek gift sacrifices or that pawn kind of hanging in any variations. The queen does come out, as he predicted there. And I see a lot of featured chats saying the faster the format, the better for Alireza, that the 5+1 is Minh Le's best chance. But I don't know. It feels like Minh Le's been playing a lot of bullet in the blitz format anyway, so maybe he'll be ready once the time comes for the quicker time controls.
Yeah, one of the phenomenons which is completely true is that usually the player that's like more used to maybe playing the faster time controls often plays the slower time controls very slow, because they're like, well, if it gets down to low time, like I've been there before, no problem handling that. And it's kind of what we're seeing from Minh Le. Maybe Alireza with this 5+1 just maybe has a little bit more experience, having played all these SCCs in the past.
Yeah, it's the dopamine hit. That's why these super quick players end up in time trouble. They need that rush. They need it. And in the meantime, bishop's coming off the board. That's very good news for Alireza. Now he's connected his pawns. These are hanging pawns, but for now they're very hard to attack, and that means it's going to be tough to get past them. The b pawn even more of a target than ever.
Yeah, and you could tell bishop takes d5 was played reluctantly. The g2 pawn was hit, and he was basically just not willing to play a move like f3 in that position. So, well, the only other option was to take on d5, but that corrects the pawn structure. The pawn on c5 is no longer isolated, and the pawn on b2 remains a target. So I think slowly but surely, Alireza is kind of wrestling control of this game.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful move, rook to a6. Maybe it will swing over to the center, maybe even the king side later, but more likely it's going to come onto the b file. And there we go. One pawn does step forward, but that's only going to lock down a big target. It's always a bit controversial pushing one of these 2 pawns forward, the hanging pawns, because you leave a weakness on another square that the white knight might use. But I think this is very justified here. Rook to b6 is going to be so hard to deal with long term.
Yeah, I think the move that Minh Le's been relying on is bishop e5, which is why he played knight e1. He didn't want to take that square from the bishop, and that's like his mechanism to defend this b-pawn. And so he's finally found time to make use of it. I first of all, I could see rook takes knight happening here, but I think his idea has been drop the bishop back to c3 and then bring the knight into the d4 square potentially. So
Okay, bishop trade offered now by Firouzja here. He wants to essentially get rid of all the defenders of the b2 square. I liked your rook takes d3 move. I think I would have just played it because it's kind of playing around this knight. It's just not going to work out long term. Sooner or later, you need to get rid of it. So knight e1, I could imagine as well. But knight d4, I think, yeah, probably a good move. But at some point, black might even just eliminate that knight and just be left with a superior minor piece.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm kind of waiting in the future for black to play pawn to a4 to really clamp down. There are some ideas where white can play b3 or b4 because the c-pawn wouldn't want to move because it's stuck defending the knight. So I know that a4 will really secure things. And unfortunately, David, a little bit more of the same in terms of the time. We're looking at about a minute and a half up against 4 minutes for Alireza, who basically is playing equal or even better moves, but much faster.
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's full of confidence right now, Alireza, and Minh, the head on hands kind of body language we've seen. It's getting worse and worse. And knight e1.
And that's just a huge blunder.
He's hung a pawn. Rook takes f2.
Yep.
Game over.
So Alireza just looked to the side. I wonder if he was pulling up Minlei's camera there, which would be a very good indicator of whether this was a blunder or not. What? He doesn't see it? Are we serious right now? Is Alireza too chilled out? What is that miss?
That's mutual blindness, we call it in chess, right? When you just don't expect your opponent to blunder. You assume a strong grandmaster, they don't blunder one movers. Rook takes f2 would have won the queen, but maybe it was pity at Man. What do you think? How did he miss that?
I can't believe it. I honestly think he was too chilled out. He's always looked super relaxed here, and maybe the knight has made an appearance on e1 in this game so far that when he saw it there again, he was like, oh, okay, there's that move again. But like you said, mutual blindness, because you never expect that level of a mistake from your opponent who's just that good.
Yeah, and ironically, he was actually allowing this pawn to drop on the last move because he would have cut the coordination between the two white rooks by bringing his knight back to d3.
That's
and
funny.
then he might have seen rook takes f2.
Yeah, exactly.
But...
He played knight e5 so he could threaten knight d3, threatening rook f2.
Yeah, if you don't see it the first time, at least seeing it the second time, there's no better time than on the next move. So rook to g6. I'm again wondering, what's the idea? Rook takes pawn. Does he want to attack the white queen potentially? Ooh, f4. That is drastic.
Very committal, but he's basically trying to say this knight on e1 holds the fort on g2, and you move your knight. I'm grabbing d5, and hopefully the c-pawn falls as well, and it just turns into, kind of a pawn feast. Just take everything in sight.
Yeah. Given a question mark, that move, because of what Alireza just did. Clearance sacrifice, gave up one of his strongest pawns just to create an even stronger square, an outpost for the black knight. That is beautiful. And now, wow, he doesn't even trade off the queens. And the white rook would have saved itself by going to d8. Now he's threatening this pawn and the rook. It's a fork. That's beautiful, Aman. He's winning material.
Yeah, he had this one planned out probably when he played c3, which just shows you the level of calculation. And with 10 seconds and this position in front of you, it's really hard to keep this in check.
Yeah, maybe he planned that one when he retreated his knight back earlier to e5.
Yeah, exactly.
Not taking an f2 instead.
Oh. That'll show us.
Yeah, there's also a pawn hanging on h3 if the white rook had taken the black knight. So he instead jumps forward, but he's a rook down. There must be a way for black to simplify here. He gets the queens off the board.
Yeah,
it's going to be a nice up at the end. Game over.
You can just pile up on the, knight e2 will win the f-pawn, and yeah, he's going to let that one go. Of course, 5-1. Alireza jumps out to another, an even further lead. And honestly, David, it's really been the story of the black pieces. Alireza has been scoring big time when he's playing with black here.
Yeah, that's his second consecutive win with black. He's won 2 games with black, 2 games with white, 4-point lead. He's doing it all, and just waiting for the next game to begin. What does he need to do differently, though, Minlay? Because his openings have been fine. It's just somehow later in the games, he's just being outmaneuvered and the tricks begin and he's unable to keep pace.
Yeah, it's really tough to pinpoint exactly, but there's usually a moment sort of in the mid game, and for me in that last one, it was when he had to play bishop takes on d5, because his game was good when he was playing against that weak c pawn, but when he had to correct the pawn structure, I felt that Alireza was in control ever since then. So it's those minute misses in the mid game, missing queen b7 and having to trade the bishops unfavorably. I think those are the small things that are actually manifesting into larger results.
Yeah, there's always the small details, and we've talked about the clock. That's maybe the one obvious big thing, but yeah, I agree. Bishop takes bishop already. We both kind of felt it. We smelt the danger, and again, it was the trend, the momentum. Felt like
and if Alireza could just lean in, we could see the board, I think, in his glasses there. I've almost got it. We could get one of those ultra zooms. Then they're both wearing glasses, so if we get real zoomed in here, we might be able to see what's going on.
That's very creative.
I'm seeing a knight on e7, David. Here we go. Yeah.
Wow, you have better eyesight than me, that's for sure. But in the meantime, we saw the Italian game here. We missed the first few moves, but we jump in. Very tense middle game. Aman, I'm always slightly biased towards the white side just because I struggle when I have black, when I have these doubled e-pawns. But they do give some kind of measure of activity along the f-file. So in practical terms, Minlay, maybe with some chances here.
Yeah, this is actually, I guess, a relationship or a bit of coordination that you see quite often dealing with this open f-file in these e4, e5 positions with the doubled e-pawns. You'll often see white kind of connect the knights, knight h2 and knight f3, and then that allows g3 to be played a little bit more confidently because, of course, the knight on f3 immediately becomes a target. So, as you mentioned, king up to g2, the knight and the queen watching over f3. That allows a move like d4. And don't forget about that rook on a2. Alireza is just showing like perfect understanding here. Guarding the f2 pawn, can also swing over to d2, support the center. Really such a flexible piece.
Yeah, he's the master of this opening, as we mentioned. I probably lost the biggest game of my career as black in the Grand Swiss against Alireza in the Italian. So I know all too well about his understanding in these types of positions. He can play it positionally. He often likes to go straight for the attack as well. Quick bishop g5 type of ideas. But here he's being very strategic about it. He'll overprotect f2, like you said, overprotect d4. And black is just a bit cramped. And
I would expect some issues here with the bishop. It's really all about whether that bishop on b6 activates, because it's kind of sitting, it's guarding c7. It's in a square that really can't be bothered unless the knight reroutes to c4, but it's not doing anything with the d pawn there.
Mm-hmm. And black's been going back and forth with the queen, back and forth with the rooks. h4 now, hinting that h5 might come. Probably not yet, as the pawn would become quite weak. But black's knight doesn't have anywhere to jump either. Just very hard to get active with any of these pieces.
Yeah, at some point you're kind of reduced to thinking about the breaks. d5, e5, black needs to get something going. Of the two, it's really difficult to pick, but maybe e5 just because it nudges the d pawn a little bit and tries to activate that bishop on b6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I guess he's reluctant to trade queens for now, but he gets out of the way with his king instead. Definitely e5 on the table, I think, in the very near future. The c-file pressure a bit awkward. A lot of maneuvering going on. I don't hate black's position, actually. It's very passive, but at least he doesn't have kind of any immediate threats to be dealing with, so he can just move. And he's keeping a bit better pace on the clock now.
Yeah, that's right. He's finally going to double the rooks. I do think the rooks should be doubled on the f-file. It seems to make the correct threats. And that knight on e7 needs to be improved. I start looking at maybe knight g8, knight f6, but it's so difficult to put it on the right square.
Very, very difficult. And another thing, you're great at predicting the future today. I must say, knight c4, it's in the air. You saw it, what was that, 10 moves ago? And it might be his next move now.
Yeah, and he really had to work for this because it wasn't so obvious 10 moves ago that knight c4 was going to happen. But you mentioned it's such a maneuvering game. No one has really made significant progress in those 10 moves, but Alireza has slowly but surely been watching the f2 pawn, waiting for the moment, and we see a combination of ideas. Knight to c4, but then pawn to e5.
Yeah, pawn to e5. The black bishop has woken up. Oh, there's a lot of pressure now on the f2 square. White is a bit tangled up. Knight takes e5 doesn't work because the rook takes comes with a check. Oof, suddenly it's getting a bit scary for Alireza. If black gets a couple more moves, like queen into g4, maybe knight into g6, starting to create some threats.
Yeah, I actually think the knight on d2, watching over f3, it was a lot better for white when it was on h2. A bit counterintuitive, but when it was tucked away, there's no issues on the d file. The g4 square would be covered. I think it was actually a lot better on h2. Now sitting on d2, your idea queen g4 and knight g6, I think that's very problematic. And we're seeing the time equalize the most that we've seen maybe in this match.
Prediction time, Aman. Is this the game that Minh finally breaks his duck and gets his first win?
I'll say yes. I'll say yes. It definitely looks like he's built things up in a nice way. I think we're far from, a guarantee. He's actually had much nicer positions than this one, but one of them has got to give, and the bishop on b6 is going to be very strong for a long time.
Yeah, as long as the attack potentially continues, as long as the queens remain on the board, black, I think, enjoys having this bishop. Queen to d7, given an exclamation point, that is because he's covered the g4 square, stopping the black queen from using that launch pad. Great defense there from Firouzja, but he needs to keep it up.
Yeah, knight g6 is going to target the queen, and there's still that knight f4 idea. I wonder if that queen is going to drop all the way back to h3.
Yeah, definitely possible. Yeah, I don't really see any other moves, to be honest. King h3 to play the queen back to g4.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I don't think it quite works right now. And okay, Firouzja definitely under pressure. 30 seconds in it. Easier to play for Minh. This is a must-win game, I think. If he wants to have any chance of striking back in this match, he needs to turn the momentum here and now.
Agreed. Also, looking at the e2 rook, it does kind of find itself loose because of the queen placement on h5. So many variations, I think, where that could play a factor. And, it's got me thinking about ideas like even bishop d4, anything to play against the fact that knight on f3 can't move. And we were just talking about this. Look at king h3.
Wow. I didn't think this worked, but maybe it does. I think there's a forced draw line. If rook takes knight, if everything comes off the board, I'm just going to very quickly put this on. This is going to be my moves, everyone, not Minh. He's thinking right now. But if everything gets traded, I thought this wasn't possible. But right at the end, white might have a draw. Queen takes knight and a check, and the black king will not escape here. That is incredible calculation from Firouzja to work out that he can play this move. And one more go, he gets queen g4, queens come off, he's safe.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in that variation, I mean, Minh has to kind of go all in for that, and that's why he's got his hands on his head. If he wants to keep playing the position, he might risk losing it, right? If he plays knight g6, the idea that we've been discussing, queen g4, does look to be a very, very powerful one.
Yeah, if the queens come off, suddenly black's position, the whole dynamic changes. He's got a weakness on e5, isolated pawn there that can be easily targeted. The black bishop suddenly will be staring into thin air. The white knight might just come and take it off the board. Queen trade will change everything. He does go for this line. Oh, wow, it's queen takes e7 instead. I didn't even see that one. I thought he had something else planned, but okay.
What about rook f7 here? Rook f3 to f7. It's almost a little concern for the rook on e2.
Wow, that wasn't played. That's fascinating. Maybe white had to play a move like g4 there, but hey, instead we find ourselves in an endgame. Queens are off, but black is a pawn up, man. So still some chances.
Yeah, for sure. Understandable. The thing is, knight c4 is such a great square for that piece. And even playing down a pawn here, if those rooks disappear, it's still a very tough endgame.
To take or not to take. He doesn't take yet. The black rook defends a pawn. Knight takes bishop, will be met by the rook sliding one square across, pinning, and then taking back the pawn next. No, he doesn't play that.
No. Uh-oh. He was shaking his head with 5 seconds. He did not plan that out right. And if anything, Alireza has found himself in a better spot.
Wow. White's king is more active. The backwards c pawn might be an issue. The white rook gets in. Okay, the bar drops. It should now be closer to a draw, but Alireza with the clock situation, he's going to try and press this, and Minh needs a bit of a miracle to win it himself. Maybe the white rook comes back. There we go, just to stop the black king getting active. And
Ooh,
soon,
b6 looks interesting.
Ooh. Maybe g5 in the near future as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all Alireza. And at this point, you got 6 seconds. It's tough to have the right reaction ready for every single move. I still am interested in this b6 idea, but not when the king's on d6.
Yeah, not yet. But the idea is b6 followed by the rook coming across and winning those pawns. That looked very strong. He can play on both flanks here. He can really stretch the black defenses.
g5, time for your idea. I like this one.
Yeah. Ooh, apparently he was winning there. I wonder whether a rook trade would have been enough for white there with the passed e-pawn. The bar temporarily said +5 for white, so maybe the rook trade was winning, but he doesn't want to gamble when he doesn't have time to calculate.
Right.
Oh, now the black rook gets in, though.
Yeah, definitely oh my goodness, time. Time is always a killer, and it has been this entire match. 6-1, and you can just feel that Minh is realizing all these misses are adding up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just constantly on the back foot, constantly trying to navigate these complicated positions with just 5 seconds left, whether it's a fiery middle game, whether it's a rook ending. It's just impossible. I mean, we've all been there. Like, we've all been in situations where we're uncomfortable, but having no time just compounds everything. And we're back to this variation of the Queen's Gambit. White's king is going to move up the board. There is a threat of queen to c2 with ideas of taking a pawn, of bishop to e4. This is still mainline theory, but Aman, I do fear now that was another missed opportunity that slipped away, and maybe that's going to signal the beginning of the end for Minh here.
Yeah, I'm really wondering also about your idea queen c2 in the current position. I guess f5 could be the idea, or maybe that bishop a6 is such an interesting threat that it just doesn't matter. But I was looking at queen c2 there.
Mm-hmm. He plays it now, so threatening both bishop e4 and bishop takes pawn, but bishop a6 was the remedy, as you pointed out there. And,
right.
It's just a question now of whether white can use the open c file to any avail.
Yeah, it pretty much comes down to that. I think that if black plays knight d7, knight f6, I can see things working out. But something as simple as, I was going to say, bishop takes a6 and queen c4, sometimes just trading the queens there and just having the c file, that's enough of an advantage to play for a win in these types of positions.
Yeah, 100% agree. He should have taken on a6. Like, the black knight would have been a bit rubbish on the edge of the board. And instead, it's looking like it could become a very strong piece on e4 or d5. I think I would still take white just because of the c file, but yeah, maybe it could have been even better for Minh. He keeps getting these kind of half chances. He just needs to turn it into something bigger.
Yeah, there's the queen trade. That makes perfect sense. Because look, if you get rid of the queens, maybe get rid of the knights as well, there's a clear edge for white. But he's really had positions like this before and just not made anything of them. So I'm wondering whether that's going to happen again. I mean, how does Alireza keep finding ways out of positions that they should be worse in?
Yeah, and now it feels like the moment to trade queens. Maybe the white rook can slide. Okay, I was going to say slide back to c6, attack a pawn, maybe slide to a6, bring the other rook up. Instead, he'll be forced to trade. And black should be fine now.
Yeah, because you can play rook c6, but first of all, black has a lot of counterplay with b4. Really have to watch out for that. And also the move rook b6. Every pawn is now taken care of.
Yeah, if black gets 2 more moves and puts the king on d7, kind of shutting away or just covering all the infiltration squares or the entry squares, then it's just totally level. So final moment that he could try and do something. Just feels like the window's closed though. Rook here, like you said, rook b6, or just king e7 now.
Yeah, I agree. I think the window has closed on that idea, which means I'm looking more at like f3, g3, e4, trying to take the center. But 4 minutes and 19 seconds, Alireza has barely used any time. He's now equalized the position. He's now playing with that kind of confidence in his play where he can take a worse position. He knows that it is slightly worse, but he's also getting to be so confident in his ability to outplay his opponent.
Yeah, you can tell the body language. Earlier he was leaning back. We were joking about that. Now he's half leaned forward, but he's not even kind of fully alert because he knows he's kind of got his opponent's number. But Aman, this could be the last game of this portion of the 5+1. If he wants to sit on it, just kind of take some time off the match clock. Do you think this would suit Alireza, a quick draw and then one more game? Or do you think he'd be happy for this to be the last one?
Honestly, he's in such a good position. I think either is fantastic. More games, based on what we've seen, should only favor Alireza. If I'm Minh, I honestly kind of want the segment to end. So if you're thinking what your opponent doesn't want, probably for Alireza, it would be, another game.
Yeah, the one thing Minh definitely doesn't want is to lose this one, and it's still fine for White, but Black's been making a lot of progress. I'm not sure what White's really been achieving. The Knight a bit stuck on d2, stopping the Black Knight coming in. Ooh, a4 at the right time could create a square.
Yep.
Probably it's just level, but yeah, momentum Black.
Absolutely, the Knight can slide back to b6, rook a8, and maybe at some point you play d5 and knight c4 and sink the knight in like that.
Yeah, I just see the clock and I just feel the trend. I'm a bit worried. Probably he'll find a way to simplify, maybe rook b1 now, king c6, and just repeat the position. I think this would be a very logical end to the game. And there we go. We get one more in the 5+1 portion. The draw for Minh there.
Yeah, looking like it'll be just one more game, and Alireza sticking with bishop c4 instead of bishop b5. I think he's pretty resolved in that decision for now. It's been working a lot better. What we've seen in the last couple of games with the white pieces, David, is completely night and day from how things were in the first two games where Minh was playing this really energetic f5 move, and honestly, it's completely shifted. I haven't seen him with that good of an opening since then.
Yeah, that's kind of at this level, that's pretty much how openings work, right? Like if you walk into an opening surprise, you might get hit, you might be flustered, you might end up in a losing position, just like Alireza in the first game of the day. But if you find something that you're very comfortable with, maybe that the opponent hasn't got anything forcing prepared, then it just becomes a kind of fair fight, and Alireza seems very, very comfortable here. So d4, he strikes first in the center. He can nab the bishop pair anytime he wants. This looks like a very logical start to the game.
Yeah, in a position that he's found himself in before, maybe with a different move order. We've seen that Minh has continued sometimes with knight h5, queen f6, but it was dealt with so nicely last time by Alireza, king h2, knight g1, that he's kind of going for a different idea this time. Bishop e6, immediately I'm looking at the e5 pawn, but a lot of the times when that bishop on c1, it's not yet developed, David, maybe the queens exchange and the rook has to depart from the e4 pawn to level the material.
Yeah, we can quickly show that while he thinks here. Alireza, he made a move. Yeah, there would have been back rank problems. Just to point out, pawn takes pawn. There might have been some issues. If the white queen had captured and white had tried to grab a pawn, we could have seen some exchanges. And at the very end, typical back rank sacrifice. Knight takes e4, hitting this pawn now, and the white rook can't capture due to a checkmate. But only one move in the game since, h3 from Alireza, deals with that back rank mate idea and covers the often important g4 square.
Yeah, h3 now makes you think, oh, okay, well, if that was the issue, the line previously, maybe pawn takes e5 is now the renewed threat. And so that's what you start to think about here if you're Minh. Another thing is, I'm wondering about pawn takes on d4. Sometimes there's an idea to even capture on c4 and play d5, capture on e4 and play d5. So there's all of a sudden these different tactical ideas that suddenly seem tempting.
Yeah, and given a question mark, White's last move, taking with the pawn is probably what he wanted, but I think he was afraid of some of those ideas he suggested, but maybe he'll try the same now. Okay, rook to e8 first, but often on the cards, knight takes e4, d5 type of ideas, as you mentioned. Not easy to stop now.
No, because it looks like queen f3 runs into knight e5 pretty comfortably, and some material falling there by the looks of it. So yeah, bishop d3 has to be played. If the bishops are maintained, bishop back to c2, bishop d2, and slowly get the pieces out, I can see Alireza, I can see what he wants from the position, but wouldn't be surprising if Minh had a path forward here that the engine is spotting that's just saying, look, White is so far behind in development, you need to strike now. And I think that's kind of what this d5 move is.
Yeah, and that's, again, good tip for everyone at home. Normally, if you're facing the bishop pair, you can't give your opponent time. You normally want to accelerate the play because bishops do gain in power later in the games. So, yeah, you normally want to go on the attack or kind of force something, gain something in return. Here, black has gained an isolated queen's pawn to target, occupying the square in front. So 2 knights versus 2 bishops. I don't actually hate the chances here for the knights.
Yeah, I really like what Minh has here. I'm expecting queen d7. Didn't think that knight h4 was necessary, and he's going to pay for it here by allowing d5. The number one thing you can never allow against an isolated pawn. Basically, queen d7 without knight h4, David. The knight's coming from f6 to d5. It's an amazing position, and the head is shaking because he's processing exactly this. And Firouzja seizes that opportunity to get rid of his weakness.
Exactly. You called it there. With the knight back on g6, this would have been a perfect plan. The other knight sits on d5, and then you can go hunting. Then you can start trying to attack the white king later. But now he's got split pawns. Now he's facing the bishop pair in a very open position. It's no longer blocked. And that's why the eval bar says almost +2 advantage for white, despite the fact it's level material. The knights have no good outposts long-term. Any trades here, queens, rooks, are going to favor white.
It's an incredible swing. It really is. From what should have been almost a no-risk, blockaded position, knight coming to d5. Instead, look how wide open the position is. Now there's a weakness on c6. The bishops are thriving here, and the time once again is opening up in the worst way. 4 minutes to about 1.5 minutes. I feel like we've seen that exact difference many games in this match.
Yeah, and more often than not, they've turned out poorly, unfortunately, for Minh. So, okay, rook takes rook. Maybe going to happen, at least in the 3+1 portion. Aman, he won't be as far behind on the clock. Well, hopefully. But yeah, this position is going to be tough to defend with no time for Minh.
And we did just see the match clock of the 5+1 portion officially expire. And this game is still very important. As long as the game is in progress, remember, the result absolutely still counts. But we will not see another game in the 5+1, which means really just looking ahead here to the 3+1 portion for both of these players. And Alireza is looking like he'll be out to what could be a 7.5, 1.5 lead.
Wow, that is almost insurmountable. In the meantime, Minh is trying to seek counterplay with his knights. They do look a bit menacing here, the 2 black knights, especially if another one lands on h4. There's going to be all sorts of tactics. So Alireza is calculating whether he can get greedy, take a pawn, and risk his queen being a bit offside for a few turns. What do you think? Is it worth it?
It's a decision, I think, that he's actually leaned in to the point I know he's probably really thinking about it. Myself, I'm looking at how good the position is without that pawn, and it feels like enough of an advantage that I wouldn't feel the need to take the risk, because I expect I would be confident here, even if the a pawn is on the board.
Yeah, that's a very kind of good piece of advice for everyone. Again, if you're thinking about whether to go pawn hunting, ask whether you need to. He's done the hard work already. Like, he's got the bishop pair, he's got weaknesses to target long term, so maybe just trying to keep things safe. moves that come to mind would be maybe bring the queen back towards the center, just control everything.
Right.
What else here? Not
Yeah,
too
I'm
many
also
other.
wondering, is G3 a little bit too much? Worried about the light squares, but also excited to maybe put my bishop on G2.
Yeah, I like G3 as well, but he does take the pawn. Very brave. The eval bar drops slightly, but not enough to seriously worry Alireza here. The rook needs to find a safe square, though. Where to run to? Off the board feels like the first rank might become a bit weak, but maybe
It feels like one of those positions like Queen C7, like, one of these sort of cagey moves where you make another threat. So I'm not sure if it's going to be something like that, but I feel like the engines never recommend moves like Rook B1 here,
Yeah, he goes for a very similar idea that you mentioned to the one you mentioned, Queen keeping an eye on the black rook.
Like this one is a bit better.
Passive is not good.
Yeah, exactly. I like this one because it has the idea of Queen B4 in the position. And okay, inviting a lot of different ideas here. Knight E2, Knight H3. Hang on a second.
Yeah, some of these knight takes
Also,
G3
wait, hang
was
on a
also...
second. Yeah, could we just take it? Yeah, I completely forgot about that until you said it.
Oh, wow. There was potentially a very strong sequence there. Knight takes H3 was a miss. Let's just... Oh, I don't know if we have time to go back and show it, but there were other options, much more promising ones. Knight back to G5. He's threatening a check, but now the white queen can swoop back.
And that will be a big time move. And really, white just needs some move like B4 to fully stabilize that bishop. And then, basically any trade of just about anything, especially the queens, will more or less secure a victory due to the outside passed A pawn.
Yeah, queen's off the board. Game over. So queen D3 or bishop D3 are the two moves that stop black from delivering a check on E4. Everything's covered.
I'm not sure that... Is there a threat? Like, I'm not that concerned here. So maybe I would, start running the pawns. I mean, if you don't see anything, get it going.
Yeah, the black knights don't have many productive jumps right now. H5 is kind of a typical move, but now B4, just start pushing maybe. And, he tries to get the queens off first.
Yeah, understandable. Naturally, it should be, avoided, ignored.
Oh, that might be the clincher. Now
no.
the queens are definitely coming off. Knight takes bishop, queen takes, and black cannot defend the knight if he wants to run away with the queens. This is over now.
Yeah, because the knight is, I mean, even bishop C4 here is quite unpleasant to win the F pawn. But he says, I don't need that. I can just win the entire night. Bishop A6, bishop B7, and that will be it. He resigned with 0.1 seconds on the clock, an achievement in its own right. And the score increases even further, David, to 7.5 points for Alireza. And I mean, was there something left on the table there, David? I keep thinking to that variation that you were mentioning with, I don't know, maybe was it a knight takes G3 in that final game? Because that was the biggest opportunity maybe for Minh Le.
Yeah, we see Minh Le there kind of playing through the game. He was definitely analyzing what went wrong, and he had one opportunity the whole game. It was after G3, head in hands now. He could have played knight takes G3 and attacking the bishop. The knight has to be captured. The queen goes back with a check. And the key move, maybe what he'd missed here, is that after queen to E1, white has to bring the king back. And now knight takes pawn, and the attack continues. Black has so many pawns now, and the white bishop is dropping in a lot of lines on C5. This would have been a winning advantage for black.
David, that's amazing, because queen back to E1 there is so, like, it just really doesn't make sense to me. So I can understand fully why he missed that move. And you're showing the variations here. Knight E2. That just goes to show the margins, right? For these victories against these tough players. Like, bishop G2, queen H5. There you go.
Yeah, this would have been a forced mate if white didn't want to jettison a lot of material there. So big missed opportunity. We see the accuracies. It was actually very high for Minh Le, considering he lost, but it was just that one chance. And that's what it comes down to. It's the same old story. He's had one chance in several games, but failed to take any of them.
And the scoreline does increase. 7.5 is the final total there in the 5+1 portion for Alireza Firouzja over Minh. We're about to go into the 3+1, but before we do, we hope these players are staying focused and energized, David, as everyone as well can level up their chess game with Neuro. The energy and focus products have got you covered with a natural caffeine and vitamins for when you need to lock in, where you can reduce stress and stay centered with calm and clarity. After a long day, make sure you wake up refreshed with these sleep and recharge melt-away mints, because good energy is your best opening. Whether you need more energy, more calm, or more rest, stay sharp with Neuro, and you can save 15% with code CHESS15 at go.chess.com/Neuro. And that means we will take a short break. David, I think everyone probably needs a break after that one. If you're Minh, you have a big mountain of games to overcome, but at least 3+1 is that more familiar format. Definitely, a regular Title Tuesday player. I think this is a moment where maybe he has to strike, but certainly he'll be looking to.
Yeah, exactly. Minh has won several Title Tuesdays, so I do think he should take confidence from the fact he'll be a bit more in his comfort zone. 5+1, you don't know whether to play too quickly. You'll kind of end up playing too slowly if you kind of delve too deeply. So we'll see. Probably it's going to be tough to claw back such a big kind of deficit now, but at least he's got to start somewhere. He needs his first win on the board.
And there you go. Well, you heard it from David. We'll be right back with the 3+1 portion of this Speed Chess Championship 2025 after this.
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past that. High fades, but good energy, that stays. Workout, workday, whatever. We're here for it all damn day. It's never just one thing. Be ready for everything. Mind sharp, focus locked. Don't just move forward. We've got good energy. Neuro Gum and Mints.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round up the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
Garry Kasparov was a hero kind of for me, because when I was a kid back in 85, 86, I was less than 10 years old when he became the youngest world champion. And I remember together with my sister Sophia, we could very much appreciate his energetic style, his play, his charisma. But of course, in those times, there were no internet, so we were watching some Soviet television and following the games and matches. Later on in 87, when he had to defend his title, it was a long classical match, 24 games. He was 1 point behind. And in the last game, he had to win. He was in a must-win situation with the white pieces. And I remember how much we were rooting for him. And he was able to do that with a very special strategy to equalize the match. But in those times, that was the rule, that if you equal the match, the world champion keeps the title. And then, of course, in those times, I was dreaming that one time I will be playing against Kasparov. And just a year later, in '88, I was playing together with my sisters at the Olympiad for the first time, and that time in the women's section, winning the Olympiad. And it was so special to see him next to me playing. We were playing on the same stage. I was like 12 and a half years old. I was killing everybody in the Olympiad. So people noticed my performance, including Kasparov. And after I made the best performance, 12 and a half out of 13, there were journalists asking him, for example, what do you think about Judith's performance? And he said, well, she plays incredible. She's going to be a women's world champion. And then when they asked him whether, do you think you're ever going to be playing with her? Then he said, no. This game, there's so much tension, right? So he was not able to imagine that. And just a few years later, in '94, that was the first occasion when I was able to play with him. And that was a very memorable game because there were some interesting things, an issue, there's some special videos. That's another story. And later on, I got to play with him in many occasions. It was very hard for me to play against him because I felt for a long time that basically Kasparov comes into the playing hall, sits down opposite to me, and without making a single move, I'm just going to be losing. So I needed quite some time until I was able to give him a great challenge. And even if I lost at the end, even then I gave some interesting positions, he was sweating and so on. And then the breakthrough was in 2001 when I was playing in Linares again with him. We played a mini match because there were 8 players, so we were playing with white and black. And there I could find really my strategy, how to make him sweat and make his life difficult. And it was a very balanced mini match, 2 draws. And then later on, the big step for me with Gary, it was when he invited me to have a training session with him in Makarska, where he usually spent his summers. And that was a very special experience to see Kasparov from close up, from morning till evening, when he's just casual in a short and shirt, telling stories, eating, chatting, laughing at the same time, some hours of the day, training and analyzing some King's Indian positions. And being him curious about my knowledge in that opening. So that was very special experience. And then later on, he retired from chess. That was a very interesting thing. But before that, I won against him in one game. So that was very special for me. And I think for the world that I won in 2002 when we played in Moscow, the rest of the world against Russia. And that was a very important victory for me. And then later on, we were working together on different projects. We are both going very much supporting chess in education, where we are kind of teaming up sometimes, supporting each other's foundations and thoughts. So Gary is a very unique and special GOAT in the chess world.
And welcome back, everyone. We've got the 3+1 portion ahead of us in this SCC match between Minh and Alireza Firouzja. David, we've seen utter domination so far, right? I think that's one way to say it. Alireza has looked better, but I think it begs the question, you know, pre-match and now, are we kind of on track for what we saw? Or are we ahead of schedule in terms of the Alireza domination?
That's right. Here at Chess.com, we crunched the numbers beforehand. We made some predictions, and this is what we were told. That Alireza had a 94% win probability of the match. I think, if anything, that's gone up now. We were told that he would probably win all the sections to a score of 5.5 to 2.5. I thought that might be generous, but he smashed that Aman, and it looks like it's going to be tough now for Minh to kind of pick up any momentum. He needs somehow. There we see he's stretching. He wants to fight back, but he needs something to go very, very differently.
Yeah, and even though we're obviously in the middle of the match here, it does feel like a little bit of a reset and a chance to start fresh. And I say that because actually the beginning of the 5+1 section was very good for him. So if he can start the 3+1 as if it's that new match, I think there's a good chance for him to at least begin the 3-1 section the way he began the 5-1, and things could definitely pick up.
Yeah, it's all about that fast start, getting a good opening, and then capitalizing. His last move was given a question mark, by the way. I studied this a while ago, back when it became popular in the 2018 World Championship match, but e5, I believe, was very strong for black after bishop to e2, which was a bit of a blunder. And question mark this time from Alireza. Eval bar shoots up, and now Minh deciding which knight to take, first of all, but probably this one, which way to take, with the queen or with the pawn. Takes with the pawn.
Yeah, decides with the pawn. I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what do you think here? Why was the eval bar showing such a high evaluation? First of all,
yeah, I really don't think there was like a one move knockout, but now that you've got me thinking about one move knockouts, I mean, knight g5, perhaps that move, synergizes well with the queen on c2, because the only way to deal with it is g6. And that's not really a move that you want to see. Coupled with bishop c4 making an appearance, I think maybe that's why we see the move h6.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. And just checking with the computer now, it does look like White had the opportunity just a few moves ago to play knight g5 before taking on d5. And we would have seen the same thing, just a much better version for White. Now the knight's going in the wrong direction. And knight to d4, still good for White, still a healthy position, given a question mark. But it's going to be harder to generate an attack now.
Yeah, you really want to correct the pawn structure here. There is maybe the reality that if you take with the bishop on d4, perhaps knight b4 is a little bit of an idea. So got to be careful maybe which way you actually recapture. But for the most part, I think White is looking to play c takes on d4, and maybe we'll see again like bishop to f3 or bishop c4. It's not clear to me that Alireza's queenside pawns are mobile yet, so they're not looking very dangerous.
Yeah, especially after that last move. A6 was necessary. In order to not take that knight, you also needed to prevent the move knight to b5. So, okay, we actually do see a knight trade, and there was a temporary threat to trap the black queen, but that has been solved. The black bishop retreated, creating an escape square that the black queen will probably use now. And still small advantage for White due to pressure on these pawns, but shouldn't be enough now to cause too much trouble to Firouzja, who actually gives up one of those pawns. Very interesting move there.
Yeah, that was a really quick decision as well. Bishop takes on c6. I mean, I'm wondering if it's bishop b3 or if he has another move in store, because he made that decision very quick. He wasn't for a second going to entertain bishop b7, for example, or anything like that.
Yeah, these top players, they always defend actively if they can. And wow, Minh is allowing bishop to c4. That is risky and a half. And okay, we see a reaction on the camera from him. It's just a one-move blunder. He's not dead. He's still got sufficient compensation, but he definitely didn't mean to sacrifice the exchange there.
And I think what actually happened there was he was lulled into this false sense of security because Alireza was kind of sacrificing pawns, and it looked like he was maybe trying to equalize. And he thought that was continuing when actually Alireza was setting up an even bigger threat. So kind of maybe unintentionally crafty by Alireza there.
Yeah, that's the most potent mix, right? When these top players, they get a little bit lucky as well, and tactics just happen to fall in their favor. It feels unfair, but that's how it goes. And okay, he has to hold this. He's got the bishop, very strong bishop as well on the light squares, and a pawn for the exchange here, so it should be enough. You could even imagine an endgame with queen trades, rook trades, still should be holdable for White.
Yep, and one thing is, Black would probably like to trade bishops. You trade the dark squared bishops. It's a little bit easier to manage the position. And wow, that is a wicked move, David. You're just pointing out bishop e5, deservedly earning a double exclamation mark.
But it's only a draw.
I mean, you'll take a draw there, but yeah, if that's the type of blunder that Alireza is allowing, it's, we've seen worse.
Yeah, deflection sacrifice, forcing the black queen away, and white was a rook down, so had to give perpetual check. Yeah, nice spot there by Minh at the end. But yeah, could have been a lot better, potentially, if he hadn't kind of messed up his move order just after the opening. And we're back to the Italian game for what feels like the umpteenth time here. Aman, what do you make of the player's insistence on repeating this opening?
Well, let's just say I understand Alireza's insistence. That's for sure. I have to say I've liked his handling of these positions a lot better than the Ruy Lopez, just against that line that Minh was bringing out. But this really feels like Alireza's bread and butter. You mentioned an opening he's been playing for such a long period of time. And so far, he's kind of got the upper hand in terms of the resulting position. So I understand why you want to keep going back.
Yeah, and here he has parted with his dark squared bishop for a knight. But watch out, there's a big threat to trap the black queen, knight h5. I fell for that once when I was very young. And I'll never forget that forget that move. So the black queen has to go back. Yeah, this is interesting. Black's still got this very powerful, at least potentially, this bishop on a7, but the rest of the position looks very nice for white. Lots of space, nice center.
Yeah, agreed. That rook on a2, we've seen just how flexible it is. One thing I was going to say is that the black knight is about to jump into the f4 square. So knight h5, although not trapping the queen, forcing it back and taking control of the f4 square is actually quite impactful.
Yeah, now far less attractive to play knight f4, which would only double black's pawns after a trade. So the white knight, having done its work, drops back. Now that knight wants to come into f5. Very interesting. I would have been reluctant to allow knight to f4, but black just improves the rook. At least he's level on time, and maybe that's the good thing, Aman, about the 3+1. Like, even if he's super slow Minh, he'll never be more than a minute or two down at the very maximum.
Exactly. You can't be 3 minutes down in a 3-minute game.
Well, yeah, unless your opponent plays lightning fast and you played very slowly in the first 3 moves. But yeah, it does feel like he's playing a lot more confidently, at least Minh. Maybe he knows now there's nothing to lose.
Right. That's a little bit liberating at times. I'm expecting maybe both players are going to be interested in moves like king h2, king h7, very common when dealing with knight f5 and knight f4, as we saw in a previous game. And the rook made its way from a2 to d2. So I'm getting this feeling that the bishop on a7, it's really become more noticeable that it's not really part of the game. So it reminds me of the previous game we saw, very, very similar, and it was just all hinging on whether that bishop would participate or not. So far, I like Alireza's game.
Yeah, and this is very classical stuff. Normally, if you push a pawn forward to g3, if you haven't fianchettoed a bishop, you normally want to put your king kind of behind it to cover all the holes, especially when you've got a dark squared bishop for the opponent and you're staring down at your king. You want to sit on the light squares, and shake of the head from Minh. He knows he's about to get steamrolled by pawns if he's not active, if he's not careful, but it's very hard to find any pawn breaks for black. It's a block center, and that favors the knight over the bishop.
Yeah, the one thing is that the bishop did gain access to the diagonal. So yes, white gained a lot of space on the queen side here, and black's pieces have been forced back, but there is this idea of eventually playing c6. Maybe you could even play it now, taking with the queen, but yeah, definitely I always prefer the knight compared to the bishop here, but I will say the bishop is more active than I've seen it in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the bishop could sometimes sit on d4, although for now it would get evicted by the knight. King to g7 given a question mark, maybe just a bit too slow, but rook d3 given a miss by Firouzja. I think just reluctant to push forward. Maybe that was one of the moments he could have done it. And,
but allowing rook f3, I don't know about that. I thought maybe f5 was the moment that you could play it, and maybe rook f3 kind of deals with that.
Yeah, that's a great shout. I think that's why we saw the red cross appear, Aman, because black should have lashed out It's all about timing, and always so kind of so difficult to know, especially in blitz, when the right moment is, when you're maneuvering around for ages. But here we go, tension finally occurring in the center here.
Yeah, and notice how the rook it slides back to d3, because now f5 would be a little bit much. You've got the d file opening. It's not as dangerous now that c6 has been seen on the board. And knight f3, you mentioned to kick the bishop out. I think we're going to see c5 as the reaction to just kind of stamp that bishop in the center. Although you allow b5, I think with f5 happening, you have to be happy.
Yeah. b5, there would also have been the black queen sliding potentially and hitting some pawns. So, okay, symmetrical pawn structure almost. Bishop is fantastic. Looks like a granite statue here. The white knight doesn't really want to take it. It would just be replaced by a passed pawn. And okay, big decision, Minh, allowing the pawn on b6 to survive. And f5, that is very, very active, given a question mark. But totally understand why he's going for this now.
Yeah, question mark seems a little bit harsh, if I'm being honest here. Taking on e4 is the big threat, so you have to do something about that. I was wondering for a second about rook e1, even giving up the b pawn, but instead he's captured and played rook b3, looking to stabilize. But I mean, there's pawn to e4, rook f6. I really like this idea to swing over and take the b pawn. I'm seeing some great counter chances.
Yeah, this looks like Minh can play without too much risk if he wants, just by taking this pawn off the board now. Maybe that would lead to simplifications that he's not ready for. Instead, he distracts the white rook away. The white king has broken the pin. And yeah, when all the dust settles, maybe it's going to be level somehow. But rook takes pawn followed by rook to b2 is probably what he was planning from afar.
Yeah, I think he's maybe underestimated knight takes d4 in that. And of course, a4 is also there to capture as well. So in this case, because the knight's not threatened, no need to capture the bishop just yet, but it is there at all times.
Yeah, so for now, white has got everything covered. I was going to say rook back to a2 just to cover this pawn. Looks like a very sensible option. If white gets one more move now and plays queen to e4, it feels like you're covering all the holes. Light squares. King g2, queen e4, light squared control.
Yeah, king g2 now looks... I guess it will be met by queen f5, trying to play pawn to e4.
Wow, he takes the bishop. I thought maybe knight d2 as well would have been an interesting pawn sacrifice to try and get the knight to a light square, but he's given black a very powerful protected passed pawn. Some danger here, maybe.
Yeah, queen d4. Queen c3 is a little bit more aggressive. I understand that one.
And it looks great for black, but the black king is a bit open. At least he's up on time. That's the first time in the match, Aman, that he's got more time on the clock, Minh, and the bar drops suddenly. Is it
there's
d2?
queen d3? What?
Oh no, he's blundered a pawn. Oh,
what?
He didn't protect g6.
He just didn't even understand that g6 was hanging there.
Oh my gosh. No.
I thought queen d3 to cover g6, and then you can kind of hide your king on h7. That is tragic, and just another miss in the crunch when, you know what? That could have been the exact start that he was looking for. Why does it feel so reminiscent of the beginning of the previous 5+1 section?
Exactly. It's deja vu. And Alireza Firouzja just keeping his calm there. He was in big trouble. Like you said, that queen d3 was the winning move, just protecting all the pawns. Minh, he's such a good bullet player, such a good blitz player. It's very surprising to see these one-move blunders. But it's because of the momentum of the match. It's because of the constant pressure that Firouzja is putting on him. At this point, it's just a question of like, how is the first win going to arrive when you build up these like massive advantages and they keep slipping away? It must be so frustrating.
Yeah, exactly right. And now I was going to say, don't know the exact reason why, but we have navigated towards another favorite of Minh, which is the London system. So maybe just out of the the results and the tough beats, you kind of go to something comforting that inside and out, and that's what he's got here. So I'm curious to see how this works for him, but you can tell just agonizing over the amount of points he's really left on the table, and it's been one move blunders. You said it best. These aren't long calculation errors. These are just missing that Alireza has a one-move threat in the position, not addressing it.
Yeah, it happens to us all, but it's just so frustrating for Minh here that for him, he's been doing it on a consistent basis. It's become a bit of a pattern, and it's in his head, as we saw with as we saw on the camera there. A favorite of his, the London system, Aman, but a favorite of yours as well, I believe.
Yeah, I'm known to dabble here and always. I do think that this position that he's got here it's in the like nothing special category, but all London positions are. So gotta be satisfied with something like this. I'm usually happy to see c takes d4 in the London when you get to recapture with the e pawn. And now I think you kind of switch to the other side a little bit. Knight f3, rook e1, queen e2. But it's very solid, as you can expect. The London does not yield a significant edge.
Well, it depends who's controlling the white pieces, whose hands the London system's in. But yeah, this one, it always looks innocuous until suddenly one side picks up a big advantage, or suddenly maybe the white queen gets in. It's a huge attack. I quite like the foundations here. Black lacks counterplay in these types of positions. So we'll see if Minh can turn that in his favor. Queen coming to g5, I guess, will always be hit by the knight retreating, though, evicting her. So a trade of pieces, and okay, Bar says slightly better for black, but I think in practical terms, very, very decent chances here for Minh.
Yeah, and the one thing that's actually annoying is the doubled pawns. It doesn't seem like much. Sometimes it almost feels like it helps, but if the pawn was on the h file, we could play pawn to h4, pawn to g3, king g2, all these sort of creepy crawly moves that improve the position. And now you see knight g4. Rook takes d5.
What's the idea here? Is
h4 maybe?
Yeah, must be h4. There's a pin on the e file, so white's won a pawn. But I don't know whether Ferrugia spotted this.
H4 is my panic move. That's my I just blundered. So what can I find? I didn't plan that out.
I mean, Ferrugia just blundered it, right? And okay, he's let the white rook out. Rook c5, rook g5. How is this still level according to the computer? Is it because the white rook is so stuck? But white's just
e5, I think, is that good. Like pawn to e5 on the next move must be that strong, because I'm shocked. Normally, you have these moves where you win a pawn, and if it's level, there's something immediate. But white has kept the pawn, kind of got out scot-free, and we're still looking at a position that is claimed to be equal.
Wow, Alireza didn't react, so maybe it's just pure genius. Maybe he didn't miss rook takes d5. Maybe he realized the white rook's in a bit of trouble. Although he did exhale a bit there and kind of sigh. So maybe realizing that he did miss something. e5, as you said, like even f3 met by e5 potentially. And
I was going to say even f4 met by e5.
Ooh. Oh, wow.
So yeah, I mean, we're looking at f3, f4, and we're still playing e5. I might just lock that move in as a pre-move at this point.
Then I'll play queen takes g4 or rook c6 or something, and then
yeah, it's the mind games. I have to predict that you're not a queen takes g4 guy here. I'll take my chances.
Wow, e5, and he's burning all his time trying to brace for impact here. Minh.
Okay, we've been talking about there's the e5 move. Oh man, we've been talking about how it's just you want to avoid the tilt, and I think this is one of those things that would actually just make me tilt, because that Alireza blundered it, rook takes d5, and yet here you are just getting smashed a couple moves later.
Wow, chess is so brutal. No time on the clock either. He's down to his last 10 seconds, and yeah, the knight just drops back. That bishop is pinned. It's dropping off the board. No compensation, and it popped up there. Alireza Ferrugia did win by resignation. I clicked it off there, sorry, but I can confirm Minh did resign, and wow, 10-2.
Yeah, the score keeps going up. 10-2 is a commanding lead. I mean, he's now also started the next portion, the 3+1, pretty much right where he left off. So he's saying it doesn't matter what time control we're playing. The games are going just about the same.
Yeah. In the meantime, a very interesting branch of the Italian bishop to d5 played. Black's spent a lot of time with the knight, but able to break out now with f5. The knight in h6 misplaced, but can sometimes jump back even sacrificing itself to g4. Knight c4 given a question mark. Okay, he's got to win at some point, Aman. He's got to just go for the king. He's got to try something. Maybe he's going to sack the exchange if the pawn captures on e4. Rook does instead.
Yeah,
I
that's
just feel for
frustrating.
Minlay at this point.
Sometimes you kind of plan out in your head, like, okay, if he does this, I'll make this dubious sack. And then your opponent doesn't even let you make the dubious sack. And you're like, oh, come on, man. Like, let me at least have the fun of rook takes f3. Because I like the look of it, but not if the queen can recapture.
Exactly. You only sacrifice a rook like this for a piece if you're shattering the opponent's pawns. In the meantime, there's a threat on the bishop, which will now retreat, most likely. Bishop takes knight doesn't look like something you want to rush into. Unless maybe you can break out with d4 very quickly afterwards.
Right.
But, yeah, interesting position.
Yeah, probably what he's considering. Otherwise, bishop b3 is kind of an automatic move. He ends up deciding on it anyway, probably because the threat remains. Pawn to d4 is still there in the position. May as well do it while, boxing that king in on h8. Bishop looks really, really powerful on b3.
Yeah, and now black has maybe a couple of moves before white does explode the center, which will favor the bishop pair, which will favor the white centralized pieces. So candidate moves, maybe the black bishop coming out, the knight dropping back to f7. Yeah, there's plenty of choice. Farouj is looking away. I think he's pretty confident right now as the time continues to tick for Minlay.
Yeah, and there's a couple moves that I really liked, but they were all with this knight on e7 hanging. So I want to move my queen maybe out to g6, but you have to deal with the e7 knight. Knight to g6, I was going to say expecting d4, and if the rook moves, maybe you try to play e4, but that looks like desperation. I mean, the e-pawn can't even be supported further by pawn to d5. So I'm concerned, especially because I don't see the knight on h6 or the knight on g6 with any forward moves.
Yeah, those knights are a bit stuck. The rook does retreat. The bar drops slightly. Maybe there were other squares to use, but yeah, e4 is the move you want to play, but risky, as you mentioned, knight d2, and this pawn might just drop off the board in the near future. So he's got to weigh up how much risk to take here, Minlay. Scary times for him, like almost Halloween. Rook to e1. What's he going to do?
Yeah, almost like I'm trying to find the courage to get rook a5 to work, but at the end of the day, white's never compelled to take on e5, so I'm worried that you can kind of just leave my rook looking silly there.
I like it though. Just why not? Just have some fun now. It's no guarantee he gets a chance to fight back in this match, so might as well play some cool looking moves. Queen d7's interesting as well, hinting maybe at a capture on h3 sacrifice.
Yeah, queen d7 is one of those moves where I'm hoping that my opponent believes in bishop h3 more than I do, because it's really not a threat, but I'm hoping it consumes their mental space,
Yeah, that's the type of move like that would definitely tilt me a bit and force me to burn 1 minute on the clock. But it's dangling. It's going to dangle over both sides' heads over the next few moves. This bishop takes h3 sacrifice. Maybe rook takes knight now, or knight takes.
Hey, we're getting into territory where I'm now considering it a little bit more, right? Because, okay, you took with the knight. I was going to say with the knight on g6, I'm jumping into the h4 square. But, okay, after knight takes e5 again, I think we've got it watched for the moment.
Yeah, knight c6. He's playing very pragmatic moves here. Minlay, the last few moves. Just wants to get rid of the bishop pair. Happy to trade off some pieces. I think he's totally fine here, actually. But it's just about whether he can get more with black, whether he wants more with black even, or it's just about stemming the bleeding.
Yep, bishop back to f3 would mark, either rook takes f3 or bishop takes h3 ideas in the position. So some things to avoid, and he's meanwhile going for what I always say is the smartest thing to do. Playing bishop knight against the bishop pair is just trade away the same color bishops that remain. So in this case, the light squared bishops.
Yeah, he might be achieving it by force, as you mentioned. Hard to dodge. Bishop f3, bishop takes h3. You don't really want to calculate. That's tough. Although maybe there it would have been fine. And we see everything come off the board. With rook to e1, Oh, does Black get tempted to take a pawn?
Yes,
That's a big
immediately
question.
yes. It's
Nothing
been a
to
rough
lose.
go this match so far. If I see a dangling A2 pawn, I'm already there.
Yeah, you're speaking my language, Shaman. I think most chess commentators, we're all pawn grabbers, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because when I'm commentating, I'm a pawn grabber. When I'm playing, it's no chance.
Exactly. Always scarier when playing. Queen and knight team up quite well, but bishop to f2. He's dropped a pawn here. There's going to be a rook trade and queen to d5 check at the end. He reacts again, Minlay. It's those one move blunders. Totally fine position if he just moved his queen out of the way preemptively. Now a pawn down and potential past a pawn as well later on.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst pawn to lose because you're down a pawn on the king side, and it actually feels like you're down a pawn on the queen side because of a4, b4, and a5. There's pass pawns that can be created on both sides of the board. It's a really, really tough position now.
Yeah, and great strategy as well from Fruja. He's put his bishop, his bishop is on dark squares. He's put all his pawns on light squares. Now he's going for the pass pawn. And knights are especially bad at stopping these flank pawns. As we saw in an earlier game, bishop and a pawn versus knight. It's happened again.
That's right.
Fruja closing this out now.
And I think you can just use this a pawn, even if the pawns were equal on the king side. The issue is that outside pass pawn, which remains in the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight takes pawn only allows a queen trade after queen takes c7. So Alireza is just going to be super professional. Put his king on h2, is he? Oh no! Here he walks into a double attack. Minlay, it's game over. That's so tricky from Alireza. Check, and the knight will drop off. This is beginning of the end.
He's got a checkmate there that he can go for, and that will increase that score even further. It is, I think, the story of this match has been the one move blunders. Honestly, you could just watch the webcams of the players and you would know exactly what the score is, because Minlay, ever expressive and so many opportunities missed, as the damage, it's looking insurmountable, David, 11-2.
Yeah, it is a landslide at this point. If you stop the games at the 30 move mark, it'll probably be almost level, the scores. But it's just that next phase, that final stage of the game where Alireza has just been too quick, too sharp, and Minlay struggling to strike back.
Exactly right. And we are at the halfway point, David, of the 3-minute portion. That's why the players and us here are going to take a break. But before we do, we want to let people know about Zenny. Chess.com is excited to announce Zenny as the official eyewear partner. You and I have some glasses here, David, so we're in the camp. Offering high-quality glasses at affordable prices, Zenny has got your eyes covered, including technologies like blue light blocking, light adaptation, and polarized lenses. For those of us who rack up screen time with chess, my hand is raised, you can't see it. Blue light glasses are a must. So through October 31st, Zenny is hooking you up with 15% off your purchase with code SCC15. Use !Zenny in the chat to find your next pair of glasses. They want to say, of course, improved board vision is not included, and I think that's an important disclaimer. David, we are heading to a break. We have the rest of the 3+1 portion ahead of us, so don't go anywhere. We're back with the Alireza versus Minlay Speed Chess Championship matchup right after this.
have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. And Alaska is somewhere here. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here.
Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here. And now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever. It's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the U.S. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here. So it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the U.S. So I've lived in all these different places.
Welcome back, everyone. Myself and David are excited to get commentating the second half of the 3+1 portion. And David, it's no way to sugarcoat it. I'm excited for Minh first win, right? We're waiting, we're wondering where it's going to happen, because we've actually seen him in all sorts of different spots where it could happen, whether it's an endgame. He had a rook endgame where he could have pushed for a win. He's had some attacks, but he seems to fall short due to those one-move blunders time and time again.
Exactly. It's no coincidence. It's always when the clock ticks down as well, but he has been unlucky. And benefit of the doubt, I think everyone here, all of the viewers as well, all of the fans want him to get at least one win today to salvage some pride. I think he deserves it. He's played well in chunks of games, but putting it all together, that's the next step. It's like an end game, Aman. You have to have these micro plans, step by step. First, you need one win, and he needs to get it somewhere.
Yeah, I wonder if his games with the white pieces are going to be the answer, because actually in this match, I feel like Alireza has, he's obviously performed very well with both colors, but specifically with the black pieces, he has looked really confident in all sorts of different openings.
Yeah, it's difficult to judge, right? Like openings, can go one way or the other. We see some trends here or there, but when it gets down to the bullet, it all gets a bit more random. People start freestyling or going back to openings they played when they were younger that they might not have prepared recently. So, yeah, I'm going to say he's going to get a win with white Minh Le when Alireza overpresses. But yeah, I'm not too confident on it, as maybe not in this game at least, because the position looks very, very level. Queen's Gambit accepted this time, leading to symmetry.
Yeah, it does look completely equal here. And knight d5, an important move. You know, as much as these positions look equal, I do think it's easy to underestimate and think that it is just that easy to draw these guys or to play these equal positions, because you play bishop takes f3 instead of knight d5, suddenly the c6 square becomes weak. That weak square can sometimes be enough to take control of the c-file, take control of the game.
Yeah, that's a great shout. Like bishop takes bishop, probably I would have done on an autopilot if it were bullet game or quick blitz game, but pawn takes maybe would have been the response, and white would have had infiltration squares. So he tries to find some squares anyway. Knight to d7 is very interesting, but all the rooks are going to come off this board. Yep. And even if white gets a better pawn structure, it shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, it's not clear to me. Maybe bishop takes d7 will just, you know, really cement this idea that it's dead equal. But we're seeing Alireza say, you know, I don't mind this at all. Let's actually play instead of just going for total equality.
Yeah, game on. And I saw some tongue-in-cheek comments there in the featured chat. Alireza dropping 2 points. He must be in terrible form. Ooh, bishop d7 there would have forced a draw, forced opposite color bishops, but he wants to play on. Maybe he doesn't feel that he's in too much danger here with black, despite the isolated pawn, and he's willing to take some risks to try and go pawn hunting.
Yep, b4 has an idea of knight e7 check, but you know, I wonder in the resulting position whether that risk is worth it, because you know, if you lose the A and B pawns, black will be happy to lose the center pawn, right? Get that extra pass pawn.
Yeah, very interesting move, bishop to c3. This black bishop is slightly short of squares. I was wondering whether white would just walk the king over and kind of sit on d2, then somehow maneuver the knight round to hit this bishop.
Well, I was thinking of it mainly because I just wasn't 100% sure about a5 or maybe d4 and then a5, and that looks like what he's calculated here. Whereas your king f1 move could have maybe helped just like bring the king closer to the center and then go for this.
Yeah, knight b8 wasn't running away. Like that would have been available in several moves time. Maybe when the king finally made its way over to d7, then you go knight b8 check, take the pawn. But yeah, taking your eyes off the d4 square, a bit risky. And here we go. Oh, Minh Le, it's slipping again now. a4 maybe. What's happening here?
You know, I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering how dangerous this position is, because you play a4. What is being considered here? It's the d pawn versus the a pawn, and if the d pawn doesn't queen like right now, then the a pawn will queen eventually.
Bishop c1, step out the way, a3, then the bishop comes back to b2, and the pawn is running. It's through. Oh, when it rains, it pours. Poor Minh Le. Like, he probably could have bailed out with a draw at any point, but looks like he might be losing now, and no time on the clock again.
But I think this also speaks to the confidence level, right? It's Alireza feeling confident enough that he's able to outplay his opponent in every game, in every position. So that's why he decided to play on. He's had a history of doing that throughout the entire match, and we're just seeing it on display here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, they don't win these types of positions by coincidence. They really grind it out. And okay, he's even willing to go into a level material endgame because he knows that his A pawn is so devastatingly strong. Protect pass pawn. Sooner or later, the black king should be able to break through on the other side. And winning advantage for black.
Yeah, that protected pass pawn is so strong. You can even sacrifice it as a decoy in a number of variations. But for now, we'll probably see the king posture and the pawns advance here. Because if white plays g4, there's there's nothing much left.
Wow, and apparently it's a draw now. Very interesting. The eval bar changing its mind. Maybe black had a small window of opportunity to push this pawn before white is able to create a pass pawn himself. Now it's much quicker for white to create a passer. Maybe there's no way through this fortress. White will just wait with the king.
Yeah. Disappointing, I guess, for Alireza. I mean, he won't be too bothered at this scoreline, but you can tell it irks him a little bit not to have put this one away as it should have been for Alireza. It's amazing. He seems to produce the results from positions you can't expect, and then in one that's a bit carefree, he's too calm with it.
Yeah, I think maybe the winning plan, you need to be a bit nuanced. You needed to maybe bring the black king round to g5 earlier, and then you needed to go round, then push f4, and you might have needed a bit of extra space for your king to come round, because now every time the king comes round, f4 will be met by g4, and that's a pass pawn. And there we go. It is a draw by repetition. He saves himself, Minlay, but still missing that elusive win.
And those moments are so puzzling as a chess player. You're like, I've got the outside protected pass pawn and the better placed king, and I can't win this game. I think Alireza was just assuming, like, walk the king up, push the pawns up, and eventually, like, we win. But that just wasn't the case. So he decides to just make the draw there, which is the right decision, and often one that I find myself having trouble doing. When I know that I should have been winning and I mess it up, I'll usually find a way to do worse than that.
Yeah, exactly. It's very frustrating. I remember discovering that 2 knights versus a king is a draw, playing over the board when I was quite young, and I just refused to believe. Some endgames, they just lack logical sense, but they are what they are. And yeah, of course, that position, I don't think he was going to overpress, but maybe that's Minlay's best chance for a win at this point, to try and get Alireza to overpress in some kind of position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're back to these kind of e4, e5 Italian games, but a little bit different this time with bishop takes c4, d takes c4. So finally a different structure, but sometimes you'll see knight d2, knight f1, knight e3 in these, and the knight wants to place itself either on e5 or f5, or at the very least control those squares.
Yeah, this white knight's going nowhere for now, so I really like that plan. He goes forward to h4 first, maybe hinting that he'll use the f5 square, especially if the black knight on e7 moves, and maybe even hinting that he'll play f4, f5 if given the opportunity. Right. This looks like one of those Sicilian Rossolimos, just with reverse colors, where one side has the bishop pair, slightly less flexible pawn structure, but hard for the knights to find good homes.
Yeah, even a trade here like queen f3, for example, or, okay, interesting. It goes with knight f5 first. I thought that maybe you wouldn't want this structure, but the bishop does get a great square on e4.
Mm-hmm. And he's getting ready to launch the pawns a bit later. You need to prepare it first. He's going to maybe double up his rooks, bring the other rook to d1 maybe. And if the position ever opens, he's going to bank on the fact that his bishops might be quite strong. But d5, very opportunistic from Minlay, hoping for some action on the d file if the white queen takes the pawn.
Yeah, and I guess because if you move the knight, you drop the bishop. So is bishop takes f2 a move? Yeah, basically, I'm going to lose my bishop, so let me take a pawn for it. And then you have this knight, f8, for example.
Yeah, there would have been a skewer. You're right. Great shout. Best move there. Would have been a skewer if the bishop had been captured. So black lives to tell the tale. And now the white queen has gone pawn hunting.
Yeah.
It's very brave.
I'll go out on a limb and say very incorrect as well. Definitely a moment here for Minlay. He knows that he's better in this position. The pieces are not even fully developed for Alireza. The rook on a1's not in the game. The bishops do not look great. Knight d3 is always a move that you're considering in these kind of positions. Just, bring the pieces forward, open up everything.
Yeah, knight d3 is almost an automatic. Rook takes e4 is the only thing he needed to calculate, but there will be some tactics there based on the loose white bishops, I believe. Knight f2 ideas as well in the air. Oh, this is his chance. I've said it before. I've said it probably 50 times by now, Aman, but this is his chance to get his first win.
Yeah, but those were just decoy. This is his real chance. This one's different.
Exactly. And then we see a question mark commentator chess, of
Okay,
course.
well, the thought was there.
Thought was that. Wow. Rook e4, allowing a pin. That is so brave. Just knowing that the rook will be defended by the other rook, maybe even the white king. Kind of clinging on to control of the e-file here.
Yeah, important to note that that was probably the only reason that pawn takes was no good. So really understandable pawn takes on d3 move, because of course you want to open the rook, allow for rook e2, and you'd only expect that white would trade rooks. But instead, rook e4 kind of stopping halfway. I mean, he's wrangling pretty good control of this position here.
Yeah. In the meantime, black has won the f5 pawn, threatening a check. Firouzja didn't need to allow this. He could have taken off the rooks on the last move and then gone rook to e1 just to kind of keep everything covered.
Right.
The black king would have been a bit open as well, a bit weak. But now, what's he banking on? A rook trade? Okay, it's level pawns, but if the queens come off, I think white's is very safe. Nice outside pawn potential again. Queen f3 now blocking. Queen stay on.
Yeah, and if the queens disappear, unfortunately, the d3 pawn is well blockaded, so it won't really be concerning.
Mm-hmm. And again, I hate to mention it too much because I'm a time travel addict myself, but 20 seconds plays 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40. I mean, you're handicapping yourself there massively. It's going to be difficult now.
Yeah, rook back to e1, bishop b4. Okay, so we're managing to trade here, and white's gonna, if you take, you have two passed pawns here, the a pawn and the c pawn. Black has maybe the more dangerous pawn, which is all the way up on d3, maybe soon to be d2. But the problem is the a pawn, it just acts as a decoy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Maybe now white's going to just support his queen. There we go. It's going to be tough to...
A7, yeah.
Oh, that would have been nice. Beautiful. And there would have been geometry. Nice spot, Aman. But it's going to be, yeah, the d pawn's going to drop for the a pawn. And
right.
I was going to say it's level, but maybe white's the one pushing.
Mm-hmm. We've seen this story a few times before. Queen b8.
Ooh, queen b8. Black will have to play rook to f8 and pray.
Yeah, and then I almost want to, worse things have happened. I could even queen the pawn here, just trade everything, take on d2. Nothing bad's going to happen there.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is almost over now. Queen takes rook is a big threat. Promotion.
Yep.
Minlay. It's all fallen apart in the time scramble again.
You can take the rook here. I mean, many moves, but queen takes rook d8 and the queen will come back to g2 is pretty trustworthy, but so is rook a2. Can't fault the technique. And another win on the board for Alireza. 12.5 to 2.5 here, David.
Yeah, this is tough. We said that was his chance to win. He had a good position again, Minlay, but unfortunately it fizzled out. And back to, well, not quite the London system. It's the London system down a tempo. Play bishop g5 and back to f4. That's how keen he is to get this opening.
Yeah, that's just how good the London is. You can play it down a tempo, and people are still they're after it. They're like, man, please let me play the London down a tempo. Knight e4. It kind of reminds me maybe of the Petrov. Sometimes you'll actually play a position as white where the knight jumps into the center, but you're encouraging it, maybe for the possibility of undermining it later.
Yeah, exactly. Often you get a tempo on that knight by knight d2 or bishop d3. Ooh, I like this move. Trying to remind black that this pawn is undefended. Now he's developed his bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Not so many tempting ways to defend it. Queen on d7 is always going to get hit by knight e5 ideas. Queen b6.
And hey, queen c8, not possible due to the d pawn hanging because the knight's on e4. So real genius work here, allowing that knight to jump into the center.
Yeah, I can feel the London bias seeping through the screen.
I was actually thinking in that spot, queen b6, maybe queen takes d5, queen takes b2, queen takes knight on e4, and drop the queen back to c2. and try to trap the black queen in the corner. Look, I've got 2.5 points on the board. That's the kind of stuff I think I'm looking to play here.
Yeah, that was a very interesting option, actually. Probably just kind of force of habit. He doesn't want to calculate this early in the game. He wants to save time for later. He's actually up on the clock, which is nice to see. But I agree. It would have been an interesting risk. And in the meantime, Alireza is deciding whether to trade queens, allowing white to open up a semi-open A file, or whether to play the move e6, when maybe white would have traded queens and gone pawn hunting with his bishop.
Yeah, and actually, because black has spent time elsewhere, normally the pawn would already be on e6 instead of knight e4, and then the bishop could play to e7, and so bishop d8 would cover the pawn. But it was a unique situation where it wasn't possible. So one way or another, Minh has genuinely found a he's taken a line in the London. He's actually got it in a better version here.
Yeah, this is, again, another big chance. The black knight on d8 takes a few moves to get in. That's why he didn't trade off on f5. The black knight would have had the e6 square. I think a good decision. Now he's going to double on the a file, most likely, in the near future. Rook somewhere. Ooh, b6 instead. a6, he's going to take it. Oh,
I like
a6
that.
And run through with his pawn. Wow, that's clever.
That's really nice.
Or maybe a check first on b5 and then take it. Either way. Okay, a5, therefore. Knight b3.
Yeah, that's a big achievement, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can.
Okay, this is the chance, David. This is the one.
This is it.
I actually, I'm locking it in.
Okay, I believe you. I don't disagree. It's just we've been here before, so a few times.
Yeah, you have to choose whether you're going to believe the objective. It's like flipping a coin, right? If it's been heads every time, is it supposed to then be tails?
Yeah, exactly. It's like when I play roulette, it's never. It has to be. It has to be red. It has to be this time.
It has to be.
Okay.
Well, he's doing everything right, and probably the most encouraging thing about this game for Minh is truly the clock, because he's in a comfort opening pick, so that's at least a good sign. Alireza escaping maybe with minimal damage, right? Losing the a pawn, but I think when you look at the position, that's almost an achievement.
Yeah, and if the bishop now retreats, the black knight might come in. Maybe the knight will move anyway, and there's a backward pawn. If you take that knight off the board, if you leave it on, it's going to start jumping. Okay, one square is taken away.
Yeah, I do like this move. Also works as an escape square, so multi-purpose.
Mm-hmm. I still think he's got good chances here, but it is not as good as it was. Knight d3 now.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop to b5, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say bishop b5. Maybe we'll see bishop d3, trying to force an exchange that way.
Okay, he needs to find something now before it's too late, before the advantage completely fizzles. It's interesting moves like bishop d4 available as well, but I'm not sure whether it quite works. Maybe black can call the bluff and just take the bishop on a4.
But doesn't it work? Bishop d4? Yeah, you got me thinking about it now. I guess maybe you could. Yeah, you could even just offer the e pawn at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Okay, bishop
this
d3.
Is that move we were looking at. We both went silent after bishop d3 because I don't think we saw like a good way to deal with it, and that remains true. Even seeing it now, it's like I don't really know how to handle this. It's a really strong move.
Yeah, if the bishops come off and if the black knight is able to take the bishop on c5, that rook endgame, black's probably going to win the pawn back with interest. Like black's central pawns are going to become so strong. Central pawns are just stronger in these situations.
Yeah, I think at this point he's banking on rook a7 at the end of the line, but not to go for a win. I mean, at this point, just to bail out. Time at 14 seconds. We've just seen time and time again. Amazing to flip these positions around. Alireza.
Yeah, and he was reacting on the camera again, Minh. He was like just trying to will himself to play a bit better, to take these chances. He knows he's fighting for the draw now. Probably it's totally fine for white. I don't think you can really play on with kind of a clear conscience without taking too much risk because of the d pawn. If the white king ever runs to g3, it will be hard to stop that d pawn. But big moment here.
Yeah, there's just no reason to take the risk, and for that reason, I think Alireza will, because there's no reason to take the risk, so why not? That's exactly what he likes to see.
Yeah, it's in his blood. It's in his DNA. Alireza, he's going to push pawn to d4. He's going to at some point race his king forward, try to get in. But the white pawn's very strong. This is a big risk to take. Ooh. King can't come in.
I think it just speaks to the match, though. He has been outplaying his opponent, and that's why he's playing moves like h4, bringing the king in. He just knows that he can do it, and he's doing it time and time again.
And he's done it again. Alireza is totally winning now. He can go after the white h pawn. Oh, I can't draw my arrows, but he can go after the white h pawn, and then he makes the queen.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. And it really is every single time when you look at a position and it's equal, you get the feeling that Alireza feels that he can win it. And he's proven it enough times in this match that you have to start believing that these equal positions in time scrambles, that they're not really equal.
Yeah. I think just as much as anyone else at the top of world chess, Alireza senses momentum so finely. He just knows when he's been under pressure, suddenly it turns around. He's like, okay, I'm going to win now. And believing it, he kind of manifests it. And yeah, like you said, he kind of he wasn't risking too much there, I think, with black, but he realized he could go for it, and the reward was there at the end of the rainbow. So okay, this time slightly different Italian game. Dark square bishop's probably coming off the board. He's sick of that bishop on a7 looking at his king in every game. And
yeah, exactly. For the first time, we see it removed, and we're drawing close to the end of the segment, which means we can officially say this will definitely be the last game of the 3+1 portion. We still have the 1+1 ahead, and the score line and really the difference is looking identical in each segment here, right? That pretty significant 6-point gap in the first one could actually be equaled here if Alireza wins this last one.
Yeah, and he's been doing some interesting maneuvering with his knights. He's kind of gone for a light squared strategy. d5 is the next jumping spot, potentially. Black has some dark square control. But yeah, it does feel like white's extra space should give a small advantage here. White just has to time d4 correctly, or maybe move the queen, bring the knight round to b3 to try and trade off. He's going very, very slow and positional here, Alireza, but I quite like what he's doing.
Yeah, the knight on c5, it makes a good impression. It's supported. The issue is that at some point down the line, pawn to d4 can be played, and then maybe the knight can jump into the c6 square. So I was definitely expecting d4. Instead, knight d2 indicates something different. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess he's trying to get rid of the knight. I would have expected pawn to d4, though.
Yeah, me too. I thought he would wait and maybe bring the other rook in at least and then decide on d4, but he's determined to get this knight off the board, and now f5. Black's got one pronounced weakness, but it can be defended, Aman.
Yeah, usually the way you like to defend these weaknesses, like pawn on c7, is actually laterally. So if you could, king h7, rook g8, rook g7 after g5, like all the pieces defending on the side, and then you can fix things later. You can use all of those pieces while they're defending also aggressively on the attack.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. It's like a attack versus defense drill here. It's like both sides are going to just defend pawns laterally, and this rook doing the same as well, defending on the 4th rank. Very hard to break the status quo here. At some point, black might try to push pawns on the king side, but that will leave weaknesses behind.
And there's no f3 at the moment because queen and rook watch over that square. As for white, though, there's absolutely no breakthrough on the queen side. Like rook c6, there's no sacrifice. probably are going to see an eventual f3 move.
Yeah, and looks like a fortress whose king is going to get to the center first. That's the question. It's going to be the black king. And then black's the only one with pawn breaks. Feels like Minlay can play this on forever. Of course, the 3+1 is over, so they might as well just agree a draw. But there we go. It is a repetition.
Fitting end to this portion because, you know, the full point, first of all, it wasn't possible in that game, but also no reason to stick around. I think Min is happy to see the end of that segment as well. It's on to the 1+1 with a pretty serious difference here in score. You can see already off the screen is Alireza. It's 13.5 to 2.5 here. David, we're at the point where we don't know what Minlay can do to come back in this match. We're starting to talk about how is he going to get that first point on the board.
Yeah, I think it would be the biggest shock in chess history if he's able to claw back anything in the bullet now. But yeah, it's just all about that first win. He's drawn 5 games, but it could have been so much more. Alireza looking very composed, very calm, confident right now. And yeah, I think bullet will be a nice relief for Minlay. He doesn't have to overthink anymore. He can just play by feel, and it can't get that much worse. He just needs that one win to restore some dignity now.
Exactly. He's got 2.5 points, but in search of that first win, he's had many opportunities, which tells me he'll have many more in the bullet because the guys are going to be moving incredibly fast, and there's no room to be in serious time trouble, you know, down multiple minutes. There's just only 1 o'clock each. So we'll be back for the 1+1 portion right after this short break. Stay where you are.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Starting battle.
Welcome back to AnyChess. AnyChess is modernizing chess by infusing the timeless game with an innovative spell mechanic. Players can compete against each other, participate in tournaments, and craft their own spells to battle and climb the ranks. All classical chess rules apply, but can be overridden by spell mechanics.
Invisible march. Strategic.
The knight on h6 used Shot in the Dark, moving it invisibly for one turn. And meanwhile, White used House Recruit to spawn a
Clear
pawn.
the ground with a single bound.
White uses Bisshop 2.0, launching the bishop over a pawn to capture.
Invisible march. Strategic arch.
Shot in the Dark allows black to win by Kingsley. Push your chess limits. Try spell chess in the AnyChess Open Alpha.
What's up, everybody? I'm here on behalf of one of our newest partners, Neuro. You may have known them before as Neuro Gum, but they make more than just gum now, even though this is the stuff that I actually personally really love and have been using for a hot minute. Natural caffeine, B vitamins, theanine, stuff that is good for you when you're looking to avoid that second cup of coffee. Now they also have Neuro Mints for calm and clarity. Also, only natural ingredients. They use GABA, vitamin D, all kinds of good stuff that you like putting in your body if you're looking for natural ways to bring up your energy and maybe calm down and get that clarity you need toward the end of the day. There's sleep and recharge. There's all kinds of small mint packets. But like I said, I really do love the Energy and Focus Gum. I use it in the afternoon. Pop one. Sometimes I really need that extra energy. Either way, hope you give them a chance. Use the command Neuro if you happen to be watching this during one of our shows. Otherwise, go to neurogum.com. Check them out today on behalf of Chess, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
Have you ever wished you could just play game after game against a coach who actually teaches you stuff? Imagine a coach that plays at your level, tailors challenges for you, and even gives you feedback while you play. Well, buckle up, because that's exactly what we built. Introducing Play Coach on Chess.com. You can now literally play a full-on game against Coach, who talks to you, points out threats, praises your genius bishop moves, and gently roasts you for missing that fork that's been there for more than 5 moves. Here's how it works. Go to chess.com/play/coach, or just hit up Play Coach in the app. Pick your color, choose the difficulty, and boom, you're in. You can even customize your coach. Don't like their vibe? Change it up. Choose a new coach. Want more or less help? Toggle move suggestions. Turn on or off threat arrows. The eval bar. You are in control. Coach will break down your play as you go. We're talking real-time feedback here. Strategic tips, motivation, compliments when you crush it, hints when you need them, all of it targeted exactly at your level. Total beginner? Coach will teach you opening principles, basic tactics, and king safety. More advanced? Then Coach will give you tips on pawn structure, positional ideas, the works. So stop wasting time. Go to chess.com/play/coach, fire up a game, and actually start getting better. Coach is waiting for you on the board, and I'll see you around on chess.com.
Welcome back, everybody. The Speed Chess Championship. David, we are getting set for the bullet portion. That's 1+1. We have 25 minutes ahead of us before we ultimately find out what we think we might know already. The winner of this matchup, Alireza, is really in the lead against Minh, who's started well in some of these portions, but just never found his footing. And we're starting to feel, David, as though Alireza just has his number in this matchup. And I don't know about you, but I've had so many matches against strong players, but even Alireza, where I've had this exact same feeling.
Exactly. I've been there myself many times playing against these speed demons. It just feels like you're going to get there. But then they kind of lay it down. And it's been a tough day for Minh. I think we can't blame him too much. This type of thing happens against the likes of Alireza sometimes, and yeah, he's smiling a bit, Minlay. I think he's come to terms with the fact that he's not going to win the match, but he can still win a few games here in the bullet. There's still a bit of prize money at stake. Just decided on how or what kind of what the score ends up as he leaves the desk again. But it's going to be fun to watch these next games, man.
Yeah, this is actually where the players have played the most. Bullet chess, we saw about 1350 games played against one another, likely without the increment. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays into it. But they have played so many bullet games against one another that this will be familiar territory.
Aman, I worked out in the break there that they've spent 45 hours of their life playing bullet against each other, and that's before this next 25-minute portion. So, yeah, that's a lot of time that could have been spent elsewhere. But they know each other. They know each other intimately in bullet. But here, there's the 1 second increment that might be the added twist.
Yeah, and we're seeing immediately the London system make an appearance. It's always something I think that that you can expect. The London is something you default to when time gets lower, so no surprise to see it here.
Yeah, and we see this variation that's become a bit trendy with the Black Knight kind of jumping around trying to chase the London bishop, but ultimately there is a trade in the center. White's got the open c-file. Looks a bit like a exchange Slav defense now, except with this knight on f5 just daring the white bishop to take it.
Yeah, and actually we see it happen right away. I wasn't sure about this move. Basically, it means that the light squares are going to be incredibly weak in the position, and if we can play b6 as Alireza here, I think we're quite happy, but I'm not sure that he's going to be able to.
Yeah, and a question mark given to Black's move. At some point, this queen is going to come under heavy fire. That's why it was a mistake. Knight to a4 as well might be an interesting move to try and trap it later. But yeah, White's just got access. The Black bishop on c8 a bit stuck. So this looks like a fantastic position. This is it, Aman. This is it, finally. He's going to get it, surely.
You're locking it in right now?
I'm locking it in. I think like he started the 5+1 well. He started the 3+1 well. Couldn't get the wins there. He started the 1+1 well. This is it, surely now.
Yep, I hear you. And especially rook c3, you have the easy plan of doubling. You also have rook b3, which is quite a nice threat. And in terms of the dark squared, the light squared bishop for Black, I don't even know how you're planning to develop. So a lot of pieces are locked out of the game because you can't complete development in an easy way. And that's why we're seeing the time continue to tick down.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Sorry. A bit of a refresh there. My board froze for a second, but we're back with the live position. And oh, no, I think I called it too early. Everything just got traded.
Yeah, that's we tuned back in and everything has disappeared, which definitely favored. Well, he solved all the problems I was talking about, David. Amazing. He got every piece developed.
Wow. Yeah, everything's covered. Everything's developed. Knight e2 check is in the air. That white knight might find itself trapped if it's not careful. It's going to try and come back. Alireza Firouzja, how does he do it? This is...
yeah, a little bit of danger there with the knights jumping around, but yeah, I think he's going to manage just fine.
Mm-hmm. Some knight forks in the air. Okay.
Here you go. Playing on. We've really seen this time and time again. He's always looking to play on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Great. Another great thing for any young players out there. You only learn by playing on right to the bitter end in chess. So definitely recommend.
Oh, and this is a position I think Black... okay, I'm actually very surprised by the move f5 because I would have expected king f5, pawn g5. So yeah, this will definitely be a draw, but it is a draw that not only can you play it for a long time, but I was going to say you could wait like many moves before making these pawn moves if you're really looking to just wrap up the match that way.
Yeah, because the match is in so much doubt, the outcome right now. Taking another 5 minutes.
You gotta start wasting the clock here.
Yeah, Alireza wondering whether he could have gone the other way with his king, but ultimately too risky. And they're not going to argue too much here about it. White's bishop is a bit stuck. Like, it kind of has to defend this pawn, but it's got enough squares. That is the key. Oh, wait, F4. You just take with the bishop always. I was trying to get excited, but not much to get excited about here.
Yeah, but he has this idea. So if the king keeps going back to the queen side here, then he'll keep shuffling this bishop. So I do think White's king needs to make it to the other side of the board. Yeah, once you play F3, I think this does a pretty good job sealing things, because now you'll just move your bishop forever and never touch the white king.
Yeah, just don't get caught in a pre-move. Either way, this is almost guaranteed to be a draw. It won't be Minh's first win. Oof, I called it too soon.
And a lot of time disappearing. Not that bishop c7 is interesting. I would have considered taking that.
Yeah, I guess you didn't want to calculate Minh.
Yeah, exactly. Smarter choice for sure.
And there we go. Finally, our first 100-move game of the day. Lasted 101 moves. But
yeah, it almost feels like they were just trying to hit it and then make the draw once they got to 100.
Mm-hmm. Back to this old theme, the Italian game. Okay. Do you think he missed his chance again, Minlay there? I don't know. It feels like the first 2 games of each portion he's playing really, really well until it kind of falls apart and then the tilt kicks in.
Yeah, I can relate really, really hard to the fact that I've played players before where you genuinely start to doubt your own proficiency at the game. Like you start thinking, how did I ever get a win? How did I ever get these winning positions? How did I ever convert these? Because it just feels impossible at the moment. And it's so deflating to experience that, because it's just not the reality. But when you're up against someone who just constantly feels like they're winning those little battles, they're always, a little bit luckier. They're always a little bit faster, and just it's everything. So Alireza is both, fortunate and the significantly better player in this match today. So it all combines, which it usually does.
Yeah, and missed trick there by Minh, allowing knight to g5. Now white is going to get a chance to win a pawn, potentially, this g5 pawn, unless black can gamble and find some whirlwind attack. Queen f7, a bit of a threat right now. Attacking pawn, threatening to jump the knight out of the way with a check. So queen takes g5. Not possible. Queen takes, there would have been queen f7 and knight f4 check, followed by rook g6. Wow.
Ooh, that's a nice tactic. And that kind of shows why you maybe wouldn't take that risk, but could it happen anyway? F3, I was wondering if rook f1, you'd see the same knight f4 nonsense.
Mm-hmm. That was quite tempting. Alireza strategically in full control here, but still some tricks to avoid against the white king as the bar jumps up and down. Knight's coming to c5. He has lost a pawn though, Minlay, that g5 pawn. Trying to build a strong piece at least on c5.
Yeah, I feel like it's not that bad though. Unfortunately, the threats on the king side are very hard to generate without the knight participating. If the black knight could be part of things, then I would understand things a bit more. But look at the way everything is watched over. The pawn on b5, the pawn on f3. Alireza is taking control, but I mentioned activating that knight. Now he's allowed it. This is a big deal.
Yeah, I was going to say the dream square is d4, but it wasn't possible to get there. Now he's back in the game. It's level material again. He's trying to undermine that d4 knight now, Alireza, but game on. Suddenly it's that pass b pawn looks very, very strong.
Yeah, you can kind of go all in, like rook b8 on this b pawn here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, any attack against the black king will require the white king to kind of be vulnerable in the process. So, okay, he's offering a queen trade. I don't think he should take that queen off.
Yeah, agree. You don't want to be blockading this pawn with your queen. That's not ideal.
Mm-hmm. Queens are the most reluctant blockaders out there. The black rook is getting in though. Rook A3. Oh, some kind of attack. He's trying to push the pawn instead. I would have liked Rook A3, Queen E3.
I wonder if you can take that pawn or play Queen C6 or something. He's going to go
Oh.
for it, but E2.
Wow. This is it. This is it. Surely now. Queen
Will
H6.
he go
Get
Queen
the queens off.
H6? I wonder if this is actually the right way to convert this.
Oh, that's a lot of pawns.
It's a lot of pawns, but I like Rook A4. Very, very smart to claim something for yourself. And surely we've made it. We knew it was going to happen at some point.
Yeah. And here we go. Will we see any celebrations from Minh Le? He gets the win. Finally, a beautiful promotion trick with B2 to win a rook.
That was nice.
Like you say, it was going to happen. He's too good a player not to take a win off Alireza at some point.
Exactly. It's really at some point it became just a mental block more than anything else. And now that he's got one under his belt, to be honest with you, I bet that moment in time didn't even occur to him that it was his first win in the match, because it's felt like it's been so close many times. He does have some points on the board, so it's not like his first points. But nevertheless, it does feels good, feels correct that he was able to score there, because he has played well enough to at least earn a win.
Yeah, and in the meantime, this position very promising as well. Could the tide have turned? Better late than never. There's a lot of light squared weaknesses in the black camp. Maybe undersold his advantage there slightly, Minh Le, by trading off. But he's still got a nice bind on the light squares. If he can hold that bind. Very tough for the black bishop on F8 to ever get in this game. But there we go. The breakout does happen just in time. Pawn to D5.
Yeah, I see the feature chat there. The comeback begins. They always say better late than never, but I always say better early than late.
Exactly. The best time is always yesterday, but the second best time is now. So
that's right.
We'll see. It's only a 10-point deficit. There's only 13 minutes. If he scholars mates a few times, I don't know.
That's right. Back to back to back.
Back to back. Exactly. Ooh, this looks good too. The black king very weak on the light squares.
Oh yeah, bishop. I was going to say C4 or D3, and I think Alireza was more scared of bishop D3 and queen G6. Decided to get ahead of that with bishop to E4.
The black bishop is the saving grace here, plugging all the holes, but still looks a bit shaky. The white rook will likely move maybe to F7. Where else? Maybe he doesn't want to give up the D file.
Yeah, you also have bishop B5, but man, yeah, moving all the way back to D1 is not what you'd like to do.
Now he goes back to try and threaten the mate. Okay, still got a bit of control. Watch out for F5, severance trick there. And now he goes back. I like his maneuvering. I'm not sure what he's trying to achieve, but very creative.
Yeah, bishop C4, maybe bishop H7. You do not want to lose that light squared bishop. It is that valuable.
Yeah, bishop on G8. There is no mate. That's the argument. The rook's coming off the board now. It looks so beautiful for white, but there's no breakthrough, and suddenly it's level again. You need to keep the rooks on.
You do have this, I was going to say knight H4 idea.
Oh, that was bishop C4 in that position. That would have led to a very big
move.
advantage.
He's been desperate to trade those bishops. He finally had it.
He finally had it. He's got it again. It's about to land.
Queen F8 needs to happen.
Yeah. He could have taken the queens off and just taken on F6 there. That would have been a free pawn. But once more.
Yeah, B6 is hanging, but now the pawns have moved. This is at least some type of achievement. Queen E5, queen takes H6.
Take the pawns. Alireza tilting. Minh Le. Where was this Minh Le the last couple of hours?
It was stuck in the 5 and 3 minute portions, I think. And waiting to get to the 1+1, because look at that.
It's like London buses. You wait all your life for one to come along, and two come along at the same time. Alireza Firouzja losing 2 games in a row, but more importantly, Minh Le. His winning technique it feels like he's more composed now. He's not trying to rush things as much as he was earlier in the match.
Yeah, and a lot of times just playing in the bullet format, it it can eliminate some of the problems that you've had with converting, because it makes you trust yourself a little bit more out of necessity. You just don't have time to even doubt yourself, and a lot of times that was holding him back in the other portions.
Yeah, 100% agree. And in the meantime, this game started as a Slav. Now, very interesting dynamic with white having a backward pawn, but black having a bit of a weakness on c6 as well. Going for a dark squared bind here. Firouzja could work very well, but also could backfire some weaknesses. c5 is about to drop off.
Yep.
Minlay looks so confident now. Super quick moves from him.
Knight e4, looking for the d6 square. You're never going to allow that piece to join. And yeah, talk about confidence. The knight on e8 is not a great piece at the moment, but it can show up to d5 eventually. And for a pawn, I'll happily take that knight on e8. It's not that bad.
Mm-hmm. He trades off c6 first, so the knight is starting its journey, mobilizing soon. Minimal risk here. Advantage black.
Yeah, the rook can go to b8 on a dark square. And yeah, you always have this b pawn in your back pocket. So trades of any kind are very, very welcomed.
Yep. Just have to be careful of some 7th rank counterplay, but that's always going to be blocked by the black rook. The b pawn was the pawn that won him the game a couple of games ago. It's b2. b2, he's done it. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, he's blundered. I thought he'd done it again, but queen takes f7. That's such a dirty trick.
He fell victim to b2, and he needed his redemption in this match. So Alireza sets a cunning trap. Rook c1, b2, same trick, different outcome. Rook a7 is a shot.
Wow. Alireza set that up. Minlay applauding his opponent there on the camera and resigning. That was one of the sneakiest traps I've seen in a long time, man.
Yet it's sort of built off the back of it happening earlier in the match, right? It wouldn't maybe have worked as nicely if it wasn't set up by that. So clever. Alireza, that was a really, really nice. And when you see Minlay taking the time to give a little clap, that just shows you to miss it at that level shows you how good it was.
Yeah, that was very impressive. In the meantime, this now looks a bit like a Karo Khan type of position. Black played h6 on move 2. I just want to point out he played that move because Minlay's been playing a lot of bishop g5 on move 3. So maybe a bit of a sneaky pre-move trick from Firouzja.
Yep. Yeah, why not? There's really no risk to playing h6, so you can only catch him off guard there.
Yeah. In the meantime, what do you make of this position? Very blocked, but white with a protected pass pawn potentially.
Yeah, the pawn on c5 is always going to be there. And if the b file opens up, it's actually really, really nice for white because you've got this dark square bishop that is controlling b8. So black has to be really careful about ever playing b takes c5 because white will just take full control over the b file.
Ooh, taking control over some other juicy squares as well. And that's a very good point. The bishop on f4 is one of the MVPs right now, but the knight is about to become even stronger. Bishop to e7. Desperation may be necessary there. But how to continue the attack? He drives the knight in anyway. Okay, maybe defending that knight with the queen would have been better. But still looking very, very pleasant for Minlay here.
Yeah, there is a little bit of an achievement, which is maybe the bishop and knight dynamic. But yeah, it just all comes down to that c pawn. I have to say that white's ever so slightly preferred.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's happened a few times actually. One of the themes of the last few games, at least, Minlay getting a pass pawn in this queen. It's always queen versus rook, and he's always got the pawn, and Firouzja's always just desperately trying to block it.
Yep. And you can just sit in this position if you're Firouzja, and it just feels like nothing can really happen. But I will say these positions where you advance the pawn, the pass pawn, all the way up the board, and here you go, rook b1. This is a really, really nice move.
Mm-hmm.
Only
so
white
clever.
has the chances.
Combining this queen and rook combo to go for a mating net. The pawn is a decoy, like you said earlier. Ideas like queen b4 here, do they work? He's going for it. He's coming in.
I think so.
B8. He's going to bring his queen. Oh.
At this point, I think you just take on c6 and allow the allow the queen to be hung.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be the Nigel Short king walk with the white king. He's going to try and bring it in on the dark squares. Oh, maybe missed that one.
Definitely missed that one. Oops.
Yeah. The black pawn chain has lost some integrity, but it still defends everything. The white king's cut off more annoyingly. F4. En passant is not advisable here.
Yeah. Easy to miss that. And now with queen e5, he's hoping to pick something up, but I will say, very impressive defense here. Just attempting to defend the position is impressive enough.
Mm-hmm. And wow, he's created a pass pawn, but at a high cost. And it's the H pawn he's banking all his hopes on here. If that pawn drops off, it's going to be hard to win, but it might well cost black his rook. He surely gets this game. Surely now, Minlay.
Yep.
Counterplay.
Where do you put this queen? Somewhere that hits f5, maybe?
That was clever. Now he makes a new queen. And he's going to win.
There you go. Another one.
Comeback. It's on. I'm telling you, 4 minutes. He's only 9 points down now.
Yeah, he's definitely turning the final score into something a lot that looks a lot better on paper. And as you know from the format, the way that the prizes are distributed here, he's also earning a little extra for himself as the wins and points pile up, because there's a portion of the prize that gets split by win percentage.
Yeah, that's for any professional chess player, that's always a nice bonus. Ooh, queen check. I was going to say why this isn't advisable, and I believe knight f6 here is just going to kick the white queen. No discovered checks, and now it's going to be hard to hold on to the knight. Where's the knockout blow? The black knight's been countered here. Queen takes knight. Is there going to be a trap? No, queen takes g2. Aman, bishop e7. Maybe.
Amazing.
Oh, wait. He's going to move his rook first.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's also bishop a6 after rook f1 is really annoying. So there's so many reasons why this position is good. Interesting. It looked almost like some kind of prep there. Somehow Alireza is navigating.
Yeah, I've got to check out this opening, this early f5.
Yep.
It's very tricky. Queen takes pawn.
It's becoming more and more popular at higher levels, and it's a really fun way to play. When you're well prepared in a crafty opening choice like that, it can be super dangerous.
Yeah, and Alireza was suffering yet again, not for the first time in this opening, a bit earlier, but now a4 is designed to open up his rook. He's going to lift it and try and slide it. The bishop stops the rook from using b3. The knight
That is a great move. Yeah, foregoing queen takes b1 in favor of bishop c4.
It's going to be the exchange up, but is it enough? He's trying to deliver checkmate round the back.
Yeah, you don't even need to take this rook on c3 for the moment. The threat and the fact that it's pinned is enough.
Okay, can you continue? Is this such a big threat? a6, do you need to stop that one?
I don't think so.
Ooh. I didn't think so either, but he does, just in case. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing that white can do. I mean, king e2 is the only move to actually force the bishop to capture the rook, but no need.
Ooh, no need. He offers a queen trade. He's arguing that endgames are going to be winning for him, but he is facing an h pawn that the white bishop can support. This is not over yet.
No, and there is an important detail, though. If the king moves, bishop takes c3, you get an a pawn. And that, is, I think, is a really, really important thing to notice, is eventually you're probably going to run out of moves, and there you go. He's definitely going to take now.
Yeah, he's getting closer. The black rook's going to go pawn hunting. And that bishop, that was a mouse slip by Alireza Fruja. That is the end of the game. It's another win for Minlay.
Yeah, he's really showing up in the bullet portion, which I think is a combination of a few things. I think it's fair to say that Alireza probably has an element of, I've already won the match. You know, there's no need to focus too much on these games. But also, you know, we got to make sure to hand full credit because Alireza, even operating at 80, 70, 80, 90% is incredibly, incredibly good. So Minh is winning these games because of the way that he's playing, because of the different level that he's brought to these bullet games. And that's why the score is completely different than you might remember if you maybe only saw the 5 and 3 minute portions.
Yeah, our prediction model didn't have this one in the works, that Minh would at least win one of the portions here. And knight to b4, the bar shoots up. I'm wondering whether you can even sacrifice now, rook for knight. But yeah, this one, he's a pawn up, and it's a very strong pawn on a7. He actually, the one game he's lost in this portion, Aman, he was even winning that one too. It could have been a very one-sided bullet portion.
Yeah,
very impressive, even if, as you say, Alireza hasn't needed to be anywhere near his best.
Yeah, and we're talking about a multiple-time bullet chess champion in Alireza Firouzja. This is a guy you'd expect to pretty much have the edge against literally everyone when it comes to bullets. So, you know, cut it up any way you like. This is a very impressive final segment performance by Minh.
Yeah, and his advantage, maybe not at its maximum right now. We might see an endgame, I was going to say, but no, the queens stay on. But he is a pawn up, Minh, so still with some chances of avoiding any knight forks there. Can he win this game? It's going to be the last game of this match. As he catches black in a double attack.
D5, yeah. Unfortunate to have to do that trade, but necessary.
Yeah, still... I was going to say decent winning chances until this move, rook to f1. That might be the clincher. Force a draw now. Rook takes pawn. Looks safe.
Yeah, knight d1, knight c3.
Yeah, not enough material left here. Maybe white symbolically better with the passed d pawn, but easily blocked.
Yeah, the knight will show up on d5, and that will pretty much do it, as advancing the f pawn and knight e4 as it's a good way to close out the game as a draw.
Yeah, and Minh has to be proud of how he finished that. We see him there. Alireza immediately logging off. Yeah, a shake of the head. Chess players, we only focus on the negative, unfortunately. We forget the positives, but he did win that final portion.
Yes. Yeah, that was a very nice performance by Minh when it comes to the 1+1 segment. So he does come away with the better bullet performance, but ultimately the match story, and even, you know, with that great final segment, it was all Alireza, right? Start to finish. It wasn't until the match was actually just out of reach mathematically that Minh started to make that comeback in bullet. Absolutely dominant 5 and 3 minute segment from Alireza, and the final score 16-8.
Yeah, very impressive, doubling up his opponent's score. Alireza, there's a reason he was in the final last year in the Speed Chess Championship, only losing out to Magnus Carlsen. He will be in action later, but Alireza, he's the first quarterfinalist.
Yeah, have a look at the bracket here. You mentioned the quarterfinals. Alireza punching his ticket. He will be playing the winner of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri. We're waiting to see the results of that one, but also on the other side, remember, we have a double header today. We have one more match. I won't be giving the call with yourself, David. However, we have Magnus Carlsen and Jospem. What are your thoughts on this one before we let you go?
Yeah, I can guarantee that I'll be watching. I'll get the popcorn out. I'll be cheering on yourself and Levy. I've got no skin in this game. I'm just going to be enjoying the chess. But, I mean, Magnus starts as the favorite, right? Jose Martinez, Jospem, he's such a dangerous player. He can beat anyone on his day, but to do it in a long match over several hours against Magnus, it's going to be tough. So yeah, we'll see. It's going to be fascinating to see how Magnus has been affected by becoming a father just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, agreed. Always interesting to see Magnus in action, no matter who he's up against. And these round one matchups, we did see a little bit of a blowout, but it was brought back in the bullet. You mentioned Levy will be joining for the commentary, which is the perfect segue to say, guys, we have Had a great time with David. David, thanks for joining on the commentary, but also something to look forward to, a Magnus match, and I will be joined by the one and only Levy Rosman. So, David, thanks for joining, and everyone else, stick around because we have another match coming your way.
The quickest, the fastest, the best in the world.
Magnus Carlsen. Dominant. Absolutely dominant.
Chess at blazing speeds.
Get popcorn ready.
Moves without thinking.
Rook A8! Rook A8!
Tactics without blinking.
Oh! Knight of 64!
What in the world just happened?
Oh my god, he lost no time!
The Speed Chess Championship is the elite chess event of the year. For 9 years, the world's strongest blitz players have matched wits over the 64 squares.
How does he do this?
This year, the world's best face-off.
Like E7, he's blundering everything.
Fork! Fork! Fork!
You're watching the SEC on Chess.com, and it starts now.
Welcome everyone back to the Speed Chess Championship 2025. I am still Grandmaster Mon Hamilton, but this time I'm joined by International Master Levi Rosman. Levi, welcome to the show. It's great to have you on the commentary, and you're here at a good time because we have a Magnus and Jospem match upcoming.
Yeah, thank you, Amon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. They had to sub me out. They knew David was going to be way too biased calling the show, so they brought in the other #1 fanboy, and here we are.
Very nice. Well, I think I'm a little bit bored of going over the format. You know, we already did it. So I told Chess.com, get this video ready to explain everything. Let's just take a look at that instead.
The Speed Chess Championships feature the most exciting format in online chess. 3 different time controls test competitors' skills across Blitz and Bullet. First is the 5-minute Blitz. Players battle for 75 minutes in the strategic and accurate time control. Next are 50 minutes of 3-minute Blitz, the sweet spot. It's slow enough that there is some time to think, but fast enough that intuition and speed are crucial.
Oh! And he's going to eliminate the B-pawn and win.
Finally, 25 minutes of Bullet decide it all. Players are not just battling against their opponent and the board, but also the clock.
This is crazy. Hans was winning, and if you spotted it, a double attack, that would have clinched it.
It's a race against time to score points before time runs out. In all time controls, games have 1 second of increment. Once time trouble sets in, the players may be able to avoid flagging, but they will be locked into a scramble for the rest of the game. Fast, furious, tilting, and thrilling, since 2016, the Speed Chess Championship format has been the standard. Who is the king of online speed chess?
And welcome back, everyone. That was a little bit more about the SCC. Of course, the time control. This is the most important. This dictates everything. 75 minutes of your 5+1 section, 50 minutes of 3+1, and 25 minutes of Bullet 1+1. And Levi, I think the most important thing, the most telling thing here is that +1 increment, which kind of changes the game for a lot of people when it comes to these time controls that they're used to playing online.
For sure. I think for many people watching, increment is obviously a foreign thing, but I will say it's also becoming a foreign thing now in the year 2025, right? With the new Esports World Cup format, everybody has to play 5+0 on Tuesdays, but the longtime players of this event, including Magnus Carlsen, not really including Jospem, are used to this +1. And it actually got a little faster, right? So it's 75 minutes and 50 minutes. Aman, have you played this format? It's unique for sure.
It is. You know, they used to have these matches ages ago. Matter of fact, you know, since 2016, they've had the SEC for a really, really long time. I remember playing one way back then, but I mean, it's come a long way. I'm not even sure that it always used to have the increment. So, you know, that shows you how old I am and is the perfect segue into this video as we recap the history of the SEC.
Oh my god.
No, but Hikaru, he has 15 more seconds. He needs to bleed.
Oh my goodness,
Rook A2.
Now Magnus Carlsen is the reigning Grandmaster Blitz Battle champion.
Yep.
It all came down to one man, Magnus Carlsen, who won Eric.
The game's over. They just drew, so should be joined with them anything.
They draw by mutual agreement.
Oh, look at this stalemate trick with 95.
96.
Another year where Hikaru Nakamura takes down.
And Hikaru Nakamura, he wins the Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru recognized it. He wins the Speed Chess Championship. Magnus gives a little bit flat for Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh my gosh, Amon. Hikaru had the first mate, and it's a draw by agreement.
Magnus has won.
And he's won.
SCC is over. Magnus Carlsen claims the SCC title for the second year in a row.
And welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Our coverage continues and look at the past champions. And Levy, you'll notice a pretty clear indication here. It's Magnus Carlsen, it's Hikaru Nakamura. These two have won just nonstop in the Speed Chess Championship. And
it comes down to the early stage. Like this 5+1, Amon, it's almost like a rapid game. And when you're playing against one of these guys like Magnus or Hikaru, you just have to keep it close because as we saw in the previous match, anything can happen in bullet. That switch that you have to flip to get to the bullet, it's not easy. But I mean, I think we're about to show some predictions in the sections, and it's going to tell us the full story.
Yeah, I think with these ones, you always expect a whopping win percentage for Magnus Carlsen, but you know, that just something feels so wrong about that. 98%. We saw, I think it was 94% in the previous matchup for Alireza, but obviously Magnus heavily favored to win every single section. But you brought up something which is just keeping it close until the bullet. Is that probably the section that you feel like Jospem has the best chance, if any, against Magnus today?
Yeah, for sure, right? Us as well, if we, for some reason, were put in against Magnus. The less time you have on the clock, you know, anything can happen. But if we're really going to run out to a 5-point lead here in the first section, then yeah, I think at that point, Jose is playing for prize money, as we know that your win percentage does determine ultimately how much money you take home. But yeah, Amon, these first round matchups sometimes are brutal. I mean, they show these win probabilities. And has it ever been 100, by the way? Like, has it ever been 100-0? Or would that be too messed up?
I think I've definitely seen that. If this is a 98, you can imagine a 99 has occurred. But 100, I don't think any model is going to ever put it at 100. So probably also just out of respect to the players, Levy, I feel like we wouldn't do that because there's always a chance. Let's get real.
Yes, there is. There was no greater tension than the last four of the last Speed Chess Championship, and that was in Paris, and this one will culminate also in a live final. But it all starts here. It all starts remotely. It all starts playing at the comfort of your own home or studio. And Jospem, 2 years in a row, has to face one of the Titans. We'll see just how many points he can pull together, and maybe he can surprise the world today.
Absolutely. He's playing from the Dave Cave, which, I'm surprised I didn't see my co-commentator for the previous match coming to us live from that studio. We've got Magnus and Jospem getting set. And of course, we're dealing with a knockout event, as always, in the SCC. So, as you said, really tough draw for Jospem, who you lose to Magnus. Unfortunately, that's the end of your SCC.
So did David Howell just go next door? Like, did he switch rooms with Magnus there? Well, we'll focus on the bracket here as we start at the top left. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, of course, Magnus and Jose Martinez. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Also notably, Fabiano and Prague will be facing off soon, and the winner will move on to face the winner of this match. So the bracket starting to take shape. And Levy, we also have, of course, the finals, right? In London, it's already locked in. That's going to be really exciting. We had the live finals for the previous SCC last year. That was a really exciting event. So I'm glad to see that's the plan once again.
For sure. And speaking of this Caruana-Prague matchup, there was a matchup, I think, in one of the early rounds a few years back where Magnus managed to defeat Fabi by a shocking margin. And that just shows you that even if Fabiano defeats Prague, where he might be a slight underdog in that match, he then has to go up against Magnus. And Magnus could have a pretty smooth ride, Amon, into London.
Yep. Absolutely. It's not even just that these matches are guaranteed. Round one, you'll usually see some really big upsets, but there are those matches right in the middle, which are super, super close. Let's get right into things here because we are underway. Magnus with the white pieces. He's rocking the Team Liquid gear, and the match is underway.
Yes, it is. I feel like the camera angle is giving more credit to Dave Cave being on the screen. Like if we move Magnus anymore on the screen, the words would disappear. We have a Neo Catalan is what this stuff is called, and this move pawn to d4 appears. Jose had to face this a bunch in a match that I was present for in Madrid, Spain, and that was against Vladimir Kramnik. And in that match, he was putting his bishop here and putting his knight here. This is very different, Aman. I feel like neither one of us plays these systems a whole bunch, but we are vaguely familiar with the ideas and intentions of both parties.
Yep, vaguely is a good word here. I find myself always tempted to sneak by the d-pawn in some way with maybe e4 and then try to play d3 and just commit everything on the king side and fully go for it. So I wonder if we'll see that here. And Magnus almost looked a little like disgusted with the position or maybe his decision there, but he has gone for this idea.
It's always a good sign for you or a bad sign for Magnus if he's following the lines of the commentators. Exactly. Exactly. A couple of moves ago, White had the decision. He could have, it's a completely deadlocked center now. He did have a decision where he could have taken, and maybe we will see that a little bit later. This is typical Magnus stuff. He's not interested in some sort of cutting edge opening advantage. He's literally just getting a game. Total gridlock. White will play to the space advantage, and Black needs to play over here, Aman, right? Otherwise, what are you doing in this position at all?
Yeah, completely agree. You really start to play on the queen side, but I was going to say this h4 move, super important, because you want to stop that bishop g5. So we're going to see the pieces reposition. Knight to f3 has the idea of maybe queen e1, g4, g5, maybe just g4 directly and saying, go ahead and take on h4, see if I care.
I'm very perplexed why the computer has decided this position is better for White, because it looks like both sides are just following their plans. That looks like the ugliest move of all time, but I think the king might even go for a run, running out of the castle. I mean, this looks terrible. This looks like this is going to be one-way traffic in game one, Aman. There you go, g4, g5.
And it's one of those things where you're like, how come in my games, when I attack like a lunatic, the engine doesn't like my position? Then you watch Magnus do it, and it's like, is it really that easy? Like, he just closed everything, pushed a bunch of pawns on the king side. Engine is saying, yeah, great, you have a massive advantage, congrats.
A lot of people would be worried about the open space here, but I don't think Black even has enough time. Magnus taking, because he had no alternative. This bishop was going to come over to h5 and block the light squares. White couldn't really advance. He didn't have enough time. Now a very difficult decision for Black. Do you play the extremely obvious bishop takes? Do you play the completely deranged pawn takes? Or rook takes? And obviously all have merit. But bishop takes appears on the board. And yes, this is exactly right. Knight is coming to e6. But Jospem is defending quite well, I have to say.
Yeah, the thing about these positions is it's not that Magnus is fully committed to this attack. He doesn't need it to work in order to have a functional position. He can also pivot and just play bishop d2, rook b1, and play on the queen side as well. So he's kind of right in the middle of being, full commit. But I like bishop f3 because he's reminding us bishop h5.
But now whoa, the king took. Wow. And I guess the king is going to go right here. That is... Or maybe
is that a confident sip there? We saw Magnus a little bit stunned by that. The engine loving king takes f7, and then a little sip of the drink there. I have to say, king f7 is a really nice one.
What an idea from Jose! By the way, king d6. Let's finish the walk and just defend everything. Oh my goodness, there it is! What a first game in this match.
Amazing. Bishop d2 is screaming here because you want to cover a5, b4, but you also do allow rook down to b2 and, full invasion on the b file.
And let's not forget, there is a hanging pawn here. Just
true.
At all times. And
yep.
Then you can bring the bishop back and bring it in. And I actually don't know. I do feel like White is playing on the Magnus effect for sure. If White was somebody else, if the colors were flipped, you'd be like, oh, this is super bold. But Magnus still thinks he can probably pull this off, but I don't know what his next set of moves is.
Yeah, Jospem's king walk to d6 is completely correct. And I actually like your suggestion. As soon as you reminded me that there was stuff hanging on the king side, it's like, wait a minute. Bishop takes h4, bishop g5. If you don't trade with me, I'm going to e3. And then the queen's coming in. That looks virtually unstoppable.
Correct. And the bishop on h5 is not a particularly impressive piece. Okay. Could we get a draw here in game one with a repetition?
I'm betting that he sees bishop h4 now and he wants to repeat so that he can change his move.
Well, I got good news, Amon. Ain't nobody defending this pawn. So
perfect.
I don't know what you can do. It almost feels like you have to put the bishop there, trade it for the knight. What do you do with the queen? And why is white not taking on a6?
Yeah, it's almost like, okay, he's realizing the importance of the H pawn and the king side, but I think you just go for it. Yep. Take that thing. Magnus is hating his position here.
This is definitely some degree of an alarm. Oh my goodness. This might be the weirdest game I have ever seen Magnus play. Like, what is happening here? I mean, it's just total separation of the pieces. Where is the harmony?
Yeah, I like how Jospem plays king f7, e7, d6, and we're saying, Magnus is playing a really weird game here.
Yeah, this could go down as the game of the year, right? We just pending a result. But by the way, if black does from this position nothing, literally nothing, what does white do?
That's true. That's very valid. I do think that there's progress to be made for Jospem as well on the queen side, so you can build it up slowly.
Yeah, queen a5. Wow, just sending it to an endgame. And I guess Magnus looking for something like this. Yeah, Magnus is just going into, oh my goodness, this is cocoon mode.
Yeah, it's exactly what he's doing here. He's trying to say that with the bishops, there's no entry points. I'm doubtful. Like, I don't believe that. And Magnus himself doesn't believe in fortresses. So let's see if he can actually find one that looks anything like one here.
Right. Rook is going to g3. You obviously can't rush with this move. You could use this pawn potentially. That could be an idea. But you're very afraid. You're definitely afraid when you're playing Magnus, because if you commit this pawn here, you lose control of this square. You're seeing all sorts of ghosts. But now he's going to slowly kick this knight out, Amon, and he might very well find a way to hold it.
Yep. Every pawn move, though, weakens something. You play a3, suddenly the knight goes to c6, a5, b3. So you're just inching forward here. I think that Jospem so far has continued pretty much exactly the way I would want, or that I would expect.
There was a universe in which the king could have maybe gone that way. That would have just made the game even better. But yes, the infiltration rook b1 is absolutely fatal. So you probably have to go here. And now we could be staring at a draw.
Yeah, and it's a tough position to continue. Interesting. Bishop b3. This is where you start to get scared. You're playing Magnus. Like, wait a minute. Is he playing for a win? What's happening?
Right, because there's no threat. Knight a5, you go here, and it's going to take your knight 2 extra moves to reposition. Magnus has said in interviews before, when he faces people he doesn't feel are playing for a win necessarily, he will kind of toy with them a little bit like this. But even if he's going to do all of this shuffling and mind games, he still can't actually do anything, right?
Yeah.
Surely not.
No, that's true. That's true. I wonder if king d1, is he going to slowly inch towards the other side of the board? Bishop b3, bishop a4. It's all possible here.
Yeah, bishop a4. Okay, now Jose's going to do the exact same thing. And at some point with black, you're like, I just want to get on the board. I can't lose a game like this. Okay, now there is no knight a5, Amon. Now what?
This is what I mean. Yeah, you start to really doubt yourself. Like all of a sudden, okay, maybe the king comes to c2, the rook slides over. You start looking at rook a g1, rook takes g7 sacks.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Rook is coming to g6 in some lines, and it's crazy that this can just hold together the queen side. It's just so amazing he can just shut it down in 35 seconds for black.
Yeah, don't see an easy path forward here. And when the time starts to tick, you become more okay with the draw. That's when Magnus honestly starts feeling like, okay, if you're that okay with a draw, I might start playing for more.
maybe you have this a-pawn sacrifice, and that's your ticket into the white position. Because if black can land a rook on b2 without it getting caged, he should be happy. This is given a question mark. That's just brutal game review stuff. I don't get that. But
yeah, I think it's speaking to the mentality, though. He's now doubling the rooks, not offensively, but defensively on the g7 pawn. So it just kind of shows where his head is at.
Maybe Magnus will try to get the king to a3 somehow, which is just, again, toying with the opponent's mind a bit. This is Magnus going for it, Aman.
Yeah, he definitely wants to play here.
Whoa!
Knight d5, he might have... Yeah, he just missed. And look at that. It's another sip from the glass. He knows he's made a good move.
Magnus raised the eyebrows a bit, now has to react to this Trojan horse in the center of the board. The idea is the bishop is counterattacked because of his last pawn move, trying to play on the time trouble there. Aman, does he take the knight or does he let it in?
It's so tough. I feel like if you let the knight in, you run a big risk. But if you take, what move do you have next?
Oh my goodness, this is all in. This is a poker bluff. He's giving this pawn to take the file, and he's just trying to trick Jospem in a time scramble. But Jospem got e4 coming in.
Yep. And if rook g4, maybe h5.
Okay, or the pawn, which now taking it is a bad move.
But that's the thing. You allow the rook. He knew this from last turn. I wanted to see h5 there.
And now Magnus threatening bishop h6, and apparently white is back to equal because the bishop is in, and rook b7 is coming.
Oh my goodness. It's all becoming a potential throw here. The e-pawn drops. He can lose this. e5.
Oh yeah, for sure. e5 is coming in d6. This is totally losing territory for black. And there it is.
What do you do here? Because bishop d2, there's rook a2 still.
Yeah, maybe you just go for it. Okay, he's just going to win the pawn. Rook d1 or rook b1.
Okay, but e5. Now the rook goes back to g1.
And now rook g7 and rook back.
No, he's losing his mind. He's down to just a second. But so is Magnus. Oh no, this is not enough. He knows it. How does Magnus Carlsen do it?
The pawn's promoting. Jose there was a fork on f4, but he wins. Oh my goodness, what a game. Aman, if this is going to be the match, it's going to be a long, long match. Jose already can't believe it.
And there was a really funny moment at the end. Both players had the exact same reaction on the webcam. They're both completely shaking their head, blinking uncontrollably, like, I can't even believe what I just looked at there. And fellas, I understand. We feel the same.
Except one of them won and one of them lost. So
exactly.
That's the trivia game that we played. This is something we might be seeing of a lot in this match. This is the Jose Martinez Sicilian treatment with white, getting the bishop out to the strange square of d3 and then repositioning it backwards. Although I think it's actually called the Kopek system after Danny Kopek, if I'm not mistaken. But Jose plays it all the time.
Right. Yeah, just having those systems that you play can really help out. But Magnus is actually really going for it here. Just the immediate d5, queenside castling. I mean, you could definitely kingside castle against this, but I think this is a much more direct approach. Maybe just going after that d-pawn, bishop f5, maybe a pawn to e4, just trying to rip the game open, and a3 indicates what you're saying. Maybe kingside castle and just fully b4. Let's go for it.
Clearly, Jose is familiar with the ideas and plans. He's played this hundreds, if at this point not thousands of times in online games, and maybe offline games. I would not feel particularly comfortable here with black. I see this coming, and I don't exactly... Okay, well, there you go. And by the way, that apparently is the best move. So to take that for what it's worth. And the knight is coming here and here, potentially.
Interesting. Yeah, I almost treat this, the move b4, you've got me thinking, like, maybe do you take it and play bishop takes b4, almost like those Sicilians where you sack a piece and just win every single pawn that exists? Otherwise, I agree, b4 is tough to meet.
Jose just thinking, like, hey, I just lost the game. Do I want to go all in with the move b4? What if it doesn't work? These are the thoughts that go through the head when you play against Magnus, but he played everything to set up this move. The only question is, does he need to make an improving move first? Or maybe something like a knight c4, potentially, to target the pawn on e5. It's easier to move his pieces, obviously, but what do you do if knight c4 is played? I'm not blundering anything, am I? I think it's good. Some e4 could be nasty, though.
I agree. Yeah, you always start to look for those e4 moves. I think maybe even bishop takes c4 followed by e4, like in that order, might be a bit more dangerous. And yeah, if you don't play that, maybe I was thinking castle. White could castle here, then prepare it. But perhaps black is intending to move the knight on f6 into d5. And then not only is knight f4 a threat, but b4 becomes just almost impossible to play after that because c3 would hang.
Jose plays knight e4 after no less than 1 minute and 20 seconds of thought, which is never a good sign. But that is the deceptive nature of the 5+1 format. You can easily tank, and Magnus does play his plan, and now Jose decides this is what I want to go for. And look, come on, it's minus 1.2. You invest all this time, and
Just send a full send, right? F5. I mean, starts with G5. I do think that F5 first was very, very logical, and then just follow it up because now, okay, we're all in here, clearly. Both sides going full attack, and G5 was a mistake. This is apparently a blunder. I mean, Levy, what's going on here?
I have no clue. I don't know how you carve your way through this. Like, is it F5? Is that the idea? What was Jose's idea there? Is it to take the pawn on C5? Because that doesn't look like a mistake to me. So is that the reason? It looks like it is because the bar is staying still.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and actually, I really start to get nervous about a knight showing up on the d4 square, so much so that I'm even considering knight takes c3 and then knight d4, because the g-file opening up looks so devastating that I'm convincing myself, the more I'm looking at it, that maybe that's an idea?
Yeah, I think so, because white has to make a move. If b5 is appearing on the board, you might just have knight takes. Immediately, knight takes, and the knight jumps into the d4 square because the pawn no longer covers it. And that looks... Maybe white just has to sack the queen at that point. I don't know.
Exactly. Because, yeah, the rook g8 and the queen on d7 showing up to g4, h3, you know, any number of these squares looks devastating.
Jose thinking, but thinking in this format is risky business. You have to only have clean thoughts. Suddenly you think for 2 minutes, your position is worse, and you have a minute less on the clock. And after a first game like that, which sort of stuns Magnus awake, going, okay, we're never going to do that again, he will look to shut it down. Bishop e3 appears, and it is a -3 advantage here with moves like f5 probably, Amon, and knight c3 and knight e3 and knight f4 and knight d4 and rook g8. I mean, you name it.
Yeah. So I think the issue is that he started to see and respect, and maybe rightfully so, the idea of knight takes c3 and knight d4. So instead of continuing his attack the way he would want to, knight c5, pawn takes c5, he had to cover that square. And now Magnus is like, well, I don't need the fancy moves. Let's just play the obvious. f5, rook g8. Let's get these pawns going. No way you can handle this.
And I think the key thing is that if the knight appears on c5, that knight actually is threatening business. But if the bishop takes it, there is nothing. White is at least 2 or 3 moves away from conjuring up any sort of threat, and by then black would have gone to the g-file and crashed through and would be much closer to attacking the white king. I think Magnus just sort of senses the incoming pace of game, and Jose is in severe trouble here in game 2.
Well, yeah, the obvious is that if the knight moves, let's say to c5, you take it, you just play knight takes c3, bishop will then capture on f3 on the next move, and you can't really prevent the g-file from opening up. So, yeah, something has got to give here. And, I mean, I don't even... Yeah, b5 is an attempt, but after taking here, maybe queen g7, maybe just takes. There's a number of moves.
Queen g7 is very nice. And then if pawn takes, knight takes c3 is lethal.
Exactly, yeah, just about displacing that queen, and that is going to happen. I mean, look at the action is all on the king side here. You think about, it's always a pawn race, right? An attacking race, but there's no attack for white, and Magnus is nearly giving checkmate.
It's so hard to calculate things when pawns are going to walk all the way up the board to your king. You just get scared inherently. But not only did Magnus see all of that, he even saw that the queen could go over here, but there are no threats. There are no threats at all, which is just crazy that he saw that in like 15 seconds. And Jose just resigns him on.
Yeah, time is ticking, and honestly, there's not much to calculate because you must capture the e4 pawn, but then knight c3 is just smack in your face. There's no answer to it. And Magnus, after that dangerous game number 1, delivers an emphatic game number 2.
Yeah, if your pet opening is going to run into stuff like that, it's only bad news. We have d3. This is obviously some sort of super sideline. It's almost like a King's Indian defense. And now white, when the move b6 appears, you should be taking in the center. And now white just has 2 center pawns. You could even play a3 and play this like a pure Sicilian, getting a position like that. We'll see what Magnus chooses, but he already has a slight advantage because he has 2 center pawns against the 1 for Jospem, and very comfortable position for Magnus.
Yeah, you make a good point that playing e4 to kick the knight and then following up later with d4 is so tempting, but yeah, just build it up. a3 to stop knight b4, so you don't have to worry about that. And then, yeah, probably e4, knight c3, and pawn to d4 looks like a good outcome.
I wonder what Magnus is thinking about. I would be quite afraid if he went for a 30-second thought.
That's telling me, like, wait a minute, did I blunder something immediately in this position? I mean, there's other things to do. Bishop d2 and knight c3 directly. You could transform things immediately by playing d4 just to gain that square, and then maybe intend pawn to e4 on the next turn. So there's definitely a lot of move orders, and Magnus, he knows what he's going for, but he's trying to perfect the move order here.
Opts for knight to c3. Jose responding quite quickly. It's completely fascinating. The amount of things that went through his head. Obviously, e4 was the emphatic move, trying to grab the center. He's instead going for a structural transformation. He wanted the cluster of pawns in the middle and the kind of loner a pawn. Now the knights are just going to get traded, and he will have the 2 pawns in the center. This kind of reminds you of the old school games, the Queen's Indian games played from the 1970s, where black would play this precise setup and then trade, and then white would try to have 2 pawns in the center. The most common thing here that can happen is this sacrificial idea with pawn going to d5, taking, locking the center. And will we see that, or are we going to get, more subdued Magnus just going for a positional game?
Well, it sort of depends on what setup Jose goes for, because now you might expect maybe queen c2, pawn to e4. You can support e4 with queen c2 or rook e1. And okay, here you could even develop bishop f4. Yes, you could play b3 and bishop b2, but I think it's just unnecessarily slow. Take the nice diagonal here, develop immediately, and you're always going to have to watch out for a potential move of pawn to e4. And the other nice maneuver that you often see in these positions is knight f3 finding its way to d3. Sometimes e5 d3, sometimes e1 d3, which is a nice square for that piece.
Yeah, if you did a poll of viewers of the channel right now, how many would vote for knight e1? It would be like 12 people, and it would have been by accident.
Depends what the point of the poll is, because Magnus has been asking people to play, predict his openings for Title Tuesday. So I can imagine a lot of knight e1 enjoyers say, hey, Magnus, go ahead and try to win with that one.
This is a very, very high-level maneuver. Yeah, it happens in some English positions. I almost feel like Magnus just kind of wanted to play this structure out. He definitely knew that he had a small advantage with the 2-on-1 in the middle, and he could have pushed it. But yeah, playing this structure, building some experience, another position where you've got to be super accurate with black. This is purely a structural game. Symmetrical pawns, strange piece placements, and kind of interactions. What does black do now with white threatening rook d1 and e4, or just e4 straight away?
Yeah, you have to remember as well, Magnus he's in an obvious different category to everyone else, meaning when he's playing these matches, he wants to try a lot of different positions to figure out how his opponent is going to handle them. Where is he weak? Is it equal positions that he kind of struggles in to find a plan? Is it the middle game? Is it the openings? He's just going to test you in these different types of positions, because Jospem is pretty much going to show up and just play his game. You know, he's got his systems that they work, but Magnus is just going to sort of poke around and figure out the best place to spend his time.
By the way, e4 was going to be well met with the bishop retreating. Good double rook placement. Nice idea from Jose, by the way, trading the queens. I think that's very nice. Actually, I think he's playing excellent, I have to say. Like, very resourceful, good maneuvering back there.
And we're seeing this knight e5 to likely d3, I want to say. It's just a square that the piece usually ends up on. And it's just, I don't know, it's surprisingly effective. It helps b4, it hits the bishop on c5, blocks the d file, so you can just focus on the c file instead. And it also, of course, gets those bishops traded. So let's see. He has to continue to play as well as you're pointing out he already has. Minute deficit. This is Magnus Carlsen territory. You think you're equal, but you're down on time, and you just have to keep finding a plan. Shake of the head there, Levy. I don't know if he loves it.
He ends up trading. Obviously, the knight is going to go replace the bishop. Magnus backs up. But it very much is a position where white gets to call the next shots. Knight c4, not knight to d3, but...
Yeah, I like knight d3 there, but this has obviously got an immediate threat packed with it. Plus, e3 and e4, maybe both, are going to be played.
Yes, e3 is nice, making the bishop retreat, and then after that e4, and then maybe even e5, just a triple combo, right. Attacking every. By the way, yeah, e3, bishop f6, e4 just wins the b6 pawn in some lines, so we could be seeing that here.
Yeah, and the b6 pawn can't move forward. You got b6 and a5 just completely stuck, so c4, a much more aggressive square, and Magnus, he's got double the time and everything to play for. You might even see one of those, cagey moves, bishop e1. Like, he's got time to plan this out.
This is an interesting move, looking to take away the f6 square from both of black's pieces. And you can't play rook d7, probably. It just runs into... Also, there is a bishop hanging in the center of the board. That would be a nice bonus to all of this. So...
I wonder, is knight f6 the move that he's going to land on? Ooh. Obviously, here, he's doubting himself, I think, because of e4, but then he found rook takes c4 in that line, which I think made him feel more confident.
Ah, that is a nice... And king f3. Yeah, there we go. Activate the king in the endgame. I think we're going for a Magnus endgame grind with his opponent having a little bit less time.
Yep. But also, Magnus missed that. He definitely thought that he, I think, had that e4. Saw a little bit of a sign on the cam there. Nevertheless, he's not assuming any risk, and he still has a big time advantage. But Jospem has to prove himself, Levy. He has to prove that he can take a position that he's played well, that he's genuinely equalized with. But when he's low on time, he has to show that he can keep up.
Knight going to c6. Well, I think he'll keep up for this move for sure. Question is, where does he put his rook? Okay.
Yeah, knight has to retreat here. I guess knight d4 has a few ideas to it. I like the knight there. You can play e3, solidify next. Depending on the move, yeah, knight takes f5 could be an idea, but not anymore.
Yeah, I like e3. Maybe bring the king. e3 is a Magnus type of move.
Yeah, you don't want that knight on d4 to be too loose for too long. And if you can, usually h3 and g4 is another good way to play against that pawn structure.
Because also this pawn will be a long-term liability. If the h-file opens and white can go rook h1 at any moment, it's going to be super unpleasant for black. And I don't like this. I'm on 20 seconds. Knights are on the board. It's a recipe to get tricked.
Knight endgames are the trickiest endgames, truly, for especially for strong players, because there's less, hard and fast rules about these endgames. Knights can make it to any square. It's hard to play on certain color complexes.
This move at 4 is very curious because it locks down the two pawns forever, but it also drastically weakens the e3 pawn, and I don't know if Magnus is going to go for this. It's just so committal.
Yeah, I like it, though. I do like the idea of f4. If maybe e4, knight goes to d4, and just kind of sit there and hang out, threatening the f-pawn.
And then you kind of try to run over here. Yeah, the weakness, obviously, if the pawns were traded, it would be a massive positional edge for white. But just the existence of the pawns together makes this annoying. And you don't really want to do this with 15 seconds bonus time, but we'll see.
I can definitely see him playing it. For sure, the time spent is him eyeballing it, because if you don't, black plays king e6, maybe f6, like things get well defended, right? It's not a clear breakthrough anymore. So there you go. Okay, we will see this, in fact.
And why? Some signs of life. King here. Maybe the knight's going to do a little runaround, but to where?
Yep. This is what I mean. Knights are so tricky. Knight a7 to b5, perhaps.
Yep. Maybe now you build this up. You build up these pawns at some point. 3 seconds for Jose. He's got to move.
Yeah, this 1 second is unforgiving.
Okay. B4 maybe. But still he's defending.
Yeah, knight g5?
B5.
Yep. I like that. I do think knight g5 is an idea to hunt some pawns there.
It's just equal. Black is doing very well defensively.
These are the tough moves, though. Knight g5 being a threat. Uh-oh. Yeah, and he just threw it away. He knows it. Like I said, those are the tough moves. Oh, my goodness. Magnus, magic, does it again in the end game.
What can you say? Aman, he literally just brought his king back, allowing in the knight because he had 1 second on the clock. And he worked so hard 2 games with black just to lose both of them deep in the game due to time trouble.
Yeah, exactly. There really is no other way to describe it. That's just Magnus. That's a Magnus classic. He always plays the position on, so it's not that he had a big advantage, but you always got to worry about the clock. There is the Magnus effect where you just assume his moves and his intentions are the correct ones and that there's something to worry about. So all that put together, 3 seconds on the clock, I mean, he's going to make a mistake at some point, and he really hadn't until that moment. So just bad timing, and yet again, Magnus pulls a win out of absolutely nothing.
Having said that, his game with black was definitely a stomp. So this time he goes for e4, e5, looking not to get too crazy in a Sicilian defense. Already a 3-point lead is absolutely brutal to overcome when you're playing against Magnus. Like, this is already safe, which is kind of messed up, you know, but he's just trying to play different types of games. I'm curious if he's going to play mostly e5, c5. I'm curious if he's going to play like a French defense or two just to play different structures. But Jose much faster this game, Aman. Only 5 seconds spent.
Yeah, deciding that he's just going to adopt a quick strategy. Sometimes that I find myself doing that in matches. Especially if I'm behind, I'm like, you know what? Let me stop trying to play my absolute best chess. Let me just play quick and see what happens. And usually, you know, I follow that principle in the opening, and then I kind of slow down and just regress back to my normal, my status quo.
But this looks nice, I do have to say. Having
it's a great
said that,
position.
A few things have looked nice so far in this match.
That's right.
Now, what do we do from here? Last time you said knight e1 to d3. That's still an idea, just you have to move your rook first. Where does this knight go? Where do some of these pieces go? What's Jose planning?
Yeah, it's tough to say. The f5 square is never that useful. There's always g6 available. So I do think about bringing that knight. The d3 square looks great, but you know, the rook being on e1 actually is enough to probably dissuade me. Like, I don't know if I want it as much as I'm going to play rook e2 and knight e1. So the only other option is really knight d2. It's great to protect on e4, but you always have to remember, you know, Magnus has his maneuvers as well. Even though the bishops are going to be traded with an idea like bishop b6, I do think that Magnus is slowly inching towards a little bit better maneuvering than Jose so far.
h6 is interesting because it doesn't allow black to play the move g6 anymore. That's like the first thing that I thought of, because h6 would be weak, but I guess the idea is to then maybe use the king as well. Wow, bishop c7. This This strikes me as a little bit of a waiting game. This strikes me as a little bit of a come get me.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that move. Rook d1, and basically he needed the bishop on c7 as an intermediate move just to allow for the d-pawn to be defended.
Is there a g4? I just feel like with everything on the other side of the board, can I just go g4 here? h4, g5?
I don't mind it. You know, I don't mind it so much that I might even play g3, king g2, and then build it up. But yeah, that was g4. I like that idea.
But if you play c5, you are not going g4. So
that's correct.
Jose is going to play on the queen side. He's going to play where all his pieces are, which definitely makes sense. Now, I am a bit perplexed about the time spent here, considering you push the pawn and it could be taken.
Well, is he going to take on c6? Because I thought that he did this to take on c6 and then just recapture on c5. But instead, he goes for this, which, you know, bishop e7. That's probably why, yep, pawn takes on d5 would have pretty much just lost the game there.
Shockingly, Magnus not falling for it. And now we are heading for a symmetrical position.
It seems to me like pawn takes on c6 is the move that you want just to take control of this knight. But, I mean, rook takes, I can understand it. It really feels like pawn takes is better just to cover the knight. And Magnus doesn't want to deal with knight d5.
And the position is equal, but you're getting that sense again, Amon.
Yeah, I wonder, are we... Like, White's position is great. And it's one of those things where it feels like if the players were flipped, like they were playing the other color and Magnus had white, we'd be saying, yeah, okay, Magnus got a weak c6 pawn, just going to be controlling the d file, moving in slowly for the kill, queen c4. But because it's flipped, I'm like, okay, Magnus has got the open b file, moving in for the kill, queen b7.
Yeah, we're front running whatever color that he's playing. Yeah, White's going to get the c5. You know, the pawns are in the way of the knight, but Magnus will figure it out if he's playing with White.
And if we're thinking it, then Jospem at some point, he start to think of things that way as well. And it's a terrible habit to get into, you know, respecting your opponent a little bit too much. Need to be completely fearless, because the reality is Jose has a very nice position and there's absolutely zero wrong with it.
Yes, the rook is hanging now. So probably he is considering something like a queen d2. The thing is, White is always so close to trading off on the last rank of the board that I don't know that it's even possible to play the position for a win, even if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Magnus will be dying to play this position for a win, but well, he's done it already multiple times. Just this is definitely not a similar type of position to what we've seen.
And I think what Magnus does, though, is he, like, look at the time. It's 3 minutes, 2 minutes and a half. So he just wants to keep playing. He wants to see, like, he'll take a draw if it must be a draw, but he'll play it to the bitter end. Probably he would be willing to make a draw in that previous knight end game if Jospem had played, you know, just a few more moves correctly. You never know. But he's going to keep playing because he wants to see how comfortable is my opponent in pure time scramble. Is he able to maintain equality over 30, 40 moves?
Yeah. By the way, I'm not feeling particularly optimistic. So, like, Jose is going to make a few more moves, but last game, Amon, he literally defended all the hardest parts of the game.
Yep.
And then just moved his king back and lost, right? When you're losing games like that, if you're Magnus, you're kind of thinking it's just a matter of time. And he's not even afraid to go to this, you know, this queenless endgame. Just trading.
Yeah, we saw this in the previous matchup. It just felt like Alireza at some point gained so much confidence, and someone is off screen there. I wonder who that could have been. Magnus briefly looked up from his cam and started laughing uncontrollably. So I feel like that's when, you know, you're getting set for like a school photo and your friends are behind the camera making faces and you're trying to keep a straight face.
Yeah, maybe David Howell came in and pranked his friend by lifting his shirt up or something. The crazy stuff that goes on in the Dave cave, you know, better that it's off camera. But I mean, like, look at this, just walking the king into the middle of the board and laughing and drinking orange soda. Don't we all wish we could play like Magnus?
Yeah, that's
he made a huge mistake there.
Knight d5 and queen takes e5. Magnus raises his eyebrows right now because he just saw it. He just noticed, because now it's a threat. And it's just so funny. You're talking about Magnus in the Dave cave drinking orange soda. That's what happens. You know, he took this too seriously. Went king f8, king e7. That was wrong. Knight d5, a huge miss.
Knight c5, the idea of which was to block the queen's defense of the pawn, and if the queen were to have landed there, there would have been a double attack. By the way, I'm not even sure Jose saw it.
No, I don't think he did. He was just going routine, because when you're playing Magnus, you're not expecting this random king move to allow you this amazing tactic. You're just saying, okay, he's bringing the king to the middle. Let me do the same.
That would have been the clip right there. You know, cracking up, stuff happening in the background, takes a sip of soda, walks the king into a devastating tactic, and loses on the spot. There you go. But what can Jose do here? Some queenie rookie two.
It's a mentality thing, because he's just shuffling back and forth, defending. Magnus is applying pressure at every junction, and in the one moment Jose had, he wasn't looking for anything.
Jospem's got to get on the board. He's got 4 seconds. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? B2, like, how do you defend it? He is just dropping pawns left, right, and center. Speaking of center, e5 is hanging.
Yeah, I drew the arrow, rook d4, kind of a nice shutting down move, but maybe there's something even better.
I like that move.
Must be nice. I feel like these games aren't even being won. If anything, they are being lost, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that feeling that Jospem he's just sitting there playing defense, and eventually something is going to go amiss.
H5, nice kind of instigating type of move. Maybe get a pawn to g4. A4, A3 when you need it.
Yep. H4, maybe inducing g4. And he plays rook takes e4. So
he just missed b3.
And wait a minute. After rook here, queen g5. Is this what he's spying? And maybe some sack on f6 with knight e4 at the end.
Oh my goodness. Magnus totally missed rook f6.
Yeah.
And he is annoyed.
Jospem, the counter puncher. He had an opportunity for a big moment earlier. He sees it now. And e4, queen f4. He was even ready for that move. 1 second, though. 1 second.
No, but this is inescapable. This is made on the board. Queen f7.
Is it? I mean, it is, but is it? Queen a7.
Yeah, queen e7 is nice, and now rook b8. There it is. Wow.
Look at that. Cool, calm, collected with 1 second on the clock. That is a really impressive victory, because he had to find some big tactics, Levy. It's one thing for Magnus to miss it. It's another to see it, and the sarcastic thumbs up as he acknowledges his own shortcomings in that game.
Yes, or I think they were just briefed that we're going to take a break after this, and Magnus gave the thumbs up, not to break the fourth wall. But Aman, we were writing the eulogy over here for Jose Martinez, and out of nowhere, he's on the board.
Yeah, and deservedly so. He should be on the board. When you think about the positions that he's had, absolutely. As we go to the midpoint here, we're at the halfway point of the 5+1 portion. Jospem getting a great victory, and the result you want to have right before a break, Levy.
Seriously, really. Like 4-0, 3-1 is completely not comparable. He gets one more game, and then another game, and then another game. No, I'm just, that might be slightly too much, Aman. But yeah, we were talking about how it's just full one-way traffic on the M train, and then there you go. Jose out of nowhere winning a game with 2 seconds on the clock, and match is back on.
Absolutely. Well, we hope that he can continue this energy going forward. But before we take a break, we are going to remind everyone here that they can level up their chess game with Neuro, Gum, and Mints for your energy and focus, calm and clarity, and sleep and recharge. Neuro's got you covered with natural products that help you lock in. When every move counts, you can stay sharp with Neuro. Save 15% with code CHESS15 at go.chess.com/Neuro. And with that, Levy, we are going to take a break because we have the rest of the 5+1 portion of this Speed Chess Championship match between Magnus and Jospem coming up right after this.
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past that. High fades, but good energy, that stays. Workout, workday, whatever. We're here for it all damn day. It's never just one thing. Be ready for everything. Mind sharp, focus locked. Don't just move forward. We've got good energy. Neuro Gum and Mints.
I'll go for a safe bet, like a favorite chess piece. I think that's pretty easy.
Sounds good.
I think I already got it wrong. Let me take a look.
And 1 second, how does this guy look like?
No, this is difficult. Okay, this I can try.
Okay.
I'm going to be artistic on this one. I think I'm gonna skip this.
Yeah, do one more. We have time. You can do one more.
This does not look like what it's supposed to look like.
The start was really good. I was thinking this is the best by far today, but then you kind of derailed at some point.
That was really, really bad.
Okay, there you go.
Amazing.
It's a rook here.
That's a rook.
Yeah, brilliant
Good job.
information. Yeah, I thought you will think it's a knight or something, but...
Oh my god, drawing is hard.
Are you drawing the map now or the chess piece?
The knight.
Ah, the knight. Okay, perfect.
That's the worst knight.
And I say this is knight. You have to believe it.
Okay, this looks good. Should have been a door somewhere. Should have been a door, but now no door from this. Or maybe we can make a door here, yeah? So all of a sudden. Impressive. Not really. And probably we should add some cat. But I'm not so sure my cat will be too nice, so. Let's leave here.
I think we should keep this.
Yeah, we can keep it in the...
Like, out of the frame. It's so bad.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Championship. Magnus and Jose Martinez, the match continues. And Levy, we just saw a great way to end right before the break from Jospem. That was a deserved win, and it just felt like it was coming. He had so many opportunities. Could have been 4-0, but he got back on the board.
For sure. And for anybody that's missed the action, pre-game predictions, according to, I suppose they are the smarter chess ones, were 98% to 2% in favor of Magnus. He got out to a 3-0 lead, winning one game extremely convincingly, one game sort of convincingly, and one game by, well, an accident. And he was almost going to be up 4-0, right? But now, Aman, it's 3-1. And our stats show that Magnus has to win 3 more games and make 1 draw. But the momentum is with Jose.
Absolutely. And maybe the break didn't come at the best time. You would love to just jump back into the rematch. Although if we're thinking about Magnus, he's really not a player that tilts. He's too good to tilt because he knows he can just show up in the next game, and he's pretty much a favorite in every game he plays to win. All right, and we're off. We have the game's underway again, 3-1. Magnus with the white pieces, and we start up with this, very familiar opening here. Kind of this Tarrasch idea, bishop b4, bishop d2, and does white play bishop c4 or bishop d3? I've seen Magnus on the white side of this many, many times. So I'm curious how well prepared Jose Martinez is, because I know that Magnus knows his stuff here really well.
And Aman, I just have to apologize. I left you hanging there. I was speaking into the microphone, which I had muted to finish chewing, and I was wondering why you would so egregiously cut me off, only to have realized I was talking to myself. So you did a great job explaining the semi-Tarrasch nuances. And this is a position that white can win in some 25 moves, by the way, if black is not careful. I have seen Magnus do unexplainable things to other top grandmasters in these positions, so it could get very bad very fast for Jose.
Yeah, and this idea of playing a6 and b5 is, let's say, not the most common. There's nothing wrong with it, but it does weaken the dark squares a little bit more than usual, especially c5, and it allows, maybe a more direct thrust with pawn to d5. So usually I see knight a5 here. He decides to take, and I guess if bishop takes, probably bishop b7.
Now white has to choose where to put the rook. There's a famous saying, I think it was Tartakower, that said, once you've worked through all the nuances of where to put the rook to what square, move the other one. And we see this was the wrong rook move. Supposedly, the computer wanted it on slightly different squares, but makes sense. And Aman, I just don't like this. I feel like white's pieces all go to squares just so much easier. Like, he's going to play h4, h5 at some point.
Yeah, you can be sure of this. You also know that the rooks are going to double really easily in the position if you want to just play rook d2, rook d1. At some point, maybe pawn to e5 as well. It's just easy to play.
Yeah, he didn't even hesitate to play this move, and then there you go. As predicted, as expected, signed, sealed, delivered. It's a very well-known maneuver. Magnus doesn't even have to think about it. Now, a knight on f5 would be almost lights out for black. Black would have to desperately defend here, but I like how Jose's playing, actually. Knight a5.
I'm wondering about the obvious, like knight d4. Let's get to that f5 square. Really like the knight on f5. And I think even if black manages to trade queens or something with queen g5, like I want my knight on f5 pretty much in all lines.
Probably he's not rushing because there is some way to trade the queen. Like I wouldn't be shocked if a rook to the third rank maneuver would be necessary, or even fourth at this point if you manage to get the queen back. But good play from Jose. Obviously with white, you don't want to trade the queen here. You don't really get too many advantages, but you could, and then you could just try to like infiltrate and maybe get some endgame pressure.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that, maybe you'd play, I think what he's wondering about is knight h4, but maybe black has g6, because if you take on d6 and play knight h4, black can't double the rooks and take on d5. So you're able to sneak the knight into f5, but maybe he's not interested in g6 and just kind of kills the knight h4 idea.
Okay, it's happening. There it is. Magnus will probably evaluate that this endgame with that trade is better for him. It's more pleasant for him. Right. Amon calling everything. Knight to f5.
I like this idea of knight f5. And basically, if I'm Magnus and I don't see the move g6, I'm happy. You know, knight to f5, pawn to g4, thrust forward, pawn to d6. Looks really good.
Right. Jose hasn't played g6. See, if I played this against Jose, he would have went g6 in 2 seconds. But he's playing Magnus. He's asking himself, is this the transformation that I want? I surrender e6. Maybe Magnus goes here, takes, pawn's running away, knight's taking my pawn, rook is coming in. What am I doing? I'm losing. How did I miss this? But it could be okay.
Quite the inner dialogue there. Are you speaking from experience, Levy?
Yeah, for sure. Yes. By the way, even when playing Magnus, I mean, you've played Magnus as well. It's a slow and painful death.
It really is.
Like, now he gave him this. Now here comes desperate defending back. It's just...
Yeah, and that knight on h4 will always join in a good way. Yeah, you're pointing out, kind of have to play that move. Rook e6 is the only other suggestion. But the thing is, Magnus most likely is not 100% determined to queen the d pawn. That can be used as a decoy. Maybe he picks up the a pawn in the future in exchange for it. And yeah, you see the move rook e4. I'm wondering if rook e6 is going to happen.
Right, because the idea is also maybe rook e1. And at that point, you threaten a checkmate regardless of the pawn. So black would have to defend.
Right.
Yeah, and if you double and take, you're also going to win this pawn. And
so he wants rook e1, knight d6. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of whether there's any... I mean, you can play pawn to g4, trying to play knight f5. That certainly comes to mind. There's also maybe ideas like a4. I don't really know how good these moves are.
a4 might be it, just to soften it all up. It's difficult to understand why it's plus 1.3. That's very mysterious. I mean, that's borderline knockout territory in a position like this. Maybe that really is it. Okay, knight d6.
Yeah.
And is it just rook e7? Like,
yeah, I'm starting to think so.
That he probably missed that, right? He probably just missed that slow move that doesn't do anything except protect the pawn, but suddenly black can't move any pieces.
Yeah. And what I mean about maybe giving up that d pawn in exchange for another is after rook e7, you almost want to play rook e6 as black as a bailout, but you run into rook 1 takes e6 and knight g6 check. Or maybe knight g6 check immediately.
I can show that on the analysis board. Okay, never mind. We have rook e6. And why is this so bad? Is it simply we lose 2 pawns?
Yeah, Magnus he's using that d pawn. He's going to win 2 pawns for it. That's perfect. That's really all you need because the resulting position is still one that you're pushing. Knight coming to f5, g7 pawn, always loose.
I must say Jose looks like he's sitting in an interrogation room. I mean, like, he does not look particularly thrilled during these games. He didn't even look thrilled to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. You start to doubt yourself. You know, the mind of someone playing Magnus Carlsen is troubled.
Down below a minute we go.
He's for sure evaluating knight g6. Otherwise, we wouldn't be pausing this long. So he's wondering whether, you know, do we throw knight g6 in? Oh,
my board just jumped forward. I don't know what happened there, but
never mind. He had definitely made that decision. Okay, did play knight g6, and then he took, and then he just grabbed the material.
Yeah, I was sitting here waiting, like, what's he thinking about? And
yeah, like it wasn't that difficult.
He wasn't. He is better with a pawn advantage. This is just about the worst thing you can see outside of your castle. It's a horse tied with a cement block, and it's not leaving. All sorts of mates. Knight f5 is coming, and bad news.
Yeah, knight f5. And the worst part about this position is the presence of the a and b pawns. if they're off the board, at least everything only, is bad on one side of the board. But now you have to worry about losing the B pawn, the passed A pawn. It's a lot to keep track of.
Here, there is nothing you can do, also. This is clever. White could even, G4 doesn't just defend the knight, it also defends the pawn and recreates the threat on G7. It's bad. King G3. Yeah.
Magnus has that body language, like he knows this position is now completely over. Rook C7, I'm going to assume.
Anybody confused, Rook G7 would be met with a rook sacrifice on the F5 square, removing the defender. Okay, you can win the rook endgame if you'd like. You don't have to go to a rook endgame.
Right.
Yeah, just... And... Nice. I'm going for a little Arabian.
Yeah, that is a nasty checkmating pattern, and it looks like the body, because we're just seeing it frozen there, looks like that was a resignation, yeah.
And we have our first Caro-Kann defense. Funny that I once played this against Jose over the board. I played this exact variation. Pawn on H4, and instead of the move C5, I played H6, and we went into a really, really deep line where he knew slightly more than me. And then I sat there, Aman, and I went, why do I play the Caro-Kann? Like, my position was so bad. And Magnus going for a huge sideline, which you have to do in these variations. Like, you have to play this, like, C5 thing in Blitz and just go for some strange game.
Yeah, no, he had you contemplating your life choices there about the Caro-Kann. I've had that happen in many an opening, some of which I decided never to play again. But as you mentioned, Magnus, just going for those sidelines, this is clearly something the engine is favoring Jose with right now, but it's imbalanced. That's really what Magnus is looking for out of the opening.
Yes, and I think as we get to the next 5 or 6 moves, that evaluation bar will drop to 0 or close to it. It's not easy to prove that the position has that degree of an advantage. You play a few natural moves with white, suddenly your plan is not so clear. But here I have to say, to me, the plan is pretty clear. Like,
I was going to ask what you think of the move or the pawn on H4. And the reason I say that is I feel like I've seen this position without the pawn there. So I'm wondering if the inclusion is actually a good thing. It looks like a very, very strange pawn to just see there.
Normally you would say this is ridiculous, right? This is just a misprint of a position. But in the long run, if this knight were to ever move, maybe you would get H5, H6. And modern day computers love this nonsense. We as humans, we don't understand it, but yeah, could be advantageous.
Yeah, you're exactly right. H4, you'll always see the engine just randomly suggest for seemingly no reason nowadays. So maybe the extra H4 move is just a huge advantage. Maybe that's why the engine loves white position so much. It's already played.
Well, now we get the twin, H4, A4. Jospem playing both modern ideas, although this one not as blessed. I guess he wants to make sure the pawn is sufficiently protected by the stable piece, and then after that, he's going to double. It's a very interesting game. Like, where do you put this bishop? Do you put it here? Okay, no.
Ask and you shall get your answer. Bishop E3. The one thing about E3 is you aren't as stable on that square as when maybe the pawn's on H2, just because the G4 square is a little bit weaker, but the idea is obvious. Bring the rook from F1 to B1 and, put some pressure on that pawn.
I beg your pardon. Is the idea of this to just lose a center pawn for an A pawn? That's just the idea?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
The not so sneaky move. Yeah, I think so.
If Stockfish isn't budging, right? If it's saying it's 0.6, if you don't take this, Black will play F5. So you kind of have to. And now you got to just what? You got to play against this B7 pawn. That's the only thing you have.
That's right. And, at some point, Magnus can assume like a very defensive posture, rook a7, knight d8, these moves to just like completely watch over the pawn. Bishop c5 is loose, but with b7 hanging, I don't know that you want to grab it.
I think rook b7 wins for white.
That would not be surprising.
I wouldn't even be shocked. Like Magnus himself, I've watched him sack rooks before to get a minor piece and a pawn advantage. Sorry, not to advantage, but you get what I'm saying. And then the pawn promotes, and Jospem's going for it. It was not the right move, but it looked really appetizing. And you have the c pawn, you have the knight, you have the safe king.
Yep.
I don't know. It was very tempting.
Completely agree. And let's say the queen moves to d8, e8, as we might expect. I was almost wondering about a strange looking move like, how is bishop g5 instead of knight g5, trying to get the knight recapturing?
That looks quite natural. Yeah, he's just going to go king g2. Again, you flip the colors. I take Magnus here with white all day. But
yeah, I have to be objective and really remind myself that, you know what, I do think that this is a really correct sacrifice. If the engine is saying equal after your sacrifice, usually that's a good sign.
Yeah, now it begins a question of like, how does black actually defend? Do you play queen a8 and almost force white to play a move like pawn to c6, because on that square it's a little less stable, like rook b4 stuff? Okay, h6.
H6 makes a lot of sense. I was a little nervous about some bishop g5, knight g5 moves. Bishop c5 is a little bit more of an idea now, I think, after seeing h6 on the board. So I think that might be something just to take a look at.
Yeah.
I guess your h6 now invites some bishop takes h6 in the future. So suddenly a little bit extra to think about.
Right, because queen g4, setting up bishop h6. Yep. Black can move the king, but black might even lash out with f5, like just not wait.
Totally. I think knight e5 is also, for obvious reasons, a great looking move here. Bishop takes c5. Looks like the waters get quite murky. Knight takes f7 or something.
Okay. There is c6 appearing.
I feel like this is such a committal move. I'm assuming bishop d6, like rook d7 ideas. But at the end of the day, I have liked white's position from the start. It's so tough to play well, but I really like the energy and the fact that he didn't shy away against Magnus from making the sacrifice that you intuitively just pointed out as rook takes b7.
And speaking of bishop f6 here, maybe the idea was g4, g5. Like,
wow,
you just have to go. I don't know, but again, we're playing with the bar, so having the bar is really nice. So you immediately go for these attacks, but maybe c7, maybe something. Okay, let's get to the position. Rook c4. Magnus is struggling to come up with a defensive concept.
Yeah, and this is why it's important to play these imbalanced positions against Magnus. These are the ones that, he's not as used to, that you are going to have your chances. There's c7. Maybe he wants to play rook to b8 and just kind of sit on that c7 pawn.
Right. But then you even have queen a8. I mean, you really could be breaking through here. I wouldn't be shocked if Magnus tries to sack back the rook for the bishop and the pawn and just have a completely stable position.
Yeah, you do not want to allow that. If queen to d7, I'm also wondering about knight e5. Is it smart to, simplify in that way, basically say, bishop takes and then rook b8, because probably Magnus would be happy with that.
Okay, and Magnus has made a mistake. Queen back to b1, guarding the rook from the other side.
Great move.
And yeah, what do you do against rook to b8? I guess queen f3 is still there in some positions.
Right, but you don't even have king h7 as like a get me out of check move in the future because it's covered.
Okay, but knight d2, knight e5, I don't know.
Yeah, knight e5 feels like gets the knight out of danger because you're right. Rook b8, there is queen takes f3.
Oh, there might be like knight c6, rook d1 ideas. Like you try to give up the rook for the doesn't quite work, but yeah, like knight e5.
Yep, knight e5 feels right. I think we're both feeling knight e5 here. Why not take the tempo? Rook c1 is covered by the bishop in case you're trying to make that idea work here.
Right. Oh. Yeah, Jose's heart is probably beating like fast. He knows.
Yeah,
By
that's
the
what
way,
we got to get on that CC, right? Heart rate monitor.
yeah, we really do. I mean, seriously. Now, okay, he's gone 95, but he played it in 50 seconds, Amon. Rook a4.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I think Magnus knows that he's in a bad spot here.
Why didn't
but
he
he's
go
playing
rook
quick.
Rook b8, rook a1, I guess, was winning. Wow.
Okay, so now rook a1 feels like the move.
Where's the win? You got 30 seconds. Is it queen b6? Is it rook? It's not rook b8. What is it?
It's so tough. It's so tough because at this point, I'm starting to wonder about any knight move. Knight d7, knight g6, right? Everything looks good.
Yes. Knight d7 is really nice. And once f8 goes down, everything on the back rank is finished. Yeah, Magnus plays probably his worst game so far, and Jospem plays, in my opinion, his best game.
Rook b8 is also a big threat. If you go, okay, takes.
Bishop
now is an important question. Takes here, bishop takes on c7 is forced.
Oh!
Does this work?
Queen h7, rook c7.
Wait, he's going to take on c7 first.
What a win for Jose Martinez. He's just checkmates Magnus Carlsen.
Amazing, amazing. And yeah, fist pump. Have at it. That was a great sequence. Queen h7. You think he's going to start checking, but rook takes c7, boxing the king in. Amazing.
Yeah, like I said, that was definitely Magnus's worst game so far, just of the however many we've played, 6. And Jose just played incredible chess. Rook b7, and then more pressure. It was almost like if you saw that game and it was guess the players, it would be Magnus versus. It would be Magnus with the white pieces. So that's always a good sign. And Jospem truthers, you can rejoice. He's very close to making it a very close match.
Yep, we've got just about 10 minutes in this 5+1 portion, and obviously, as you mentioned, the time gets lower. If you're keeping it within range, there is always a chance. It is 4-2, and just talk about momentum. Jospem is he's feeling it right now.
Amazing game, and if that serves as any lesson, don't play the Caro-Kann. Ever.
That's the lesson.
Even when it's in the hands of one Magnus. Now, Amon, we're gonna really see, right? We're gonna really see. Is Magnus going to wake up and be like, no. Reports of my close match are greatly exaggerated. Will he strike back emphatically himself?
Right. Yeah, there's the d5 move just to shut every single piece out. The rook, the queen, the bishop are all held back by this this pawn on d5. I was wondering whether we were going to see pawn to c4, which looks to just permanently lock everything out. But no, even better than that, use the c4 square for yourself, maybe.
I must say, this looks quite unpleasant for black. I'm not certain how you break out if you don't have this move pawn to e6. And, well, right on cue, Amon, we might not see black breaking out.
Yeah, this is a move that's saying like, okay, obviously knight e5, love to get a lot of trades there, but white's only going to facilitate a few of them, and the resulting position is just genuinely unpleasant. Bishop e3?
A4. The knight is trapped. F4.
A4. Bishop a4 is remarkable to trap the knight, and I think he's going to be genuinely shocked here. The way I am, I'm like, what? My knight in the center of the board is trapped?
Oh, wow. This is terrible. Oh my gosh. And Amon, I mean, you just built the momentum, and here comes Magnus, just plays a very clean game, that was Jose playing the Sicilian. I'm not so sure how many he's generally playing nowadays with the black pieces, but what a way to get one back. I mean, he just won that game in like a minute.
Yeah, truly. This is effectively resignable here. There's no place for that knight to go. We're wondering how you would even start to untangle, and I guess the answer is you don't.
Yeah, you just take, by the way. I mean, at insult to injury, your knight just can't move. It's over.
Oh,
check.
Yeah, this is resignable.
It was already going quite bad when Magnus played d5. That felt like one of these things, like the rook should have been back on a8 and defending the queen side, and all of a sudden, it is over. In fact, Aman, he resigns.
Yeah, I guess you're just gonna have to say, fair play to you, Magnus. That was a nasty piece trap. You called for that bishop a4 move, and I didn't fully appreciate at the time that the knight in the center of the board would truly have no squares. Really, really well played game, and that sucks the life out of you. As Jospem, what a momentum! A game, another game. You're really making the comeback, getting a couple wins in, and then that happens. Goodbye.
And now Jose is challenging Magnus on the grounds of World Championship 2018 preparation. G4 is wild. Do you know anything about this move? Because I have never seen it before.
I know nothing about pawn to g4. I have absolutely seen pawn to g4 in the Sicilian against this e5 d6 structure, but never this early.
Because the ideas generally are, if I back up just the move, before the move g4, white can choose to play c4, a4, choose where to put this knight. Black will slowly develop an initiative. Against g4 is just a very arrogant way of saying, I'm not going to let you play the move f5. There is just absolutely nothing that you can do. And there you go. I mean, he's not playing f5 ever. Maybe.
Yeah, don't count on it. I feel like if Magnus plays f5 this game, that should count as a win just on its own.
Oops. Sorry about that. I opened up our Windows menu there, and the menu should be how many good moves does white have in the position. Yeah, look.
H3 or g5? Or rook g1 even.
Yeah. After you go g4, kind of sucks to play h3, but...
It does, yeah. Not the move I want. I want rook g1, or I just direct g5.
Well... Jose will probably spend 40 seconds here.
If we go, I was gonna say, if we go rook g1, that was looking pretty okay to me. Maybe black would try h5. I guess the upside of the move h3 is that if and when I play g5, g4 is off limits, so there's no using that square for any other piece.
But I guess the same was true with rook g1.
So. Yes, h3 is more of like a absolutely no way, and rook g1 is like, well, my queen still has to watch over that square as well. But yeah, that is true.
And he did spend 39.1 seconds, not 40. But now Magnus will decide if he wants to castle, if he's worried about what's going on here. I mean, I must say, white's position looks pleasant. h6 is a mighty committal move. Is the idea to go knight h7?
I think it's a move that just doesn't want to deal with g5, plain and simple. But I think it's always a concession whenever you have to meet g4 with h6, because then it's like, well, white benefited from having it included.
And now black will try to create his own counterplay on this side of the board. I would not be equipped to launch the counterplay here. Maybe there is a rook sack. That's generally kind of how black gets the counterplay going in some capacity in the Sicilian defense. Jospem might be staring at a situation like, right, king b1, rook c3, and
for sure. I think it is a blunder to not play rook takes c3. Not because rook takes c3 leads to a specific win, but It is the essence of the position. To not play it is simply an error.
Yeah, Tal would be watching somewhere in the heavens, just absolutely losing his mind. Rook c3 doesn't appear on the board, and with the queen on a5 and knight on d5 and bishop on e6, like, it's mate for white.
Yep, I'm taking it for sure. If I see king b1, snap.
For sure. Now, Jospem probably is, yeah, there you go.
Got to respect it. And we might see b5, continuing things there. Castling is, I mean, you want to activate the pieces, so I understand, but at the same time, you're handing over, you know, full reign for rook g1, h4, g5, also knight e4, taking with the queen, perhaps.
All these moves look so nice. Like, if black were to castle here against me, again, it's one of those things. Someone castles against you and you're stronger than them, you're like, oh, they just completely don't underestimate my attack. Magnus castles, you start doubting, you start questioning life.
Yep.
Wondering, like, what you're missing. And he goes b5. Now king b1.
Yep, e4, knight e4 is an easy decision to make.
d5 is hanging there, but then it's complete chaos. a6 hangs.
That's true. I feel like my instinct is like, oh, I must be okay because black's not castled. But yeah, you always got to calculate those exactly. I am annoyed to not be able to play h4, g5.
Yeah. Oh, I had a slight disconnection there. I'm still good, right? I'm still here.
Oh yeah, I've got you here in the flesh. You know, I couldn't even tell, Levy. I thought that was just a commentator's pause to let the position sink in.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to let a Sicilian sit. That's all it is. But I was trying to draw arrows, and I got a big flashing Wi-Fi notification. Speaking of which, this will probably be the last game. So Jose hoping to get on the board with 2.5 or even 3 points would be insane if it was 5-3. That would be a moment to rejoice for him. And he can do it, man. I mean, it's a Sicilian. These things get crazy real fast.
And here we go. We're going to go down this variation. Knight takes d5. Now, with that extra queen move on c7, feeling a little bit better, I think. Yeah, bishop takes a6. There's queen c2. Maybe that's not even the best move, but it looks pretty good.
For sure. That is a major difference. And this is kind of like a poker bluff. This is really like, did you really think you had something after knight t5? Jose is kind of raising his eyebrows. He might have missed queen c2. Like, I don't know what he thought he had here. But it's interesting because b4 was actually okay. So the knight must have had to go to e2 or something.
Right, and then the bishop moving, you know, it can move to different squares. Maybe the knight can reposition just to g3 and f5, making me think, is knight g3 an option after knight e4? Like, now that we're here?
There it is.
Oh, well, there we go. Don't know if it's a good move, but hey, clearly he didn't plan for this pawn to be lost, and his bluff got called, so now he's got to make something out of this.
I still feel like I like White's position because I like to play on hope a bit. You have the open center, you have open lines, but on the other side is a guy he's gonna try to defend and will probably succeed. But last game, it didn't happen.
Yeah, think that if you're Jospem, you want to be in this spot though. You want to have Magnus, you know, flying close to the sun. Yes, he's getting away with this, but he's not castling, and you know that there are going to be some tactics flaring up here for someone. So yeah, may as well take him.
Bishop e6 is a nice resilient move, just improving, defending. You know, with white, you want to go h4 g5. You also want to go rook e1. But black is also looking, by the way, for a checkmate. So time is ticking.
Yeah, and I wonder just how close we might be to that checkmate. Knight c3, bishop takes a2, and then queen a5, and pawn takes on c3 back. That, you know, your arrows, I was starting to believe them there.
Yeah, it would be cool if you even had a queen a2. Bishop f5, Jose going for it. Rook d5 ideas in the air. Obviously, it doesn't quite work with the bishop taking, but Oh, and now Magnus castles, and now suddenly with white you realize, wait a minute, I wanted my knight here and I wanted my checkmate. Where is my checkmate? But knight c3 is coming him on. Knight c3 is...
Yeah, knight c3 looks pretty good. I'm wondering really how you handle this one.
Oh. You give up a rook, but that's not going to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just taking material. You can even, I was going to say, grab on g5. So he's going to go all in here. With 10 seconds and a dream, the portion clock has expired in the 5+1 section. So this is it. This is the last one here.
And there it is. Resignation, counterattack complete. Magnus Carlsen leads 6-2. Aman, it was close for a moment. 4-2. Jose Martinez with a great win, but Magnus striking back in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and it was really that second last game that was just so emphatic. He delivered a win quicker than we could ever expect between two players like this. Like, Magnus is obviously Magnus, but he's not supposed to win that quickly. So him bringing the lead back to 6-2, I think that's quite meaningful. But for Jospem to be on the board, and they weren't just draws, right? They were actual nice finds from Jospem. He's got to be happy about that. And I will say, Levy, I believe that we are within the striking distance needed for Jospem to still be feeling good so far.
Right, exactly. I think 6-2 is about a half a point better than they were predicting, unless they were predicting 5.5, 1.5, in which case, no, we are right on pace. But he was close. He needs to be a little bit more clutch at a few more moments. Unfortunately, that is literally the formula for every other player to beat Magnus, and they don't do it. So we'll see if he can get closer in the 3+1.
Exactly, and that's where we're headed next. But before that, we're going to take a break, and Chess.com has only had people commentating with glasses today because Chess.com is excited to announce Zenni is the official eyewear partner, offering high-quality glasses at affordable prices. Zenni has got your eyes covered, including technologies like blue light blocking, light adaptation, and polarized lenses. For those of us who rack up screen time with chess, myself included, blue light glasses are a must. So through October 31st, Zenni is hooking you up with 15% off your purchase with code SCC15. Use !Zenni in the chat to find your next pair of glasses. Sport vision not included. We will be right back with the 3+1 portion right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. They are not just fighting for money. They're not just fighting for fame, but something that is far more valuable, and that is legacy.
To become best in the world at anything, to be within that top 1%, you have to show dedication, desire, determination. You've got to be resilient, ruthless, and ready for anything.
Magnus Carlsen, a special world champion. I met him at his teenage years. I remember very vividly when Simon Agdestein, at that time the #1 Norwegian player, very nice personality himself, very rounded. And I was watching a game in Benidorm, some blitzing. It was a rapid event, and I was looking. And then next to me, Agdestein comes, and he just whispers in my ear that, Magnus Carlsen, remember this name. A very talented boy. He's going to become a world champion. So this I remember very well. And then I had experience sitting next to him in tournaments. I'm playing in the A group, he's playing in the B group, drinking his orange juice, eating his walnuts and different things, seeing his family being extremely supportive, a very kind, nice kid, but he was not very social, I must say. And then later on, I was already kind of going to my final part of my career competitiveness when he was really raising. I mean, he became world champion in 2013, and I retired from competitive chess in 2014. But I was following, of course, in those years how he was improving, how he was playing, how he was training. I got these informations that he was a player who was really looking and reading a lot of predecessors, old books, reading, trying to understand the essence of chess. And it was so beautiful to see while Kasparov brought all the freshness, the digital things, using the databases, using engines and all this, seeing Magnus Carlsen, the new generation who really born into this digital world, using books and reading books and trying to understand details. And I could see in his play that maybe he had some good preparation of openings, but he was more focusing on the middle game. He had endless energy playing out drawish endgames and later on winning them. I mean, he has like endless number of endgames. I'm sure everybody knows it, that he's a big grinder. And it's not that he wants to say, okay, I'm just better than anybody. Probably he thinks that way, and it's true. But he just loves the game. He just loves the game to be played out until the very end. He doesn't care whether it's 3 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. He has this incredible amount of curiosity for the game. And I think this is what gave him all the success, what he reached. And I hope there is a lot of success to come for him more. And well, I'm also very happy for him that he's having a family, starting out, becoming a father soon. And he's great for chess. He's a very active and very outspoken and cool, sportive personality of the chess world.
"99% of players would resign here, but Magnus is built different. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and you cannot miss this epic battle from the 2024 Champions Chess Tour Finals. Wesley So accepts a challenge of entering the Nimzo Indian played by Carlsen. Bishop e2 is a more solid approach, protecting f3. Magnus needs to win, so he goes all in with a hyper-aggressive line, but Wesley drops a pawn on the position. After e5, White's plan is simple: knight e1, f3, and still that juicy f-pawn like a Grandmaster thief. And then boom! Knight d4 hits the board like a cold shower. After this sequence of moves, where Black's pawn structure is destroyed, the final guest arrives at the party. Black needs to counter-attack with rook to g8, targeting g2. But after knight g3, he's forced to sack the exchange like an amateur streamer trying to look cool. Otherwise, f5 falls. Magnus is down a full exchange, but this man doesn't quit. b5 makes sense, fixing c7. Meanwhile, after knight takes g3, it was Wesley's moment to shine. He could have played f6 followed by b6, and the pawn chain would be shattered like my blitz raiding after a tilt. Instead, he played rook to e1, and now he needed to be precise with king to h2, followed by rook b4 and rook to c1. But guess what? Rook a1 happened, and suddenly it's not that easy anymore. And here comes the plot twist with h3. Magnus is setting up a mating net out of nowhere. After g8, g3, and rook b1 would be game over. I don't want your rook, buddy! I want my knight supporting g3. And then Wesley plays f7, the fatal blunder. Magnus doesn't even blink. He plays h takes g2, threatening g3 followed by rook b1. With king to f3, Black is threatening king f2, and after king to g1, White just keeps up. Game over. Magnus Carlsen, the master of comebacks, the king of resilience.
welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. We have Magnus Carlsen, and he's taking on Jose Martinez. Levy, we are getting into now the 3+1 format, but as we've made our way this far, you and I were discussing, it kind of felt like it was similar to that pre-match prediction. Well, there is the pre-match prediction. It's 6.5 to 1.5, so kind of the same deficit that we're dealing with right now, a little bit improved.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if anything, the 3+1 segment was predicted to be 6-2, and it's quite literally 6-2 now. Jose is expected to win some 20 to 25% of the games. You could argue he definitely was a bit closer, but we see Magnus winning in a variety of different ways as we get the 3+1 underway. He's won in scrambles, he's won good games. So curious to see how Jose approaches things now.
Yeah, basically, if you keep that same deficit, it's going to be almost an insurmountable lead when it comes down to the bullet. So you need to do a little bit better in 3-1 than you did in the 5-minute section. I mean, opponent is Magnus Carlsen, so easier said than done.
Exactly right. And Magnus is going to keep things very, very chill with the white pieces. He is not going to be an easy person to defeat. The chances will maybe come when you play white, but even then, if the job is do not lose, Magnus doesn't do a whole bunch of that. And coming back from a 4-point deficit is going to be very challenging, but you can also just put up a very good fight. That's also probably what Jose is thinking about.
Yeah, and I think I almost want to take on c5, before black gets to play pawn to c4. And so then we get all the moves that we want. Bishop to b2, most likely knight d2, knight f3, but it really depends if black tries to play rook d8 and threaten d4, because that's something you really don't want to allow.
Queen c1, pinning the bishop to the queen. Rook d1 is there. Bishop takes f6 ideas as well. Not right now, but I do have to say, Magnus looks perpetually bored, and I wonder if it's because he's not being issued a sufficient enough challenge, or if it's lack of sleep.
Yeah, I really wonder the same. I noticed we have most likely a fan going on in rotation there, keeping him cool. Wonder if it maybe is having to do with just overheating.
Could be. A lot of nice studio lights. We see them at the bottom there. Yeah, this is not a position where you can find a lot of fascinating stuff going on. The knight is going to try to maneuver itself to the dark squares in the center. In the long run, if you trade some pieces, this is, of course, the famous IQP. Isolated queen's pawn. There we go. Bishop b4. Now you have some questions you have to answer, like, do you go queen d1? Do you trade? Do you play knight f3?
Levy, I think the producers have given us some direction here. The board has shrunk compared to the cameras. So if you could please direct your commentary to the players' cameras, that would be appreciated here. Let's focus on the real reason we're all here.
All right. Well, yeah, there you go. They got some big old faces. There you go.
Couldn't have said it better myself. There we go. Okay.
Why do we even talk? Like they in sports, Mike Breen and crew are not on TV, so let's just focus on their giga faces. And by the way, not much is happening here, I will just say.
Yep, we were just fine on the other view there. Not much developing, except you're just looking at that D pawn, and that long term f3, king d2, there's going to be a slight push for white. Even if the engine doesn't recognize it, doesn't give it credit, it's there.
Magnus will play this position out also forever. That's the nice benefit of this format. You're playing against the ticking clock. And so with white, you can just play and play and play and play. And this is not a situation you wanted to see yourself in as black if you're trying to win a game.
Yeah, h4, h5. A lot of times you see h4, h5. If black ends up taking, you can kind of follow up with a g5 and then slide the rook from a1 over to h1. So there's always ways to make progress, and there's one of them. So he will definitely go for this move.
Jose dancing backwards to try to trade off White's knight in the center of the board. We did see a king, rook, and knight game that ended up in a king and knight game. And we were deep in the end game there. And Jose in a time trouble backed up his king and ended up losing that one. So he'll try to rectify the situation here. We're heading for a rook end game.
Yeah, knight takes on e6, at least the king would have to recapture because of rook h7. So not ideal. You normally would want to capture with the pawn and maybe strengthen the center, but king takes. We're talking about an absolute micro advantage here, right? This is pretty much equal.
Yeah, I don't know what you do if... Okay, I wouldn't have gone b5, but I don't know what you do if you just keep moving the king back and forth. King d4, I always think you have some rook c2 stuff. But these positions they're much more full of life than you would expect, and Magnus has kind of made a career playing these positions out. So we'll see if he can do it here again.
So the idea for Jose is b4. b4 to gain access to the c3 square. Now that a3 has been played, b4 also means that the b3 pawn is hanging. Rook c3, rook takes b3. So I don't know that you can allow it without going for full counterplay, and I think he's going to go all in with king up to d4 if b4 gets played, captures, king d4, and then rook a1, rook a6, like this kind of stuff.
There we go. We see it. f5 would be nice if you trade and everything, and then Aman just calling it like it is. You know, maybe rook b6. Look at this. Magnus sacrificing a pawn because he knows black can't make easy progress here.
Yeah, but also black doesn't have to make any
Correct.
progress.
Yep.
You can do nothing.
You can't take, you lose this. You can't really move your f-pawn forward because it's just, yeah, and then we are heading for a draw. Will Magnus
we are.
offer it, or is he just going to bleed? Well, is he going to do the Hikaru?
I don't even know if you're bleeding the clock here. Probably we'll see some sort of repetition. I can't imagine Magnus wants to spend too much time here, but...
Well, it looks like he wants to spend a little bit of time.
There is the, I have seen, let's say f6 happens and then f takes g5. There is the well-known thing that, well, if you trade the rooks there, that's a winning king and pawn endgame, but that's about the worst I've seen.
By the way, Magnus looks surprised. I don't think he thought that was 3-time repetition. He kind of did it in an acknowledging way, but he did not want to draw there, Aman. I think he wanted to bleed a few more minutes.
Yeah, understandable. It makes sense that you naturally want to do that, from a match perspective, but at the same time, with the wins coming as much as they have, this is a very surprising move. But yeah, with the score the way it is, I think Magnus is also perfectly happy to play more games.
Quick instant replay of this opening. This was a Peert's defense. Bishop d3 is a very non-standard move because you generally put the knight out first. And then e5 was probably equally non-standard. And then taking after supporting your center was even more non-standard because now you can't put your knight here. And before you know it, Aman, Magnus has the entire center with his knights and just a better position with black.
Yeah, not liking. I mean, I think the only extremely bad move that we saw was d takes e5. I don't understand that move at all. This was a mistake that is really shocking because knight f3, bishop e3, like there's moves that defend that d pawn, bishop back to c2. Instead, do we want to be playing this? Magnus is just going to, well, I actually thought he would move the bishop and then play the other rook to e8, but regardless, black is the only one that can really be better here.
For sure. In fact, what you suggested, bringing out the bishop, was probably very good. Magnus's rook move dropped his accuracy from 99% to a shocking 96. So
yeah, he's losing his touch.
Yeah, computer really did like bringing out the second piece. But again, Jose has to win. And here that would not happen unless you cut the wire to the internet connection of the place where Magnus is playing. So I don't know how he's going to pull it off.
A little bit weird that Magnus played rook d to e8. Like, I'm having trouble understanding why that move was played when it seems so obvious that you should just develop the dark squared bishop to c5 or d6 and then just play rook h to e8. So it's telling me like he really wanted that rook on e8 quicker than 2 moves. Like, he wanted it there immediately to pressure the knight on e2, maybe in order to play this knight f4. And because he got the knight to move, he got knight f4, he's getting knight d3. So I think this is all part of what he was trying to achieve.
Knight goes here. I was going to pitch this. You might as well grab a bishop. It hasn't moved. That the idea also is to restrict the position quite a bit. I mean, I would have probably just snap taken, and then I would have had to try to figure it out. I don't really know, like maybe g6, bishop g7 is where he wants the bishop, but then the white knight could go to c5. No, the opposite color, not the opposite color, the opposite side castling lends some hope to the game getting sharp. What's so bad here? What is this?
Rook e1. That's a great question. What is the problem with rook e1? I do not know, and it is apparently this.
Oh. He just can't guard his pawn. All right.
You know, it is unusual that you have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces on the board, and you just can't guard a pawn. Like, nothing works properly. So we're going to see what? Knight to e2, pretty much the only option. And then I guess it's, okay, well, I was going to say maybe rook e8 or bishop to b5 there, but instead knight c5, and he's just kind of pitching the pawn.
Okay, blue arrow appears. Simple, pawn is hanging, but of course that is a threat of a rook trade or just the rook capturing. And yeah, this is quite unpleasant for... This is not even a threat.
Yeah, just f6 maybe.
Just pawn to f6. A little bit of a demoralizing situation. And what else can you do?
Yeah, exactly. I think these moves are pretty good. I was also thinking about knight or bishop to b5, just keeping it simple. Got an extra pawn here.
Oh, as Magnus had that bad game in the first segment, this was definitely Jose's worst. Strange opening, strange middle game, you know, and then kind of just missing a one mover. But it happens, right? I mean, they have been playing for a while. You do have a bad game every now and then. Problem is, some bad games turn into defeats, and some games you can maybe save after a mistake.
Yeah, in some ways, this was his worst start. But I mean, losing that game in, what was it, 10, 15 moves where he got the piece trap, that was easily his worst one, I think. But in terms of the opening, it was just so strange to see d takes e5 early on. He never had a good position here and just felt like he was on the back foot from like move 4.
Right, exactly. And at least in that game, he was with black. So maybe it's safer to say that with white, surely. But yeah, just a totally, totally strange opening choice. And Magnus will take note of that. He'll go, all right, well, I'll go right back to that Pierce defense. Like, why not have him show me something in it? I am surprised. Magnus is getting quite low on time.
Yeah, it's a tricky position because basically Jose is going all in on this, you know, c6 and pawn on b5 stuff. I wonder if a5 is the idea. Yeah.
Ooh.
Then you have king a7, b5, bishop c4, and just slowly get out.
Very well done. I mean, it looked like white was just barging through, but great idea here. Now you win the pawn back on a6. You couldn't trade the rooks. You would create an outside pass pawn. Yeah, just smooth. And now 18 seconds doesn't matter.
Yeah, you have that increment, and he just spent the time because it was a little bit tricky in that moment, but he knew once he figured it out, the rest of the moves would be easy to play, which looks like they are.
b5, yeah. King b6. The pawn has been, all right, this is decent. This is good for bullet. For bullet, this would be very, very tricky. The problem is, I think you can just, yeah. And rook a3.
So is he, yeah. I mean, you take on g7, but nothing nothing really happens. And yeah, the rook on a5, defending d5, no tricks.
F3 hangs. Now Jospem 5 seconds.
Really good move there. Rook c3, and then rook takes f3.
And bishop f3. Just got to make sure there's no knight e6 business. Yeah. What? Oh my gosh.
Wait a minute.
He's losing the race. Oh, it's a tie.
I think it's just going to be a draw in the end, but that face from Magnus told the full story. Oops.
Oh my gosh.
And notice here, Jospem had to queen on g8, because if he took on h7 and queen, there was going to be queen a1 check. So you can actually still win this.
Oh my gosh. Aman, I think Magnus is smiling because he knows they're going to be playing forever. And how is there not a square here to trade the queens?
I believe that this is a win. Like I just don't believe that anyone could defend this. It's so tough to do.
Yeah, with no time as well. You're always trying to, and your king and queen are so far apart. Look at this. Oh!
Yeah, maybe queen e5 and h2. Yeah.
And now it's a win. No
Magnus
checks.
does have that wry smile. Like he knows he's getting away with one here, but he will. Queen g1, is he going to try?
Yeah, well, it's probably still a draw.
Yeah, it's very hard to trust the engine here because it's just like, it's always going to be spouting, okay, yeah, it's winning, and now it's not.
Yeah, so for anybody confused, the engine here is using something called a table base, where it has solved a chess position under 8 pieces total on the board, and even I think with 8, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember if it's 7 or 8 at this point, but it's a win or a draw based on a certain piece setup, and this is a win, but now it's going to take some bajillion moves.
Yep. Always watching out for any of these square. By the way, you could almost block a check, even if it's not check, because of checkmate.
Yeah.
And that's check. Oh,
and
man, queen c6.
Yep. And he gets it 104 moves later. And Magnus smiles because he knows that was ridiculous and unnecessary, but he gave us a good show.
And that's just, we talk about, being the best, but also the best. They have luck on their side as well. And that variation working out, that Magnus would be able to win the H-pawn, is just, that's why he's got that smile on, because he knows that was very fortunate and he didn't miss his opportunity.
Now to cool things down, we get a symmetrical game in the English opening. Half an hour remaining in this segment. Jose looking to just score some points, have some fun, play Magnus in a 3-hour blitz match.
Right.
The appearance fee alone, if you try to do that recreationally, might be it's just astronomical. So I think he's just trying to have a good time.
Yeah, of course. At this point, he almost looked just, shocked / impressed that last one went the direction that it did. He thought he had him, coming back, queening that pawn, but I'm telling you, with those low time constraints at the end, it is so difficult to defend that properly, let alone doing it properly with hours on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. When you said it was practically winning for white, it's definitely true. Here, d5, I mean, yeah, you look at c5, and there it is, and you immediately start to wonder, like, isn't this just a dream for white? Like, white's going to have queenside pressure. This reminds us of the g4. What a move.
I mean, that I see the idea to prevent knight f5, and I also recognize how knight f5 is very annoying. Hitting the d-pawn, not a great way to defend it, especially because bishop a6 was played, so knight e2 is not possible, but really? I'm not sure that I would solve that with pawn to g4, but he's making it look absolutely correct. Bishop to f4 can now tuck behind the g-pawn. h3 is there if, black tries some sort of move to dislodge the g-pawn, and yeah, covering b8, so you're earning the access on the b file for your own pieces.
What's funny is instead of bishop c4 by Jose, probably he needed to do something more emphatic.
Agree.
I just don't know. I just don't know what exactly. But
yeah, sometimes it's like, I don't know, e5, d4, like sack and go. But to pull the trigger on an idea like that is really difficult to know that like that's your exact moment to do it. And so Magnus kind of gets away with a g4 move.
I like White's game. I definitely feel it's much easier. You can bring the queen. You can even start h4, h5, like a same side, king side attack, because the queen, the bishop, the knight, the rook, all standing over there. The knight playing defense.
Yeah,
this is definitely on the cards.
Yeah, I like it right away. I'm trying to figure out what to do instead. Take note, queen takes a3. There's always just every rook shoving over. Rook a1, rook b1. Very surprised that he even bothered to save it, but I think it's not because he cared about the a-pawn, it's because he wants to play knight b5.
Right, exactly. He might not even go for h4. All right, it's a queenside infiltration. We're not getting an h4. We're getting a...
hold on, though. I like your idea. Maybe it's just temporary, because you can also coordinate queen f4, h4, and the f7 pawn as well.
Oh, man. If the rook can go b7 to d7 and just live in your position, you know something's wrong. Bishop c7, I'm on. Oh, my goodness.
And the queen on a5 is almost trapped, let alone the fact that we're just winning the exchange here.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, I don't think you can really come back from this. Also, queen b4, you start... Yeah, he's just going to sack. And knight d5 is the icing, I think, at the end.
You have to not lose your pieces here, but you should be quite all right. Drop the knight back, and so on.
Yeah, I wonder what move you're going to do, though, because knight b3, knight takes d4? Aren't we... We're really getting in there with the pieces.
Queen a2 is nice. Guess the queen is always safe here. Because this knight will have to... One of the knights will have to land on d4 after the sequence. And that will allow white to then just push. And the queen's just totally out of the game.
Yeah, in the good way. You know, sometimes you're like, the piece is out of the game. But here, I know what you mean. It's like the queen is in no danger. The knight, you want to be as far away from that piece as possible.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. It's not... It can't be touched by the bishop, the knight, the bishop. The rooks are all the way back. And Magnus will look to build on his lead. And he looks absolutely ecstatic about his position.
Nobody looks ecstatic about their position here.
It's g5 instead. Nice restricting move. Okay. The blue arrow has been reactivated for anybody curious.
The magic blue arrow, yeah. That will indicate the best move in the position. Pawn to c6. No surprise, Magnus is up to task.
And it looks like you're just losing a pawn, but you could take it, but even rook c1 is just so nice. And once you start trading down all the material, which you don't even have to rush with, black just can't defend. h4 is there, knight g4, knight f6 is there. This is nice, actually. This is tricky.
So Magnus is disliking his position a lot more than the engine, because he's been playing with this air of like, you know, he's very reluctant every single move. But the engine is saying, hey, no problem at all.
Bishop e4 is nice. Make room for the king. It's still very tricky, but Jose only has queen a5. Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, queen a5. Every piece is loose here. And with 3 seconds, good luck covering. 2 bishops hanging. Rook d1 not available. I don't see a move. Jose does not find a move. And Magnus knows it was getting out of hand there, but ultimately was never, you know, you never let it fully slip, and the time was always going to make black's position tough to play.
Yep. All right. Well, there you go.
I'm excited for this opening here. The the Scandi doesn't make too many appearances.
No, and it it was a Scandinavian with knight to f6 on the second move, which was kind of an invitation potentially to play like a Portuguese gambit. But instead of that, Jose is like, yeah, we're not doing all that. We're going to play the proper way. Or so you would think, because on the 8th move, he goes king f1. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I like it. King f1. I wonder if we're going to go full aggression with, g4 and king g2, or a little bit more reasonable king g1, king h2.
I think, g4, king g2 is nice. It's a nice idea. Magnus, meanwhile, he's doing his best, putting some fight back in the center of the board. Computer still likes the position for white. White has a nice space advantage, more active pieces, but it's not easy. I mean, you can have your better position, but suddenly black is going to activate, put pressure on your c-pawn, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's kind of a toss-up here because d5, if you take it, white takes back with the pawn, threatens d6, certainly stops black temporarily from castling, but we're probably going to see that square immediately blockaded, bishop d6, etc. And then the struggle is when you have the pawn on a3, it's always tempting to capture on c5 because you get that push with b4, c5 with tempo.
Yeah, so right now is an interesting question. Like, do you take on c5? Do you defend your bishop? Because you don't want to take back with the pawn.
Right.
Do you defend with the queen? Do you take and play b4? Do you play that move? Get in the way of the whole thing, right? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, essentially you want to play b4 against the bishop. So I really like knight d4 because that's the way you're supposed to execute that. b4, c5, exactly like this. But you were right that bishop takes e3 had to be avoided. So I thought Jospem playing knight d4 made a lot of sense there. That was a nice way to get these couple moves on the board. I think this is good.
Now bishop f3 is always nice. Put some pressure on b7. You can also try to jump a knight into the d6 square. At some point, I'm going to be a little bit curious what we're doing with the king.
Yeah.
But
there's too many other things going on that you don't need to address it just yet. But we're all wondering what's going to happen when you eventually do need to decide.
I also do wonder if you ever have h4, h5 ideas. I guess it's probably too ridiculous. King g1.
Okay.
Looks like we're solving this problem now.
I like the h4, h5 idea. I'm not 100% convinced that king g1 is all for king h2, and maybe it shouldn't have been because, yeah, king h2, just if you get checked, you're committing to playing g3 or f4, and neither one of these moves looks desirable.
So, lesson learned, probably 2 king moves in the middle of a sharp game, too slow. And a third one, which will be required to protect yourself. Wow, this is super, super bold. Apparently, there's a way to cut up the whole position. Why can't I just play c6? What's wrong with c6?
I mean, c6 is definitely there. I don't think there's a particular reason that c6 is no good. Pawn takes on b4 would be my thought. I assume that's what he's up to.
Yes.
I was wondering about bishop f3.
Yeah, just attacking the rook. Bishop f4 attacks nothing. It's not so clear. Now, the idea is the threat is knight c6, of course.
Yeah, bishop f4 covers queen c7 check, which was the only reason knight c6 was not played on the previous turn. But it walks into ideas like e5. It on its own, it doesn't do that much except stop the check. So now if Magnus plays a move that stops knight c6, there's a lot to deal with in terms of the pawn tension on the queen side.
Super sharp and weird position. Because e5, knight c6, you actually then can go to c7, but you would lose the bishop on e7 with a check. So that's not any good. And this just would be dreadful. So what do you play here with black? Could you be looking at a sacrifice?
I was thinking, like, could you just play e5 anyway? Knight c6,
Whoa.
allow everything. Wow, queen sack.
He sacrifices the queen for 2 knights.
And he's correct because the pawn is going to reach c2. And there's a lot loose in the position here. Knight takes c5 for sure.
Wow. He's going to lose both rooks as well in this process, but his 4 pieces are stronger than White's 4 pieces. That's incredible.
It is, because you know what? He doesn't even have to just queen this pawn and win the exchange. He could probably win multiple exchanges. How is this going to work here?
b5 is a crazy move. I mean, if anything, I feel like h6 is much more natural, but White wants some... Okay, that was wrong, apparently.
Yeah, I wonder... Okay, bishop e3. Bishop takes a3, and then, you know, eventually playing c1 is the idea. But when you move that bishop, you allow rook d8. You know, I'm not completely sold on allowing that.
So both players under 15 seconds. Magnus evening out the clock situation. Here we go. A queen sack and 2 rooks invested into the position, and h6 on the board, rook c4 in a response from Jose.
Yeah, he has to keep things defended here. Bishop takes a3 is still the idea. Maybe b5 and knight c4. But now he gets the sack in, and after all of that, this is the position that we get. What an incredible sequence by both of these guys. Jospem absolutely held his own.
Super job. And now he can even begin trading off the pieces that Black has. Like right now, bishop d5 looks really nice. And going for that endgame, he does it like this instead. The b pawn is 2 seconds, by the way.
My God, knight b4. It's falling apart.
Now
he knows this Magnus guy is so tricky. How does he do it?
Wow. Wow.
Magnus has got the hair blowing. He's looking like a mad scientist, and I don't know how he managed that, but Jose Martinez, he's getting sick and tired of Magnus escaping. We saw queen sacks back and forth in that one.
Crazy, crazy game. And that is something that can happen when a match is slowly getting out of hand. And it has slowly gotten out of hand, and that game was out of hand as Magnus sacrificed his queen. Ended up throwing in both rooks as well to get back a little bit of material balance, and he wins it in a scramble. And Aman, it is full steam ahead for Magnus Carlsen.
It really is. So far, just at the halfway point, remember, of this 3+1 section, 3.5 to half, bringing the total score to 9.5 to 2.5 for this one. But obviously, Jospem has to get on the board with a win. Levy, he needs a lot more than that in this 3+1 section. So we are going to take a break. And when we come back, we will see if Jose Martinez can make a comeback and finally put away some of these winning positions that he has had against Magnus Carlsen.
And then I seem to remember that I just made a move immediately when I just replied immediately, like not even sitting down when he when he made his move. Like I think those are the things you do as a kid.
We want to show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
A draw. It's a sensation.
It was a special game for me for sure. Very difficult to prepare against Kasparov because he felt like he sort of played everything and kind of invented all the best modern openings, or at least practiced them. But I guess I at some point, I was just trying to play a solid normal game, and then at some point I managed to outcalculate him. Like, he missed a little trick, and yeah, after that I think I played a little bit too cautiously at one point, but I was obviously happy with the draw.
And this clip has become very famous in modern times as well, on social media, Twitter, etc. And people saying like 13-year-old kid is like bored when drawing the greatest player of all time at the time. And have you been following that, or have you realized that yourself, that this specific clip has been so viral?
I think that's just what I did during those days. It was the theoretical position, so I didn't understand why my opponent was thinking. Like, now I would understand these things a lot better, since I've been in those situations where I played kids and others whom I definitely would want to beat, and whom I know that it would be a big thing if I lost or drew. So then you're sort of sitting there, sort of thinking it through a bit further, like which line should I actually go for, where can I find some winning chances with the black pieces. So and he was maybe thinking like, what are some old lines that I can play that he doesn't know since he's a kid and so on. I honestly probably could have played anything. I didn't know that much at that time, but I think a lot went into that. But at the time I was like, yeah, it's a theoretical position, I don't know why he's thinking, let me look at some other games. I don't know. And then I seem to remember that I just made a move immediately when I just replied immediately, like not even sitting down when he made his move. Like, I think those are the things you do as a kid. But it was good to see that, like, at least part of the game I was able to approach as if it was just any other game.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Levy, we are here with Magnus and Jose Martinez. The match is going probably as one might expect a match where Magnus is involved to go. He's got a huge lead. But that being said, we're in the 3+1 portion. We're only halfway through. Jospem, if he's going to bring it within, a certain gap, what would you say that gap is going into Bullet for a chance?
Well, he's got no chance, but I mean, it's up to him to how many points, he feels like he can get. I think he could get up to 5 and 6, and that would match the prediction, which was 18-6. The thing is, his best chance is certainly in the Bullet. +1 blitz, Amon, it's very tough. Not only do you have to outplay Magnus throughout the game, you also have to put him away, and that put him away has been the tough part for Jose. But that's the tough part in chess in general at this level, converting those positions.
Yep, agreed. We're now venturing into slightly different opening territory. It almost looks like a French at this point, but it did come from sort of a interesting type of Trumpowski. Like, you're getting this bishop g5, but with knight d2, and then trying to play e4.
I've played this a bunch. I know most people play bishop 2e7 right away. He went h6 followed by bishop e7. I don't think there's a huge difference. The way I play this is I generally put my queen out right away. I mean, I play this like a pure French defense. You've played the French, I think, with black, and it's kind of this conversation that you have with the black pieces, like, hey, nobody's over here defending anything. But this is the position in front of us, h5, c5, and Magnus going for like a very typical game. If one of these knights could land on d6, black, of course, should resign, but that is not so simple.
Yeah, and after playing a3, everything's kind of taken control of on the queen side. I was actually going to suggest b4. Knight f3 makes a lot of sense, but b4 has the advantage of stopping knight a5. That's an extra bit of counterplay maybe we don't need to allow.
I also thought b4. I felt like you just played a3 and you play b4, and I don't exactly see how black is getting into the position, but wow, that is an extremely committal decision. Extremely is an understatement. Now white can just, start some sort of attack. Wow, and he castles that way as well.
Yeah, at this point, white's playing on the king side and black's playing on the queen side, no matter where their kings are. So it just so happens that they've both put their kings on the side of the board that they're probably going to expand on later. A5, B4, we can certainly expect this. I do think that Magnus has a clear advantage, and the h-pawn helps. Having the pawn up on h5 means that at any point later on, you have f4, f5, or g4, g5. There's nothing that black can do about that, but a5 and b4, Levy, it's a pretty solid idea on the other side of the board.
And there you go. And Jose's just going for it. He's just going for it. He's not interested in playing it safe. It looks like white has arrived very nicely, but the king, the most important piece on this side of the board, which is supposed to be there that you're attacking, is there. And you get to the castle and you're like, what? This is a plot twist I was not expecting. Which makes me want to go rook b1, etc. Hey, what if black had played a4 and just shut the whole thing down? Like, that would make things really fascinating too. But now this pawn to b4 that you described, like, if Jose has to go for anything, Aman, he has to go for that move. And,
Yep, it's a must do. You need to play b4. You play a4. Magnus is going to put on a clinic, taking his sweet time, and eventually g4 and f5. So what we're seeing instead is knight e7 and g6. Yep, yeah. He does not want f5 to happen.
He goes the complete opposite way. He plays over here. Queen e3 is some mysterious business, but I guess pawn to g5 is the idea.
Wait, what?
G5
pawn
just trapped a piece.
That was a full piece, and after you play knight f5, even trying to sack the piece, you don't even get a pawn for it. That was a full piece.
2 times in this match, Jose responds to a losing blunder by Magnus in 1 second. And does not play the winning move.
Now that is the Magnus effect, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure, because granted we are playing with a bar, they are not, but pawn to g5 attacks the knight. It's like the most forcing move that black had. Everything else is taking something that is protected. So very strange. And this is some new age chess. This type of chess is hard to explain to a beginner. You have your king here, but all the pawns are advanced, and you're trying to open up this side of the board because that's actually going to play you for a win. B3 is coming, by the way, to open the other side.
Well, yeah, sorry. The new age chess for me was allowing knight takes b2 for a moment there. Like, I couldn't believe that Magnus just hung the b2 pawn, and the engine was saying, yep, thumbs up to that.
Yeah, because I guess the counterplay on the B file would have been lethal. This is a very interesting game that unfortunately will be decided in a low time scramble for like the 4th time in this match.
Yeah, and pawn to b4, like, I am looking at the rook on f8. Maybe that's the one that's not doing anything too much right now. Rook b8, b4. You gotta play b4. If you're not doing that, nothing's working for you. So I'm waiting and waiting for this move.
Okay, he comes back. I liked queen a7 as well with ideas, but e6 is hanging all the time. All right, what's happening here?
I'm not a fan of knight b6. Really dislike. I think he had to punch in the b4 move.
Yeah, going backwards twice, stepping backwards like this and doing this whole maneuver. Yeah, Aman, he played the whole position to beg for the move b4, and he just never played it.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to toss it in now or something, but it is a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, and Magnus, pretty easy game on the other side of the board. I don't quite understand why it's a +3. Is he going to play queen h7? What is this?
Yeah, at that point, you start to consider it.
By the way, he could take the knight. I mean, there are positions where having the knight is completely dominant for white, right? Like, because you take 100%. Oh!
Yep. Finally, it's about time.
Oh, but rook a1! What? I mean, it's not good.
Yeah, it would have been a little better with a knight on a4. I think we can say that.
Yeah, Jose down to 3 seconds. And if he loses the queen, e6 is down the drain.
Yeah, and there's no threats on the queen side. So you play b4, but no pieces are over there.
Queen f7, taking everything away. Rook h7, and slowly you just suffocate. Hey, can the king go? Oh, nope, now it can't.
Yeah, rook h7 here. I think that's pretty much it, right?
He's going to lose on time, too.
Rook a1, I think he was almost expecting him to lose on time. 1.1 means he made that move with literal milliseconds on the clock.
What was f5? Oh, okay. I was like, is he just trying to flag him?
I almost think that he is. Yeah, there's queen e7. That'll hurt.
Yeah. The pity brilliant move, the easy one move tactic. It would be brilliant if his rating was maybe 3,000 points less than it is, but
yeah, exactly.
We will
always feels good though, the dopamine hit from the beautiful cyan double exclamation mark.
For sure, perhaps the best product development in the history of chess, and
no doubt about it.
And we've got another extremely messy Philidor. Like when these guys get a Philidor on the board, they are playing super complex, like back and forth. I mean, no one's thinking them on. Like, what is going on? Is this some memorized openings? Like, why are they playing this fast?
All I know is if I'm playing black, I'm playing knight d5 and knight c3, and you can ask me about it later.
It's knight f4, bishop g5 was a nice winning touch there. Yeah, put the knight on c3, and knight c3 is a bullet move too. You just put the knight on c3, and that's it.
Yep. No, that's no discussions. Queen a5, knight c3.
The pace of this game was so quick. I don't know where it came from, because I would have thought for 30 seconds minimum on every one of those moves. So now maybe you don't even have time, right? Knight c3, you play, you threaten a2, but at the same time, white has a very natural response. And if you get rid of this knight, okay, that apparently huge mistake. Oh,
hey, there it is. Yeah. Like I said, I don't profess it to be good, but speak to me about it later because it's happening no matter what.
Yeah, my plan here was going to be just leave the knight. Like, I wouldn't have gone there. I would have gone to G1 and went for F6, but...
Okay, I like that. Honestly, why even move the rook? Just play F6. Who cares about the rook?
Yeah, that's actually exactly right. Because this was not why the knight was sent in, not to take on D1.
Exactly. If I could take my rook on E1 as white and take it off the board for the knight on C3, please. That's a fantastic trade. So I honestly wouldn't have even moved the rook there. F6.
I'm going to quickly just check by turning on our engine lines. Okay, rook dg1 was the best move, and maybe there was something wrong with f6. Knight a2. You come back with a check. This would have been the problem had that happened.
Oh, but, so rook actually makes way for the king, perhaps? We're sprinting the other direction?
Yes, that actually might be the reason. Yes. And now, yeah, I'm going to disable this because, we have our blue arrow there, queen g2. Queen g2 makes sense.
Yep, it's your idea in, so many different ways of presenting it.
So funny. You just have this Trojan horse on c3 and the other guy is just living his best life, just ignoring it entirely.
Yeah, this Magnus is now, he's actually made a move rook d8, but I feel like he's still trying to figure out this position. And that would be me. Like, you have your plan, queen a5, knight c3, but you don't really go past that. You're kind of like, that's good enough. That's pretty tough to deal with. And then your opponent deals with it and just ignores it. And now I'm wondering if we're going to see, if not queen to g2, f6 it's still there in the position, and I'm wondering now if rook d8 is for some idea to cover the d file, so you can play knight a2, knight back to c3.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think actually queen g2 will get the king to d2 now, not even d1. Yep. So queen g2, knight takes. You might even be able to get away with takes and pawn f6. Of course you can play king d2 right away, but that would be it. If there was ever a time to play the hero, you're down 8 points. you gotta beat Magnus in the game of the year right here. Queen g2 and let it rip.
Yeah, why not? His most successful game in the entire match, arguably, was his king walk.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But as we sit here and try to give away other people's pieces, d3 is always there. You really have to make sure you're surviving that attack, and there is no guarantee you are surviving.
You could pick any move, and if you told me that it was the top move, I'd have to believe you. Pawn to b3. If you told me that was the best engine move, I'd be like, oh, yeah, I believe you. Oh, no, for black, I mean.
I was like...
yeah. Black's position looks like you can chuck anything forward, and, you know, I could believe it.
Oh, Jose, 20 seconds. Oh, man. Oh, no. No.
So he's got the idea of the queen moving to make space, but I think queen g2 is just, you know, it's a more aggressive version. It actually comes with an idea of knight f6 check or pawn to f6.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe there's like a king dance, like knight a2, you go to d1, and then you go to d2 later, or some ridiculous thing. But yeah, I don't think, okay, b3, and he's going. He's running. He's trying to seal the center shut.
Yep.
This is crazy business. This is bananas.
Yeah,
knight b4, queen
b4. Oh, queen b3. Good point.
Yeah. And then, oh, d3? And then you got to run?
Oh, my God. D3?
D3? And knight
king
d4.
f2. This is madness.
And g6 is coming.
If you give white one move, g6, f6, it's all going to flip.
What a game. This is...
I'm telling you, it's the king walks. Magnus is not ready for these king walks.
I think it's such an obscure and rare part of a chess game. You could, first of all, you could write an entire course on like just king play, but even he has a weakness, right? His weakness is the freaking king can just do some cardio and run across the board, and there it is.
Time is ticking down. This is about to get really wild, and this is probably the least accurate game that we've seen. And the eval bar has been swinging up and down.
Yes, it's the least maybe mutual, but Jose definitely had a couple of ones that were questionable, but less than 15 seconds. I mean, oh, man, if time on the clock says anything, this one's going to have a crazy finish. Oh! Right away.
F6. Finally, a threat. I've been waiting for this move.
Oh, Magnus just rolling the dice here. It's a fork of the rooks. How bad can it be? Oh, he goes queen c3.
I would take on e7. Take on e7. 3 seconds for Magnus.
Oh my gosh, he ignores it. But
what is knight
do that?
I don't know. What? What did he do?
Oh,
I am in shock at the move knight d6. Total hallucination.
He had
Rook
queen
d1?
Queen a8, bishop d6!
Bishop d6! Absolute madness. Both players with a smile on their face. It's actually Jose Martinez that gets the win. It's the king walks, Levy. We've been talking about them. That needs to happen more often.
And speaking of the king walks, Magnus Carlsen plays the king's gambit. There it is. Jose looking up into the sky, trying to remember what he knows about the king's gambit theory. Queen h4 can appear. White will bring the king up. And it's funny because I was actually analyzing this position at a recent controversial event, USA versus India, and I was talking about this variation because we were actually debating playing it against Divya Deshmukh. And Hikaru and Fabi were talking about that line, which goes queen h4 check, king e2, and figuring out what the best move here is for black. And I think they were saying it's b5 or something. Like maybe not. Oh, d5. Sorry, d5, not b5.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
But this is way above our...
behind the scenes prep revealed.
Yes. So for the rematch, when they have white and we have the black pieces, you know, maybe we'll get this on the board. A little behind the scenes team room action. But that didn't happen, Amon. And in the King's Gambit, if you let white get this, I mean, it's a dream.
Hey, you have to be happy, right? Basically, you got to skip the queen h4 business, and instead you're just reclaim your pawn, own the center, get castled. This is a disaster against the King's Gambit for black.
Oh, yeah. It's like a fantasy Caro Khan, right? It almost looks the same because there was a pawn here, you played e4, f3, and like black just got the worst possible version, which is white's pieces are better placed, white has an open f file, white has far more dangerous attacking prospects. Black has, oh my goodness. I mean, if you got to play like this in the beginning.
No, this is trouble.
What is the best move? Bishop g5, knight e4? I'd be tempted to get out of the way of this.
Agree. I was looking at bishop g5. I kind of like it. Knight e5, maybe the queen is now taking on d4, which is probably the point of the previous move. Knight e4, in order to strengthen with c3, makes a lot of sense. But I guess, I mean, it looks like you have to take this.
Wow. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, he's going to take on f7, isn't he?
Well, if you play bishop d5, c4, is that going to happen? I wonder.
But this is terrible. I mean, black has played bishop b4, bishop e7, bishop e6, bishop d5, bishop e6. Like,
yeah, when you say it like that, it sounds worse.
Yeah, it's been 10 moves and it feels like black has played 5. That's generally not a good sign. C4 just looks... I mean, I would play c4 without even thinking. I have no idea if it's a good move, but...
Yeah, a bit of an issue is bishop takes f3. How do I react? Especially because queen takes d4 is coming if I play queen takes f3. So I almost wish that I didn't start calculating it, because then I would have it on the board.
But I feel like even if you just win the knight, to win the bishop with the knight, you take the bishop. I mean, black has spent how many moves with that light squared bishop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you just have your 2 bishops and you chill and you try to play. But maybe there's something even better, like knight h4 or yeah, okay, you just go c4. And this is Magnus school of chess.
Yep. Yeah, keeping it simple. Knight recapturing back, queen to c2. You can, bring the rook to the middle of the board, and this is exactly what they teach you.
Maybe you go for g4. At
no,
some
that's
point,
not
you
what they
have
teach
to...
you.
No,
they don't
it's
teach
not.
you that.
They definitely do not teach you g4. They teach you knight e5, king h1. Okay, c5 is c5 is high level stuff. Just surrendering d5 entirely to the opponent in the face of the coming kingside attack, and the fact that the knight here would actually weaken the f file. C5 is high level stuff, man. Like, we are watching some high level chess.
Yeah, it's pseudo high level, because I'm not sure that I like the position now more than I do before. I see the pressure on f7 mounting, knight e5, but ultimately I'm not sure that I'm able to add any more pressure on d5. And if the knight stays there, that's a lot of firepower locked away behind it.
Oh, but b5 seems crazy, because you just get the pass pawn now. And I mean, this just seems like Magnus will play it forever and ever, this position.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah, this is just a very, very nice advantage here. I mean, black's going to get some pieces out, knight e6. It's not the end of the world, but...
And just in case anybody's confused, g4 was not a checkmating attack. g4 was an endgame move. You bring the bishop back, but the pawn actually fights for important squares ahead of everybody. And now we go like this. We're going to try to trade the rooks here. Trade the bishops and get the rook to the e5 square. I like white's position, but winning is a different story.
Yeah, if you play b4, a5 is a nice response. So he's holding off on that. Doesn't need to support the c-pawn anymore, because the pawn on d4 is doing just that.
King g3, pretty easy now. And okay, rook e3, also very reasonable. Slow improvement until the other player has about 10 seconds, and then you sort of go for it.
Yeah.
By the way, Amon might get another
I would
sacrifice.
love it. Yeah, that would be great.
I think it's just crushing, by the way, but okay, g5.
And if knight takes... Oh, nice. Here we go. It's about time. Knight e5 is coming.
A gigantic bug just fell from my ceiling.
So that I was seeing you processing something there, and I wasn't sure. Waiting with bated breath. That is okay. Do you need a moment?
I think we finished this. This is the entertainment that we're looking at. I'm having a stare down, by the way. He's looking at me. I'm looking at. Oh, he's on the move.
How many legs are we talking about here?
It's a giant It's a giant water bug. Magnus won though, so maybe we just put the players on the screen and I solve this.
There you go. Magnus Carlsen with a beautiful sacrifice there. Levy potentially sacrificing his sanity while trying to commentate that match. But Magnus has been himself. He's been dominant. Jospem has had flurries of good moments and great games, but when you think about the SEC, what we're really trying to do is find a winner, and Jose Martinez has a big hill to climb here. You can see the score at the moment with the bullet portion ahead, 6-2 in the 5+1, 5.5 to 1.5 in the 3+1. And that means 11.5 to 3.5. It is a pretty serious margin at the moment, which means, Levy, not what you like to see from Jospem, but again, you can't help but be impressed how many positions Magnus is saving.
Yes, I heard your beautiful monologue, and you know, the issue has been dealt with, and no Speed Chess Championship commentary has a lack of excitement, Aman. It's been a great match. Magnus is playing great, and I'm looking forward to the bullet.
Absolutely, and I just noticed that you and I have the same headphones on here, so look at that. We're locked in more ways than one. And before we go to this break with the bullet portion ahead, I want to remind everyone about Chess Up. Chess.com is thrilled to support the fellow game changer Chess Up, a record-breaking company that's taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new Chess Up 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on Chess.com. Has built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, touch-sense pieces. Chess Up 2 supports players of all levels. That's right. You're not stuck behind a rating wall here. You can all access it. Over 500,000 Chess.com games have already been played on the Chess Up 2, and now we're hooking you up with 10% off when you use code CCT10. So head over to playchessup.com or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this limited time offer. And with that, Levy, we are going to take a break before we get into the ultimate blunderfest that is bullet chess 1+1 in the Speed Chess Championship match. Coming right at you after this.
Everybody has days where they just don't feel up for it. You look in the mirror and you're not your full self. Neurogum, energy and focus. I know a guy who uses the gum to help get ready for his day. And it tastes good. That's the energy and focus this guy needs to go bring smiles to the faces of chess pieces everywhere. There he is. That's my guy. Always forward, never back. Neurogum, helping little pawns feel big since 2015.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Jessup, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and this is an absolute banger of a game at the 2024 Julius Baer Generation Cup. The battle kicked off with a double fianchetto, but after a few moves, it sneakily transposed into a King's Indian setup and the fianchetto variation. Black went for queen to c8, targeting h3, and then came a tactical shot and pieces started flying off the board. And if you, yes you, decide to play bishop to c3 here, then you will deserve a lifetime in prison. Instead, bishop g7 was played, but black still stuck with that sad backward pawn on d6. Firuza brilliantly sacrificed the d6 pawn, because grabbing it would be a disaster, because after a4 the queen side just collapses. Magnus then traded the dark square bishops and started squeezing black on the d-file, but just that pressure wasn't enough. Nah, he wanted blood, so he went for f4, and touching that pawn would mean losing the queen. Firuza tried to stir things up with a4, then Magnus smacked down with b5, forcing black to capture. The c4 pawn fell, but after e5 the d5 pawn was hanging by a thread. Now, after a couple of trades, after queen e6, we entered in Whose King is Wicked the Extreme Edition. Then Firuza played the inaccurate queen takes e4, and Magnus switched into Terminator mode, pushing e6, exploiting the overloaded black queen. After rook g7, white had a simple plan, rook d8 followed by rook d7. But wait, black has queen takes e6. So what did Magnus do? Oh, just a special f5 sacrifice, throwing wood on the fire. Black, in full Mayday mode, tried to mix things up with some checks and f4. Here, the winning move was king to d3, calmly preparing king e2 after f2, doing a little dance before delivering the knockout punch. But Magnus played king to e3, allowing queen e1 with a perpetual check, since the white king could never touch the d-file. So just when it seemed like Firuza had escaped, he blundered with f2, and now Magnus just had to do one thing: run, Forrest, run! Dragging his king across the board until it found a cozy hiding spot.
I'm gonna guess real Gotham or AI Gotham. Here we go.
Why on earth would you play that?
I think that's AI.
It is.
All right.
1 for 1.
Yes, 1 for 1.
That move makes no sense.
That one's real. Makes no sense, has to be real. It's real.
Fake.
What?
It's AI.
Makes no sense? Was,
Yeah.
no chance. Are you serious?
Yeah. Makes no sense.
What? Oh my gosh.
And he sacrifices the rook!
That one was fake. That had to be AI.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the rook one didn't, it wasn't guttural enough.
What the heck is this move?
I feel like it was too high-pitched. Was that AI?
What was AI?
Oh my, I was like, I don't think I hit like a... Okay, there's one more.
Let me tell you something right now. Building a chess website, it is not easy. Right, Chess.com built their website for 17 years. Still being built.
That had to be real. That one was like 10 seconds long. So I was like, okay. Oh, so there was 4 AI and 1 real one. And I went 3 out of 4 on the AI ones? Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. And Levy, welcome back to you. We know that Magnus is leading this match, but we're all wondering, are you leading the match against the water bug?
Yeah, so far so good. You know, I have an opening advantage, and I'm trying to convert the middle game, but we'll see what happens. And if that water bug had backup, we're gonna have a really entertaining show, I'm on.
Great stuff. Yeah, entering the bullet phase of both matches here. You can see the score at the bottom of your screen, and honestly, the expression is kind of reflective of that score. 11.5 to 3.5, with 1+1 ahead of us for 25 minutes.
Aman, I will say, especially in Rapid and Blitz, especially in this format, you know, there is a very, very high likelihood both players involved in a match against Magnus Carlsen, both players involved in a match when Magnus is playing, know who's going to win. I have a feeling Jose probably had a good idea about who was going to win this match, but he started very well, and then he couldn't quite catch up. He was 4-2, and since then, Aman, it has not been close.
Yep. That's the reality, which, as you said, might not be a total surprise to either of these players. Round of 16, first round of the Speed Chess Championship, always has a mismatch. And let's be honest, and we saw Jose Martinez, he's made it into the SCC before, but he played against Hikaru Nakamura. Now he's playing against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, it just doesn't get easier. Those first round matchups, you can, barely get into the event before you're knocked out right away. So it's really tough to go up against these 3,400 blitz titans.
But credit to Jose, as we have said, the scoreline doesn't reflect maybe how close it's been. It feels like it should be a 5-6 point lead for Magnus rather than 8, but that's life. That's sort of how it goes. Here's another, by the way, good position for Jose, and he's been down to fight. He's put on some really, really interesting games for us. So we cheer for the underdog here.
Yeah, and we cheer for King Walks. Those have been really entertaining to watch, and honestly, for good reason. Magnus hasn't been as savvy navigating them because, it's just madness. The King is in the middle of nowhere. It's so hard to properly understand what the best moves are. It's not a standard position at all.
Well, you could just go h4, g3, h4, king h2, king h3, but I don't think it's going to work here. And this is looking quite unpleasant.
Yeah.
And 18 seconds now, Aman. Even the commentators are a little bit stunned by how little time is remaining on the clock. It's a difficult shift.
Yeah, it really is. And it just looks like one of those positions that, look at this, by the way. Absolutely leaving the G2 pawn hanging. Magnus defends the knight, which is all you need. You get one move, and all of a sudden, bishop h3.
Yeah, the rook goes forward. He's looking for counterplay. f7 does look quite nice. It's hanging, but c4 is brutal, sealing the position shut. Now we hit the queen.
Yep.
Knight e2 would be nice. Not quite.
Yeah, but then you start to think about ways to maybe remove that queen, and h4, bishop h3, queen g5. You've at least got the knight here, if not more.
Yeah, he'll be picking up the knight. He doesn't even have to take it, but he does. Whoa.
What a great position to be in,
Queen h5 is nasty. That was the only defense. Yeah, queen h1 mate was a nice trick. Now queen d1, rook f2, it's all over.
Yeah, he actually assumed that he would have been giving checkmate because, well, if you miss queen h5, then queen h1 is basically mate. So that's always a cold shower when it happens.
Okay, we're going to get a little bit of a more boring game this time around. Just a small positional advantage for white. The A and B pawns versus the A and C pawns. Those pawns are a bit split. But I expect an absolute masterpiece in this game for Magnus. And it's already starting him on.
Yep. There's no doubt when you have the A pawn and C pawn split up like this, it's all about controlling the squares in front of them. So the C5 square, the C4 square, the A4 square, and every single move that we've seen has basically had that in mind.
Yep. Rook c4 is nice. You're going to double up maybe. I do wonder if he regrets allowing such a strong position, but for black. But I really get the sense that he's quite close to breaking through here. Rook d1, e4, just push the knight back.
Yep. G3 is preparing E4 by covering knight to F4. And yeah, as you said, rook D1 or rook C1 up next.
That does not look like it meets the demands of the position, the move H5. Okay. Oh. You would think
Some
king
ideas
E6 is
here.
nice. Yep.
I definitely think that E4, like I am kind of waiting for that move. The bishop on B2, I have to say, I'd rather have it on D2 or E3. So I'm waiting for this piece to reposition.
Or just bulldoze the center. Get it active
Yeah.
like that.
Agreed. You know, now that I see this position, it's looking great on B2.
We need a king walk. Jospem's problem is it's been 23 moves and he hasn't moved his king.
Yeah, he's tried to take a step forward, immediately kicked back. Look at the pieces, though. The rook on H8 is a non-participant. Rook on A6 is barely there. This is all Magnus Carlsen. Is this the clinic that you were anticipating?
Yeah, for sure. He had a little bit of positional advantage to work with in the beginning of the game. Now G7 is tender, knight E6 is looking good. It's nice to try to guess his moves. Like F5 guarding H4 is what I actually thought he was going to play. Turns out it's not a good move.
Okay, bishop G7 followed by F6 here.
That's nice, yeah.
Is that an idea? I guess there is rook D6, so not so sure.
Rook D6 is nice.
Yeah, rook D6 is actually a really, really important move. Kind of changes everything. Bishop E5, rook G7.
Rook G7, knight E6. F6, F6.
Yeah, this is trouble.
It's game over.
Yeah, knight C3 is also covered by the bishop, so there's no good option here.
That's just mate. That is quite literally the worst option. And Magnus Carlsen adding one more to the total.
Absolutely. We've got Magnus playing the French, so you know he's feeling confident here.
Oh, he's going to bring the bishop back, maybe. Yeah,
I think so. Bishop F8 and B6.
This is a very, very unique French for anybody that's feeling creative. Put the queen on D7 and then bishop to A6. And you try to trade off the bad bishop. And his positions are nice for black, if you can handle a lack of space.
Yeah, I think that comes with the territory of the French. It's if you can't do that, then the opening should definitely not be played.
Well, Jose was expected to get 6 points. Not expected, but predicted by the almighty algorithm. And he has 17 minutes to make one more draw or 5 more draws or win a couple of games, Aman. And how do you think his chances are right now?
Honestly, the way that the bullet portion has started, I will say that the positions that he's got so far haven't really seemed like the ones where he's found success during the rest of the match. So I'd like him to get back. Like, you remember those crazy positions where Magnus had knights on C3, they were opposite sides castled. I think those are the spots that he wants to be in. So honestly, from the openings that I've seen thus far, not super excited.
Again, though, a nice looking position, a nice looking outpost on the C6 square. But over the long run, with less time on the clock to make your decision, it has been Magnus doing Magnus things.
Yep. Yeah, knight C6. I mean, this is fantastic. Let's see if he can hold on to it. The H pawn is loose here, but, you know, you just sidestep queen F3, suddenly H5 is hanging. This can work out pretty well.
Okay. Now, 15-second time advantage. Doubling up Magnus's clock is definitely a good winning strategy.
Yeah, bishop can come to B6, which is a great square. How much can we just play G3, King G2, and Rook H1? Like, it's slow, but it's a good plan.
Seemingly that much. I don't even know how you stop it. I would lose this with black. And maybe Magnus will too.
By the way, it's checkmate on H7, H8. You can sack your queen.
That's very nice. Knight F3 he has to play now, Jospem. Wow, Rook
That
H4.
I was going to say knight F3 looks like a very tough move to play.
Yeah, I guess the idea is to get over there, but suddenly you can't.
There's no Rook H4.
What?
There is Rook H4. It's there. Knight c8 and queen h8.
Oh my gosh, that's mate. Or you lose the rook. What?
One
What just
second.
happened?
1 second.
Okay, d4 and
d4, queen c5, or queen c6. Queen
Queen
a6,
A6,
great
yeah.
move.
rook c1 and just wow.
Yeah, try to play rook c6, but okay, you'll have to deal with a lot of counterplay here. Luckily, the king is nice and stable on g1. You can just tuck it in there.
Queen f4, clean, very clean. Oh, okay.
Very nice. And you know what? He almost turned this position into the ones that I wish that he was getting. The kings were castled on the same side, but he found a way to just take on h5, g3, and suddenly he was attacking over there. So he got the position I was hopeful he would get, but I did not expect it to be from that game.
That was an amazing game. Really, like high quality, good attacking chess, good instincts, and yeah, Jospem is 3100 bullet for a reason. It's so wild to me in this tournament. You have all these players that are 3099, 3120, like 3150.
Yep.
And they're nowhere near the top 5 quality and bullet in the world, which is just sickening.
It is. It's crazy. The threshold is so high. Even Magnus at 3181 bullet is, he's not even I think the top 10 ratings on the site right now. He doesn't play as much as some of the others, but there's some real talent in bullet. Unfortunately, though, this Chess Championship, you gotta have more than that, right? You gotta bring absolutely everything to the table. It's kind of the ultimate way to decide the better player.
For sure, 3181 Magnus bullet is, utter nonsense. But also 1+1 is a completely different game. That is really the reality. I like White's position a lot. I'm really optimistic here about opening up the center. And I feel like I always lose these games where I have overextended kingside pawns, like e4, f5, g6, etc. But this is typical Dutch business. You're going to go g5. Yep, exactly. And I'm going to try to restrict White.
Yep, this looks pretty good here. And I was going to say you almost have to play this, but hang on a sec. He's going to have to play bishop takes on c6 here, right?
And then d5 will come. Queen c6, d5, I guess. Okay, I think you have to go d5. I don't understand chess if you can... Yeah, okay. And now, knight f2, yeah,
rook
slowly.
over to e8, knight g6 to e5.
Yeah, Jose has gotten the better of this for sure.
Great start. 16 seconds apiece with this position. You sign up for this every single day.
Yeah, now we will get a scramble in a maneuvering game. If you go e4, black plays f4. Horrible position. Really tough position for white, actually.
Oh, yeah. Here comes maybe knight e4, although knight f2 makes a lot of sense.
There's knight e4. This strikes me like a game Hikaru would win with white, Just no business at all. Draw? Oh, no draw.
Yeah, the ultimate resourceful player, Hikaru. And right here, Magnus has to embody that because the position is just no good. Like, he has to make a comeback, and he's going to try to trade the knights so that he can target f5. And even though e3 is weak, he's just saying f5 is just as much of a problem.
Queen f2 is nice. This is not easy. This could just very easily end up in a draw, unless you take. Yeah, now...
Yeah, very drawish.
Very drawish, and a lot of time will get off the clock.
E4? Now that the king moved? Yeah.
Yeah, but we take and probably just block it, or go for that.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Let's see here. Oh, rook e1 ideas?
I guess queen a2. Oh, he won on time, Jospem!
He won on time. He won on time. Hey, you absolutely take those. I was waiting for king to g2 there. That was a pretty significant moment.
Wow, 2-2. Look at this. The bullet players so far, the favorites, not up to par, I would say. I mean, the Alireza bullet segment was very dramatic. Unfortunately, he won the match in some 10 games, but
yep. It just goes to show you have to be that complete player, and these top players, they are vulnerable in this bullet section, but you just need to be competitive in one of the other sections even, right? Just to give yourself a chance ultimately at the final result, because here, despite his success, it still feels like it's just not in doubt. It's not close.
At this point, the players have fun. Magnus this game played in Alekhine's defense, just surveying every single opening. And that is nice. I mean, when you have a win in your back pocket and you just get to survey different openings and play different structures, it's quite fun. Wouldn't say I recommend it for aspiring players. It can be a little bit tough to play 10 different openings in one setting, but
the wrong thing to get used to.
Yeah. But Magnus is able to do a d4 clean move. Might be heading to a early endgame.
Wow.
Or we might get mated. That also is a possibility.
Because I guess you have, I was going to say, bishop f5 is a bit strange. I thought maybe simply queen takes d4, but also queen e4 check.
Okay,
Gotta like the position here.
Clearly something went a bit wrong there.
Yeah, at this point, look, you're doubling rooks on the d file maybe. You're playing b3, king b2, just slowly organizing things, king c3, b4. This is definitely in Jose Martinez's favor. Bishop f3, I like.
Yeah, rook d5, rook b5. I was maybe trying to put a bishop on c4 as well. He's playing very nice. He's playing super GM level chess. Just small improvements. Nothing too quick.
Yeah, there's also bishop b6 as an idea.
I'm just
to try to pick off the a pawn. Every move from Jospem is just fantastic.
I was wondering if bishop h5 before bishop f3 was better or worse, like forcing the pawn here, but it's kind of the same situation. And
right.
Oh!
Okay, there is no tricky move there, but it is opposite bishops.
But this should be
king
easy
c3. Okay.
Wow, Magnus plays it. He understands that the opposite colored bishop endgame is holdable. What?
Because of bishop c6 and then e4.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness, he's gonna play without the piece. And where was bishop e4? Why didn't he play bishop e4?
Oh, he lost the bishop. Oh my gosh!
What a trick! And my face was the same as Jose Martinez there. It's just, oh, you dog, you! How did you get me again with that?
Just amazing, honestly. To have the presence of mind, Amon, to understand you can just trade the rooks into the bishop endgame. He deserves it. I mean, it's sickening. Excellent defending.
Wow, another point, and it looks like they're both kind of wondering maybe where the next game is. There's no break in the 1+1, so yeah, we know these guys are both here to play. You can just tell, like, Jose Martinez he's putting on a great show at this point.
14.5 to 15 to 5.5. He has won a few games back in the bullet, and he was expected. The expected result was 18-6. Magnus looking very perplexed there on camera. I don't know if we can pull him up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what maybe if they thought one of the players was looking to pause for any reason, but honestly, they both look like they're ready to go. So,
is there a Speed Chess Championship button where with 5 minutes or less you can call the match, a mercy rule, and
so
sponsored by?
I was actually inquiring about this. There is one, and you can only activate it in the last 10 minutes of the match. So literally right now. So it's funny that you say that because there actually is one, but I think the deficit maybe has to be like 10 games and, in the last 10 minutes, something like that. I think it's hardly ever been activated.
I see. Well, it could be if it was, if had a good sponsorship behind it. So somebody who makes buttons should hit up the Chess.com partnerships team. And then somebody would smack the button, and that would be that. But yes, Jose not pressing any buttons. 7 minutes remaining. They both look disturbed there that they have to play more chess. But good showing in the bullet. 3-2 so far, Amon, and pretty good games.
Yeah, I I was having this sort of, I was thinking to myself during the last match, how do I feel about this? Is it full credit to Jose? I think he deserves a ton of credit. But at the same time, I want to recognize that I do think Magnus would bring a different bullet level if it was on the line, you know, if it was make or break bullet. So the fact that he's already won the match, I do think is playing into a little bit of Jospem's success. But, you know, I had the same feeling last match, and Minh really came out and just showed up against Alireza. So you can't take anything away from the performance here.
Absolutely. And the wide range of games and openings that we've played, there are some Speeches Championship matches which are literally the same 2 openings for 4 hours straight. And I have to tell you, as a spectator of those
matches, are your favorite to commentate, is that right?
Commentate and also to watch, yes. I mean, how dare I not want to watch a 43rd Italian, you know, 4 hours into a match. So I like how Jose is playing. He's playing very exciting and interesting chess, and well, I complimented him, and now he's winning.
Keep it up. I mean, why stop now?
Yeah, he just won a pawn. That's what happened. And you know, we saw Magnus relax. Aman, I think this also happened against Hans Niemann in Paris in the last finals. Ooh, look at this, sacking a rook, pawn promoting. He just relaxed in the end, and the score total was a lot closer than it could have been.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the bishop on e3 is going to be a problem here. It's getting targeted. Now this supports b2 as well. Maybe rook e2, b2.
Nice move. Nice move. Combo.
Oh, even better. Even better. The rook on f4, absolutely no coordination.
Yeah, you can play b2 here. White is completely stuck. What a position. And there it is.
100%. Going to be on time, but that was just a beautiful game and a great sacrifice. Recognizing rook takes f8, no brainer, not even going to consider other options.
We have another Philidor. I expect complete chaos. There we go.
Right on cue. Pawn to g4. Yeah, this is actually a theoretical move, pawn to g4, but an old one, which has definitely got some mileage on it.
Yeah, the idea is just you give up the g-pawn, in case anybody's confused, but you have a very active rook on the g1 square, pressuring the entire length of the board. And White's position is very nice. The problem is the other guy. He's rated really highly. So c5 is nasty. And c4 ideas.
I'm not too familiar with bishop d3, knight e2. That doesn't feel like the most aggressive way to play the position. Maybe the idea is knight g3 into f5.
Well, evidently it's going to pay off, because I think you could even take and go for the c5 idea. Okay, he just goes right away.
Yeah, we saw this actually earlier in the match, and I think taking an e5 would have been pretty nice there.
Pawn takes f6 for the boys. Nope. No.
Look, I appreciate your suggestion, and I co-sign it.
Yeah, I get the feeling Jose is very much a player who likes to play with the pieces on the right squares, you know, before he does anything else. And I don't think about the right squares at all. I'm just like, let's just attack something. So you have to respect it, because he actually is giving Magnus some fits in bullet. I mean, we're looking at a 4-3 Jose lead in this segment.
Yep. Yeah, if he closes this out, that's exactly what we're looking at. And we're going to get most likely one more game after this. So there's time. Rook g4. That's an immediate rook takes e4. It might say question mark, but rook takes e4 looks very difficult to meet because of knight takes f6.
Yeah, you snap take here and get hit in the face with c5, bishop b7 like you deserve, and that's the end of your initiative, or something else that's going to be concluded. Not queen b7, though.
Yeah, a little suspicious. Mainly because, honestly, I think you could have just taken on h8, and the d6 bishop would be loose.
Oh my gosh, now the king's gonna... It's a king walk!
Okay, this is good. This is good.
King c1 is the better move.
This feels like those puzzle rush ones where you have to pick the right king move, and it's like, oh my goodness, another win on time!
Yeah.
Magnus is a little drowsy there. I don't know. Oh, here we go.
Hey!
King e2. This is what it's all about.
It's a Bong Cloud on the board. Magnus going king to e2. What Sicilian defense King David's opening is what Chess.com say. Who is that?
Shout out to King David.
Yeah. Oh my god. Knight h6. Oh my. What? David
Okay.
Howell. Oh,
That's
okay.
King David. So wait a minute. Who do we have to contact at Chess.com? I got a few openings I'd like to get named properly after myself here.
Yeah, don't you have a variation? Did they call the Amon England
I
Gambit?
actually have a variation, Levy, and I don't see it. And then I go on the analysis board and I play the cow and it says Anna Kramling's opening. I'm like, it's just ridiculous. Like,
It is ridiculous.
Come on, give me something around here. I gotta talk to management.
Yeah, this is what happens in the last minute of a not close Speed Chess Championship match. We talk about naming openings, and Bong Cloud is played. King
I
E2.
did not know. King David, yeah.
For the record, Magnus's position is not good, and it's because he cannot castle. So let's just call it like it is.
Yep. This position you'd actually assume might be good for white, but you'd assume that based on castling in either direction. You never could predict that those moves are illegal here.
Yeah, this one's a little rough. Good energetic play there from Jose.
Yeah.
You kind of got the sense Magnus really. This is a I don't think Magnus is going to be particularly thrilled, by the way, to give an interview after this bullet segment.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way here. Knight d3. Knight d3 is probably the move you end up playing because, pawn takes e5 is just dead to queen b4.
Yeah, this is rough. Maybe there's a bishop g4 or something. But then pawn takes. It's not.
Yeah, Magnus knows he's definitely losing here, but he's not losing the knight anymore. So you probably bite the bullet and take on e5 now.
Look at that.
King walk the other direction.
What a move. What a combo.
Yeah, that's painful. Magnus is going to resign that one, and I think the time did expire, and it really was an impressive performance there by Magnus Carlsen overall, but you could tell the focus was not there. The foot came off the gas, and to Jose Martinez's credit, he played a great bullet portion, Levy, but ultimately Magnus moves on.
For sure, and if anybody's confused why there's a huge tagline on Jose Martinez advancing to the quarterfinal, well, there's a chair, right? We see a chair visible. I thought Magnus left, actually. I thought he did a walk-off. He's back on screen. Advances to the quarterfinal, awaits the winner of Fabiano Caruana and, of course, Praggnanandhaa, Ramesh Babu, and Aman. It was closer than we thought, but it's these bullet portions, right? Before that, it was a resounding lead. It was a dominant performance in 5-1 and 3-1. And it was everything you expected and everything you wanted, I think, from a first-round matchup for Magnus Carlsen.
Agreed, totally. Yeah, ultimately the result was in the way we expected, but even though the match score was brought back by Jose to a much more respectable margin, it has to be said those first two portions for both of our matches today were so dominant that there was no coming back. To what was it, 11.5 to 3.5. That is just insurmountable, despite a pretty great bullet segment. So Magnus moves on in the SEC, which is something that I don't think anyone is surprised by as we look at our bracket here. Levy, he's your defending SEC champion, and so first round matchup, he's certainly expected to move through comfortably, and himself and Alireza Firouzja did that today.
Listen, so far so good, right? You put 4 people you want in a semi-final matchup and then a final in London, England in February. Aman, I'm really not sure you can get much more fun than Magnus, Hikaru, Firouzja, Hans Niemann. They should just play a round robin. It's a shame any of them have to knock the other out. So far, 2 of our matchups are down. Firouzja with a great win. Magnus last year, I think, beat Wonderful Time, aka Tuan Min Lei, in the first matchup. So they started strong, and now it's all the other guys. It's all the other players that are either there once every couple of years or not there at all. Can they make it alongside them?
Yeah, there's so many regular names. You mentioned it. They made it to the live finals. That pretty much always make appearances in the semifinals and ultimately the finals. So really, we're trying to figure out, is there going to be, are there any more changes to the bracket moving forward? And as things wrap up for the day, certainly the match that we just saw is over. I want to remind everyone about AnyChess. This is chess, but with a twist that your engine cannot prep for. Sounds exciting. AnyChess takes the classic game, flips the script with spell mechanics that let you bend the rules and break your opponent's plans. You've got 11 spells to master, tournaments to enter, and leaderboards to climb. Whether you're a novice or a grandmaster, this is your arena, always free to play. Go.chess.com/AnyChess, or you can use !AnyChess in chat. Eric did a match against Magnus Carlsen in AnyChess, and I'm just gonna say, if you want a chance to beat Magnus, Levy, AnyChess is genuinely a pretty good option. It's about as good as it gets.
I'll take any variant. We could do Fog of War, we could do a little duck chess, but yeah, magical chess pieces. I mean, sign me up. It's not gonna get any better than throwing a piece at him or into the crowd. That's a current events joke. Yeah, no, this was a lot of fun. Aman, I don't know how you do it. 8 hours talking about chess. Like, do you drink hot liquids? How do you keep it going?
I stay hydrated. Always got the water nearby. So just trying to stay hydrated. And fortunately, even in the matches that aren't the closest, it's still entertaining. And we had a couple of different faces on today. And hey, it's a Magnus Carlsen match. I'll always be happy to be in the front row.
Me too. And I think Jose can be proud of his performance. He literally won one of the segments. Yep. Granted, Magnus sort of felt like he limped to the finish line a little bit with a bit of a big lead, but I think Jose can be happy. I think he's going to get some prize money. And the most exciting speed event of the year chugs along.
Absolutely. Before we fully sign off, we'll just tease that, of course, the SEC continues, and we have another matchup coming at you on Wednesday. That's going to be Arjun Erigaisi, Denis Lazovic. That is October 15th, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That is 5 p.m. Central European Standard Time. So don't miss that one. I will be back for the call on that one. Levy, a pleasure today. We always start the SEC with matches that are kind of a blowout, but at the end of the day, the two favorites moved on, and we get to see more chess from them. So that's all from myself and Levy today. Hope everyone in chat had a great time, and obviously, we'll see you back for more SEC coverage on Wednesday. Bye for now, everyone.